Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A whole season of work culminates with the FC Pro World Championships, and today is the last ticket in. Myself, Richard Buckley, alongside Ryan Pasolo, will be bringing you the opening coverage of the FC Pro 26 play-ins live from Paris. We started on Thursday at the Last Chance qualifier, and 512 players' dream was to make it to today. They will be joined by 46 players who have qualified through their performances throughout domestic leagues and the online tournaments this season. Ryan, we've only got 10 golden tickets available for the FC Pro World Championships and 10 keys to be giving out.
Yeah, exactly that. Pleasure to be alongside you. But as you mentioned, from Thursday up until now, not including the obvious season up to this, but for most of the players in the play-ins. But to see those 14 players make it to this stage, I'm excited for them, as I'm excited for the other players that are also there. But I think there's a big opportunity, especially for those that have recently played. They're in a hot form. But yeah, they'll be definitely excited for this, and I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well, if you are just joining us today, you've missed the last few days of action. Let's bring you up to date with how this Last Chance qualifier and play-ins have been working. Today, we enter the play-ins. 60 players, 46 invited, and 14 players from the Last Chance qualifier. There will be 10 group of 6 players. Top 4 from each group advance to the survival stage. In the survival stage, if you finish top of the group, you progress straight through to winners round 3. Finish second in the group, you go to winners round 2. Finish third and fourth in your group, you go to the first round of the bracket. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. It's going to be a single elimination, gauntlet style bracket, and it's going to be seeded on the playing groups stage placement, as I just explained. Survival for an opportunity at the FC Pro World Championships.
Yeah, and the format's very rewarding. If you play well in the group stage, you get rewarded based on your placements, as you said, in that single elimination bracket. So the players will be looking not only to get through, will squeeze through in fourth, but getting first, you skip a couple of rounds, as you mentioned. Second, you skip an extra round. So there's a lot riding on it. There's a lot of jeopardy as well in terms of there could have been slight differences where some players may be looking in the last round where they need to win or need to get a point. And yeah, there's a lot of jeopardy there.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk you through, not only we can, I believe, show you the groups and the 60 players, how they are split up, but the prize money as well. For the play-ins, $270,000 will be split up across all of competitors. Just for making it to the play-ins, you're taking home $3,000. If you finish 41st to 50, you get $4K. Again, incrementing up to $8,000 if you just miss out on qualification. But if you make it in, you qualify to the main event with life-changing money on the line at the FC Pro World Championships.
Tensions are high, Rich. They are high. Of course, we know the groups as they stand. We're able to show you those when we can. And I'm excited to get going. We've seen a lot of these players at the start of the season, and a few of those names we've seen in their domestic leagues as well. And some of them we maybe have thought we would have seen them already get their World Championship spots. I'm going to say a name already, in my opinion. I think Stingray, he's in Group B. He's actually going to be one of our featured games. For me, he was somebody before the domestic league started. He would have been one of my favourites to have a World Championship spot already. I don't know if that amplifies the pressure on his shoulders now, Rich, because there'll be pressure. There will be pressure to perform.
Well, we can also sort of talk you through how some of these players got here as well, Ryan. I think Stingray was the first player to qualify to the play-ins. Through my recollection, he actually qualified through the UEFA EU rules back in December, guaranteed his spot there, but he would have had eyes on the FC Pro World Championships. Some familiar faces if you've been watching over the last 3 days. You see Fuma there walking around the venue, but these players that are coming in fresh off the last year. Well, if you knew you were playing today in the play-ins, you probably get to Paris Friday, maybe Saturday. You don't want to get there too early, but you do want to especially if you're flying a long way, acclimatise yourself to the environment. I think so. Mark 11's been here a little while over in the UK, getting used to it, getting good practice in. Players would have known that they're in the play-ins for a long time, Ryan.
Yeah.
Through the FC Pro Open Cups all throughout the world, from Asian North to Africa, down to Latin South, North America, etc. It feels, if you're coming into today, like a big ass, does it not? Like, I would much rather be one of those players that's qualified over the last couple of days. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think there's an advantage. Obviously, as you said, being acclimatized to the environment and the setups there, but also being able to have played high-intensity games, knowing that a lot is riding on those games. There's a difference between, you can play as many practice games as you want. You won't really be able to replicate those scenarios that the players from the last chance qualifiers had. And you can see some of the players gearing up to get ready. One of our featured games as well, which will leak to you now. Guga up against Uval. That is a massive, massive game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see them in the forefront of the picture here. And I believe for the play-ins, not to confirm this, but it looks like there might be a little bit of room there for a coach potentially as well. I know there was no coaching at the LCQ.
Yeah, you have coaches here. I can see it, yeah.
But yeah, we can see, and it does just add a little bit something different. In the middle of the picture there, you've got Nathan SR. He's going to be taking on former world champion runner-up in Greece. So let's give all the games their rightful time here. Obviously, Yuval and Guga Ferraz. Guga, a breakout season, Ryan, and it's been a really good season for him. Runner-up with Santa Clara in the Portuguese E-League. We saw him at the Commonwealth E-Libertadores performing well. Would he be one of the favourites, you think? One of the 10 that you expect to go through here?
It's a tough one.
Is he on the cusp? Is he on the bubble?
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely in the conversation. I think from what I've seen from gameplay from him this season, obviously FC Pro Open, and you mentioned in Brazil as well, a lot of the games he has are close. And I think sometimes that can work in your favour. We've seen Nicholas throughout the years where he'd had games where you feel as if it could go either way, but it always goes his way.
How many draws do you get in the Pro Open?
Exactly. I actually don't know. And it's not even a gameplay thing, because I watch him and I think, you're so good, but I don't get how he allows games to be that close. Maybe it's a thing where he needs to be a bit more on the front foot. This is the other game we were speaking about, of course. Stingray up against Montaxa. Stingray had an incredible online season as well. In the MLS, for me, I speak to Stingray quite a bit. He knows that it wasn't to the standard that he would associate himself with. Like I said, out of all the players here, he would have been the player that I thought would have had his World Championship spot already.
As for Muntaxa, he went through the Malta E-Premier League representing Zaba St. Patrick FC. Won that domestic league, meaning that he guaranteed his place at the play-ins. A player that we've seen a lot, and maybe in the same category as Guga, Ryan, where very rarely does Muntaxa ever get blown out. Very close games. We've seen him perform very well at World Championships, E-Champions League, etc. He's not going to be worried by this pressure whatsoever.
No, not at all. And especially going into the season, it's something, obviously, with his domestic league, he knows that the spot to get into the play-ins was the bare minimum for him. He's achieved that, and again, with the experience he's got behind him and the know-how in important tournaments, it's a major advantage. And I think in Group B, I would put him as top 3 on paper. In my opinion, I think Honor, what we saw from the last chance qualifier, was very strong as well, and Stingray naturally for me would be one of the favourites. And yeah, I'd expect him to make it through to the knockouts at least.
And finally, if we can, that middle game between two players who were actually at the FC Pro World Championships last year, if memory serves me correctly. No, definitely Brees was, because he was a runner-up. Nathan SR, being a World Championship player before, he was in Berlin a couple of years ago. Both players qualified through their regions through FC Pro Open Cup performances. That's been obviously EU for Brees, EU West to be specific. As for Nathan SR, LATAM South. I think there's going to be goals in this game.
Absolutely. I think for Nathan as well, we've seen him quite a few times this season, obviously in Spain as well, for the La Liga FC Pro season. He was so impressive. But if you remember, there were scenarios, not only once, not only twice, it was at least 3 times where he gave games away late on. And I remember speaking to his coach as well, if they can iron out those sort of, I don't know if it's flaws in mentality or just flaws in gameplay, it will take him leaps and bounds, because he's obviously got the capabilities, he's got the skill in front of goal, and it's just about the controlling of the game late on. I think it's the only downside to his game, and it's something that if he wants to advance into the World Championships, he's going to need to get that in his favour.
Absolutely. We're still in the STC Contenders Hall. 10 spots available for the FC Pro World Championships, joining some of the very best in the world. They'll be watching this as well, you've got to think. Those players already at the World Championships, seeing who will be joining them. The likes of Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang, Lev David, Umut, Abu Maka, MS Dosseri, Paulo Neto and PH Zin, maybe supporting their fellow Brazilian in Nathan SR. They'll have keen eyes on this tournament. Will there be any at all players that maybe... Look, you want the quote-unquote easiest run possible, don't you, to win an FC Pro World Championship? Will there be anyone that they're wanting not to qualify through this? 100%. Is there anyone here at the play-ins that you look at and go, you know what? They could go on a run and win that FC Pro World Championship. It's
quite a few. Clearly, one of the players that we're watching over has more recently finished runner-ups. He's definitely got the ability to. Exactly.
Yuval
as well,
a
couple years ago. Yep. So naturally, as a player, you'd want, especially those people that you've played quite a few times, whether it's practice games or in tournaments, they've got the better of you. You don't want them to advance. It's quite simple, to be honest with you. You'd want the player that you see as the weaker out of the rest of them to be the ones advancing. However, any player that makes it to the World Championships from this will have confidence. That's the thing. You end up believing in your ability, because you've overcome this group stage, gone through the gauntlet. You had to play X amount of games against the very best.
Well, let's also just talk world rankings for a second as well. Tex 13th, Stingray 14th, Johnny 16th, Brees 17th, Mark 11 21st, Lex 27th. You've got numerous people here in the top 50, in the top 100. Nearly everyone is ranked. There's only a couple of players. I think one of the only ones maybe Elias, who qualified yesterday through the last chance qualifier. He's the only amateur here. Everyone else either associated with the team or qualified through a league or has been affiliated with a team at some point. So the level is just going to step up once again for what we've seen over the last 3 days.
Yeah, 100%. And the player you mentioned as well, as he came through the last chance qualifier. A lot of players have said he's really, really good. So it'll be interesting to see a lot more of his gameplay. He's in Group F, and he'll be up against Haya in his first game. That group consisting of Sharif, who had a great run a few years ago as well. Mark 11, Neat, Rashid as well. So again, I feel like that group's very open. There's a few names that are household names and favourites in Group F, but I would say it's quite open.
As for some of the games to look out for, we've got Tex taking on Katchia in the first round here. Young is taking on Eze Correa. Mark 11 will play Sharif. Neat will play Rashid. RVP Legend taking on Levy Finn. And Guy Barros will play Okan. 2 players both coming through the last chance qualifier.
Next step, Harvey Waters, another one. Both players for the last chance qualifier, ending up having to play each other first game.
We'll try our best to keep you up to date with those results from the other matches. Might be a little bit more difficult, as it was the last couple of days with the results coming through, but we will certainly try and be on top of it as much as we can. You have to remember, right, there is 30 games of FC taking place at one time here.
It's a lot. It is a lot. That's why to make sure everything's perfect. The players should be underway very shortly.
And I do believe, if you do want to watch as well, the individual players do have the opportunity to stream their games. I've just had a notification on Twitch. The H-Tex is live. So I think there's plenty of matches that are going to be, hopefully, through the players' discretion. I know RB Leipzig do make a bit of a show as well. I've seen the DJ getting set up with the decks. But look, the more coverage, the better, certainly, Ryan.
100%.
Not going to complain at that.
Exactly, and I think that's where a lot of people were questioning over the last chance qualifier. We had so many requests about certain games. Naturally, we can't showcase every single one, but being able to stream your own games is very, very important, I'd say.
We're just waiting for kickoff here. You just see in the background there, I think that might be obviously the STC Arena, where we'll find ourselves in a couple of days. Well, I say a couple of days. About a week's time, we'll be flying over there for the FC Pro World Championship. So let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Who do you have winning the FC Pro World Championship? Is it as simple as Anders Vergang continue? What is that? What's 5? It's not. Is it a quin? A quintuple? Is that 4?
No, quad is 4. Quin,
5.
Quin's 5. Yeah.
A quintuple haul of trophies for the season, or no one had him going down last year to Fakir in that elimination matchup in the groups. I'm sure he will be adamant not to let that happen again. Lots of familiar faces on the screen there. You can see Young sat next to Lex in the left-hand side of the picture. The admins patrolling, looking to get kicked off very, very soon here. Eze Correa on the far left of the picture.
He's up against Young in that Group E matchup.
Familiar with each other? If you played yesterday, let's take Oberon for example. He played a lot of games. What did he play? 9 matches, 10 matches altogether over the last 3 days. You qualify through. What does last night, this morning look like if you're him? You're probably not wanting to play. Are you wanting to just get a little bit in? Like, how do you come into this?
I think for Oberon last night, I don't think he would have played. He would have obviously gone over gameplay with his coach. I know with Venny and everyone else, where he works with a couple coaches. Going over gameplay of players in your group, I think is a big thing, but not too much, especially because he's just come off of a long grueling 2 days of FC. You don't want to overdo it in some cases, especially where you know that coming into the day today as well is going to be a long day if he is to go the distance. So it's about just not overplaying it, but getting enough information where it's not overpowering.
Can we give some predictions while we're waiting for kickoff here?
Let's go.
We've got I'm going to go a little bit deeper than the individual matches. I'm going to go who's going to finish top of each group.
Okay.
Because finishing first in the group gives you a huge advantage. You only have to win one game to qualify into the FC Pro World Championships. We'll start with Group A. Tex, Katya, you like Kaylan, Danik, and Fuma. Who you got?
This is tough. See, when you ruled off those 6 names, instantly I thought Akacia.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, I'm going to stick with that. Just because that's the first name that came to my mind when you said it. I'm going to say Akacia.
I'm going to go Tex. Just from the
fair.
Champions League performance against Anders. I think he'll got a lot of confidence from that. And I fancy him. Let's go very quickly. And we're going to stick with Group B because that is the game where we're going to be focusing here. Stingray, Montaxa, Bero, Tamer, Yusufoglu, and Unur.
Stingray,
is it as simple as just Stingray has to win this group?
For me personally, yeah.
It will be him or Montaxa. Does the first result here impact it a lot?
I'd say it does make a difference, especially if, let's say, Stingray wins this game resounding, or the other side of things where Montaxa does the same. Confidence really goes a long way in group formats, and I think that could take on a big role here. Also, Honor as well. He's very really good from the gameplay I've seen. Very, very good.
I think another thing, Ryan, as well, as we get kicked off here, the format is pretty unrelenting. It's game after game after game after game. You don't really get a time to have a break. So I think getting off to a quick start here and getting a win under the belt in the first game could be really pivotal.
It's also relief to get those points on the board early doors, because in a group format, the last thing you want to do is go 2 or 3 games. And
6 points puts you through, guaranteed.
As in the top 4, you mean?
Yeah.
I would say so. 7 points with 100%.
15 to play for, because you play everyone once.
Yeah.
2 wins. You've got to think that puts you through.
You've got a good chance if you get 6 points.
If you're getting double figures, you're looking at second. Maybe first, if there's a few draws. Draws will be impacted, I'm pretty sure as well. As Stingray comes through here with Jude Bellingham. Bosses a save from Iker Casillas.
One thing about Stingray, the way he plays, is that he's got a lot of different ways to create chances, and it's very, very difficult to stop sometimes. When he's in full flow, it's a nightmare to play against.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seeing some of the players selected, obviously we saw with the last chance qualifier, you get in the same group of players that will be selected naturally because of the way the stats and the play styles work. Jude Bellingham, Kika up top, Henry out of position on the right side. A lot of people have been using De Jong, Xhaka.
We weren't sold on it though, were we?
I don't mind it, but I just feel like I would rather Saka personally. Yeah.
There is Granit Xhaka linking up with Salva, and a name that we've become very familiar with, Kika Nazareth, over the last 4 days. Salva down this left-hand side, lovely feet. And just see if potentially Scott McTominay can unlock this defence. Finds the pass into Jude.
Good player switch there, but careless giveaway of possession for Stingray. Wins it back, fortunately for him there.
Now they've gone into the semi-finals, I don't think it's as quick as he's got his +1 yet, has he?
No, sure. I don't think so. I can quickly double check.
Or Jude Bellingham? Rodri has, though. Rodri is 98 rated now. So, I suppose if you're using the live items and you put Rodri in the team, you get a little extra bonus from him. Kika Nazareth into Jude Bellingham. Granit Xhaka play locked into Jude, but goes on the outside to Salma. Cuts inside, good defending.
Great defending. Done really well. I thought he made a mistake with the player switch. I thought he could have wanted to go somewhere else there, but he's done really well, Montaxa.
That's a nice pass. Jude, low driven, puts it wide. The game not quite precise enough.
Yeah, had a bit of pressure behind him as well. That could have been the difference. See the blueprint there.
Head down, yeah. Gets you out of danger, doesn't it?
You just turn defence to attack in 2 passes. And what he done at the start from kickoff, what I noticed is that Montaxa sort of predicted it. So Stingray obviously went for the player look to knock it down to that player. Hold on a second.
Jude going through the space. It's a dive in with a tackle from Stingray. And again, Montaxa maybe needed a few games to warm up because that aim just a little bit wide.
Yeah, that one he should do better with, in my opinion. I think he had more time than he thought. But yeah, Stingray's using the player looks to cancel it. Montaxa's defending pretty well, though, in most parts.
Nil so far, even though there has been quite a couple of chances at both ends of the pitch.
Could have him here.
Granit Xhaka into Jude Bellingham. The pass not accurate enough, and
Yeah,
Maldini with a great step.
That's a strange one. It's like the through ball there. You saw the incisive kick in over Jude Bellingham. It's like it.
He didn't play it.
Yeah, it's like it was just a regular ground pass.
Yeah.
Hold on. Ooh. Keep an eye out there. Granit Xhaka, power shot plus. Who was it yesterday that tried to do one at the near post from the corner? I forgot who it was.
We've seen that many games.
Yeah, we're bound to forget. Yeah.
I remember seeing it though. Whipped out to the edge of the box. One thing I will say as well, look, Stingray, we saw the power shots. Didier Drogba, FC Pro Open last year?
I think so, yeah.
Um,
Was it last year where it was the 5-3-2? People set up and was getting it over.
And he was probably the best player in the game.
Was that last year?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought it was the year before.
Seems a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Valverde, best player in the game.
Yeah, start of the game, I'll never forget. And he's in, Montaxa.
Montaxa with McTominay, but again, can't get the chance to fall his way.
He's growing into this game, though. I think he's been very good the last 15 or so minutes.
Well, we do have a couple of different matches that we can show you here. Let's see. After this attack has come through, we'll jump over right now. Not a problem. Greece 1-0 up against Nathan SR. Low scoring affairs here. Especially compared to the LCQ where we're seeing Fuma and Oberyn was 8-4 at half time. Benitez. For Greece. There's Luca Bacchio driving down the byline. Looks the low driven and Casillas with a right boot to push it out. It's a deep corner, whipped into the box, but Stanley's strong. Claudia Pina as well used. Couple of interesting picks, Ryan.
Yeah, it's going for a few options that clearly he
looks
prefers.
Like keeping Nazareth out wide.
A lot of the Liga F players going forward.
Yep.
It's all of his attack, actually.
Yeah, it is. All 4 players across the front 4.
Yeah, because Benitez obviously team of the season item.
Parejo, Nazareth, Pina.
Pina, yeah.
Is there a will? Look, all of those items are incredible.
Whoa.
But Luca Bacchio looks to just nip in front. Does it... Would you miss having something different? I suppose the question.
just some, yeah, as you say, just even if it doesn't have to be as drastic as going from.
We're not putting Weghorst up top instead of Pina, but Luka Bacchio, for example, a little bit more height, or
Henri, whoever. Yeah. I think that does. Clearly, he's got a blueprint that's working for him to have this attacking practice. It probably was an option that he's played quite a few games and he's obviously worked in his favour.
There is Pina, but again, a good tackle. I think we've already seen the big difference for me, Ryan, from the LCQ to the play-ins. The defending has been much better.
Way better.
Yeah.
It's not even it's different stratosphere. Not even close.
The big thing I put it down to, though, people are more confident to be aggressive. The LCQ, how many times do we see people just dropping off, standing off, finesse shot, low driven?
Exactly. Yesterday we saw that. I'm trying to, again, because there's been so many games, I apologise. I'm trying to remember the exact game, but someone was backing off the whole time.
Yeah.
And it allows a lot of shots, allows a lot of opportunities for your opponent to think. One thing you don't want to do is let them think.
We saw Bedoff, I think he was playing on 90 depth, and they were just spacing behind all game. And he was 4-0 down at half-time. Mistakes are a premium here. You don't get errors, really, when the stakes go higher. I think, look, at the FC Pro World Championships, a mistake could potentially be a six-figure mistake.
Yeah. When
it comes to prize money.
It's good defending again. Obviously the offside trap as well, just circling around Nathan Essar. We're going to half-time, 1-0.
Let's see what else is happening. I believe we've got another game that we can go to here. Hugo Ferraz, was it? Against Yuval. Goals being scored here, 3-2. Yuval is leading the 2024 FC Pro World Championship finalist runner-up. Suffered a defeat to the hands of Anders Vergang as Guga slips it past the on-rushing goalkeeper. 3-3 as we approach half-time.
Yeah, crucial moment in the game to get a goal as well. Little toe poke finish.
How good was he yesterday?
It's a joke of that.
I'm not talking FC. Unbelievable. Jude Bellingham. Well, as we approach half-time here, once the clock has run down, we will go back to the Stingray matchup. If they've kicked off for the second half, which I would imagine they have.
Ooh, that was
dances straight through the gap. And that's where the errors we talked about, Ryan.
It's a horrible goal to concede. It's unlucky at the end part. But before that, the offside trap, he just expected Juve to turn back. And he didn't, just kept on going forward. We jumped in at the perfect time. Montaxa just after half time. Puts it into the corner.
I think both players know, I said this before the game started, Ryan. They know the importance of winning this game.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know what? Not losing it. You might take a draw in this game and then say, I'll win out the rest.
This is the two favourites on paper, you'd say, in this group. So it does make sense. Well, then again, you can look at it and think, if I can get the 3 points off this player here, you back yourself to win the other games. First spot in this group is right there.
Palmer driving towards the goal. Jude Bellingham on the finesse. Stingray back into it. 2-2. Just couldn't quite get close enough with Maldini as Salma powered away. Very, very entertaining matchups here.
It's a nice play. Oh, the passing, it wasn't on. I think he expected a little bit more room on the edge of the box.
Slip through to Thierry Henry. Hegem comes across. McGinney. Cancel on the outside. Beautiful feet from Stingray. And he leads 3-2. 2 goals inside the opening 10 minutes of the second half, put him in front.
Yeah, lovely McGeady cancel there in the box. And it just, right here, you'll see it. Cuts back and then goes straight back the opposite way. And Hegem, when jockeying there, just sort of goes past him. Leaves him with space to pass the ball across goal.
Now the question, what does Montaxa have in the locker? Can he level this tie-up once again, or will Stingray start to pull away? McTominay through the gap. Maxence Lacroix not strong enough, and the finesse shot just hounded down by white shirts. It feels like it's about time for a pause. But the flow of the game in the second half, from what we saw from the first, Ryan, seems to have picked up a lot. The pace seems much quicker.
Yeah, definitely. And this could be a chance for Stingray here. Offside.
Offside.
Yeah.
Just offside. Araujo, maybe not the player you want twisting and turning inside your opponent's third. Does find the pass into his more likely match winners. There is Scott McTominay, and again, a good save from Casillas. It just wasn't quite aimed accurate enough in the corner to get out of the reach of the onrushing goalkeeper. There's Saka on the potential finesse angle, but a pass and shot into Salma once again thwarted by Iker Casillas. Jude Bellingham now off the crossbar and bounces off Casillas' head. He's coming close, he's Montaxa.
Just feels like there's a lot of space. I don't know how to explain this. Obviously, the area is congested because of the amount of players back from the corner. But it just feels like there's a lot of space he's able to get in. I don't know if it's because Stingray's toggling the team press there.
Terrible touch from De Jong there in the middle of the park. Granit Xhaka looking to get that power shot up and running. And you just see at the top of the pitch there, he's worried about that through ball. And sort of just baited it out a little bit to force Stingray to step in a different direction. Maldini with a clutch tackle. That would have been a goal.
Yeah, that is very good defending there from Stingray.
And up the other end, defending an attack. In 3, 4, 5 seconds time, Stingray extends his lead to 4-2. When we talk about small margins, Ryan, that's a perfect example of it right there. Could have conceded, goes at the other end, scores the goal.
Exactly, and that's the devastating thing if you're Montaxa, because you feel like you were so close to equalise it, and then a few seconds later you're having to defend a chance. And he's having to defend again. Look at this through ball that's onside.
Salma dancing infield, finds Henry. Is that game set at match? It very well could be. Stingray 5-2 up.
Huge moments there, Rich, because it just really felt as if Montaxa was gradually getting back into the game. A nice bit of composure as well when he went inside with Salma. He could have rushed the pass and waited to trigger a midfielder, but he opted to go to Henry, take the touch, and then that low-driven finish.
Go to another game. We can see Brees leading 3-1 here against Nathan SR.
Got him.
It could be 4. Salma finish. Brees looking to not only go one step further than he did last year and potentially win the FC Pro World Championships, but the main priority, getting to the dance. And he will be top of the pile in his group against arguably one of his toughest opponents in his group. Well, the man from his home country. Tell you what, if he does make the World Championships, Ryan, there will be a boisterous crowd.
Yeah.
In the STC Arena waiting for him.
Got the through ball. I think it's just off of the step of the defensive line.
Have a quick look, actually. How many Frenchmen do we have at the World Championship so far? Not actually. Marwood and Karimu's back coming through the E-League, which that's where they probably would have been somebody. We don't have anyone.
Yeah, I'm trying to think from. I don't think
Nani
there is.
Pitbull, Emre, Jesus, Levy, Anders, Umut, Nasada, Manu, Banano, Jafonso, Abu Maka, MS Dosseri, K1 John Redler, Haloneto, PH Zin, Samu Gamer, Smolk, Alihan, Milka Love, D. Fernandez, Nicholas, and Kustamor and Luke. There's 10 spots available from the play-ins. And there is a strong French contingency here. But that would be quite surprising, really.
Yeah.
Little chip perfectly weighted over the top of the goalkeeper. And this game's not over yet. Ball goes to 2 with 12 minutes left to play.
Yeah, no, Brees will be hoping that chance. He could have made it 5-1 when he went around the goalkeeper. Doesn't come back to bite him. Just so patient.
Saw Brees at the FC Pro Open earlier in the season. Didn't quite go his way. But I think the one thing I will say about the Pro Open, Ryan, the level is outrageous.
The highest up until these periods of the year, to be fair. 5-5 in this game. Guga Faraz up against Yuval. It can't be a draw. Richard just,
it can be, because Guga's in it.
It just can't be. It can't be.
This man loves a draw. I don't think he does love a draw, but he gets a lot of draws. What was it? 6 draws in the Pro Open? Something crazy like that.
Oh, he's a bit unlucky because Jude Bellingham did actually get behind Leclerc there and then didn't make the most of it.
Picking Lopez, sliding tackle from Maldini. It was a needed tackle from Guga though, wasn't it?
Yeah, had to make that and get the ball. Because Yuval could have gone either way. Carried on going with Vicky Lopez, but could have easily slowed down and opted for the pass. We'll jump back over to see the final moments of this game. Stingray will be getting his first 3 points on the board. Lovely bit of skill. Oh, ooh, beautiful finish as well.
What is that pass from Granit Xhaka? That's a crazy pass. +3, +3 goal difference as well, which, you know, in these group phases, Ryan, goal difference can always be a factor. Stingray does win his opening game. 3 points will put him in pole position as Brees, since we last left it, Nathan SR defensively has been opened up. It was 4-2 3 minutes ago. Brees now leading 6-2.
I think Nathan has to be careful. Tiebreakers in the play-ins, obviously the goal difference is the main one. You don't want that to be the reason where you fall short.
Absolutely. Lasios looking for kicking Nazareth. One final chance here for Nathan SR. Is Sama on side? She is, and a simple finesse around the onrushing goalkeeper will give him a notch back on that all-important goal difference you spoke of.
Yeah, consolation, but it could, we genuinely don't know yet now, but it could be the difference. Who knows?
Yeah. And we're also talking the difference between maybe second and third.
Exactly, that's
second.
What I mean. Not necessarily even fourth.
Going through.
Fourth to fifth. Yeah, it could be the placement in the group, but Bree starts off very, very strong.
Let's go to our last game here of this featured table that we are watching. It's Guga and Yuval. Yuval leading 6-5 with 8 minutes left to play and a little bit of change on the injury time.
Could be a big result for Yuval. His next game's up against Daniel as well, so it's not going to be an easy first 2 set of games. So getting 3 points now is very, very important. He just has to... Oh, there we go. I was about to say, just maintain composure and not do anything crazy. There we go, gets it back. But I think in these moments, Rich, 9 minute halves, 84th minute, it's too early.
You got to keep going forward. You got to keep playing.
You have to.
He's probably, what, 80, 87 plus? You can maybe start to think about it.
So if he wins the ball back now, well, it's looking dangerous here. Look at this counter-attack for Guga.
Salma
has to play it back.
What a save.
Wow. I was almost certain that was a goal. Wow.
Iker Casillas earning his keep. What a save that is. And can Yuval seal the tie?
How many bodies forward there are for Google just waiting to see if he wins possession back? He's got 4 players on the halfway line.
Attackers just stood, ready
this
to
is
pounce.
where, Google has to be ready to make it count, and Yuval on the other side of things has to be comfortable to keep possessions in these areas. This is where you want the ball.
Gonna drive it into the corner flag. Waiting for the runner from the fullback potentially. Can't lose it there with McTominay. That's really well worked.
Brilliant. It is brilliant.
And that resets for a goal kick. He's got 1 attack to defend here.
His coach is telling him just to calm down, stay calm. Great step as well. Doesn't win the ball back.
That's an error. I think that's it. I always think throw-ins are really difficult to actually do anything. You can't just launch it forward. This is the attack. Will he be able to salvage a point? Pina turns into Maldini. Maldini turns into Calhanoglu. And Guga Ferrez. The man loves a draw.
Wow.
And what a round of fixtures. That is right there. It wraps us up for round 1 here on the featured table.
I actually can't believe that. Wow.
Tell you what, for Yuval, that's going to feel like a massive, massive 2 points drop.
This is where the mentality kicks in, because for most of us, it feels like a loss when you can see the last minute. You won't even be thinking, oh, it's a point against one of the best players in the group. You're not thinking that at the moment. You're thinking you're literally 1 clearance away, or a slice of luck in your favour this time, from getting 3 points on the board. He's been hard done by, because he did win the ball back with Maldini. It bounced back to Guga.
Well, there you have it for round 1. You see the admins are already in there asking people the players to move around for their next fixture. Brian, big round to open up the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what some of the other results are, because obviously we were only able to focus on these 3 games. I want to see how, like, some Nick Sneb and Harvey Waters, how that game turned out, Gibados, etc. So we'll be able to get updates when we can.
Yeah, we just I don't actually know how we're gonna be able to see the fixtures or the results coming through here, Ryan, because trying to see where those results are going to come from. It's probably maybe through the official Esports World Cup website. I think it's probably the best course of action. As we await this upcoming round. Hear the admins there in the background of that pictures we're seeing here saying you can log out. So we are going to go to a break while we wait for the fixtures to round out and find out who will be taking place on that featured table next. That's only round 1. We've got 4 more rounds of groups to go here at the FC Pro play-ins. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because by the end of today, 10 tickets will be awarded to FC Pro World Championship qualification sports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here for you. Welcome back to the FC Pro 26 play-ins, live from Paris. 60 players with 10 tickets to the FC Pro World Championship. Join myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, one round down, and everything still to play for.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, for some players, it was a great start. For the others, not so much. You can look at it in some ways. For some people that got draws, I know you're going to reveal some of the results in the other groups. They may look at it as a point gained. Some people may look at it as a point dropped, especially in that Guga and Yuval game.
Well, let's do it. We've got the results. We can run you through them right now. We're going to start with Group A. Tex 5, Katya 6, Halen 3-0 against Danik, and You Like 7, Boomer 14 in Group A. Boomer top of the pile, Tex losing his first game. Yeah,
he unfortunately fell out in that matchup against Katya, but for Fuma, 14 goals. He's coming in hot with a mission there to make it to the FC Pro World Championships, because 14 goals is, that's ridiculous.
Group B, Stingray 6, Montaxa 3, Bamer 7, Hisfoglu 10, Beryl 0, Honor 5.
Wow. To win 5-0, that is a big statement, especially in that opening round. So, yeah, coming through the play-ins again, confidence.
Group C, Johnny 10, Kaketo 2, Adida 9, JP Slater 4,
wow,
and Vanes Gasp 7, Mark Marley 3.
Whoa, that's a surprise. I've not seen anything, I'll be honest, from Vanega there, but for Mark Marley to come up short in that game would be disappointed for sure.
Group D, Breeze 6, Nathan SR3, as we saw on stream, Gueric 6, Gabdri 7, and Atichida 3, Abu Fwazi 8.
Yeah, big win. Abu Fwazi of Twisted Minds. We saw him yesterday in that matchup. He loves a last-minute winner as well, but yeah, to start off 8-3 is a massive result.
As for Group E, Young 7, Ezekiel 6, Ilian Bushi 10, Georgie Win 3, and Oberon and BXCF 1921 7-7.
Yeah, we of course associate Oberon with being the top of his trade. That 7-7 for him, he'll be devastated, but a brilliant start for Ilian though, and for Young as well.
Group F, Aya 8, Elias 11, Neat 8, Rashid 6, and Mark 11 8, Sharif 5.
That's, again, big results for the favourites in that group. I'd say Neat winning 8-6 is a massive one. Mark 11 as well, getting that victory over Sharif, who has experience at the highest level. And Elias, again, a player that a lot of the other players who played in the last chance qualifier said he's amazing. So 3 points on the board for him.
Group G, Lex 12, The One 4, Web Nasri 0, Rafa Montera 5, and Levredi 10, Kamal 7.
Yeah, similar to, I believe it was Group B or C, winning without conceding is a big thing, especially in FC 26 where 9-minute halves, goals galore. But Lebrady 12, again, coming through the last chance qualifier is showing you get that experience, you get the confidence behind you. It can make a big difference.
Group H, Guga Faraz 6, Yuval 6, Derped 2, Damasa 6, and Daniel 7, Diogo Mendes 13.
Big results. Again, massive results.
Let's move quickly on Group I. RBP 9-8 against Levy Finn, Virgil 6-3 against Sharon Zott, and Nick Zeb beat Harvey Waters 5-4. And we're going to wrap up very quickly here for the first round of fixtures. In Group J, Yaskau beat Happy 9-4, Naylor lost 12-4 against Adam Hetake, and Guy Barros beat Ocon 8-6. There you have it. Let's move into round 2, because that is where we find ourselves, and we find ourselves in Abu Fwazi's group, who did come through the last chance qualifier with Twisted Minds. This is action in Group D. Gueric lost his first game.
Yeah, that is actually Dab there instead of Gueric.
As for the other fixtures in this round, I actually don't think that is Gueric though.
No, it's not. No.
It's Gabdri. And he's 1-0 up his Abu Fwazi in the opening minutes. Gueric is playing against Nathan SR.
Yeah, Gueric, Nathan SR. It's a big Brazilian matchup in that second round of Group D. Brilliant top corner finish there from Vitinha. I always harp on about having finesse shot at the edge of the box, because it's just a get out of jail free card sometimes when if you trap yourself where there's too many defenders behind the ball, you've maybe attacking slower, you can just pop a finesse shot out and you can trust it on FC26.
The other games that we're going to keep an eye on, Ilian Bushi taking on Oberon in Group E, and actually in Group I, Levy Finn against Nixneb. Good games across the board.
Yeah, Levy Finn will need to get some points on the board for his sake anyway, losing 9-8 to RBP Legend. For Nixneb, if he was to win that game, 6 points from a possible 6 would be very healthy in this group. Because I would say, for me, I would call it the group of death, Group I, for me. RBP Legend, Levy Finn, Virgil, Charanjot, Nixneb, Harvey Waters. It's really hard to call.
You would argue, and this is absolutely no disrespect to Charanjot whatsoever, there's 5 players who potentially top the group here.
Yeah.
I don't think you can say that in any other group. If Harvey Waters, it clicks for him, you could see him going to run. Nixneb already with a victory in his opening game. You've got Levy Finn, who lost 9-8 against RBP Legend, who is a terrific player. High stakes. Bellingham round the corner into Kevin De Bruyne. That's a lovely play, and surprised he didn't go for a shot there. For the extra pass, Ryan, and maybe could get punished here at the other end. Bad pass from Abid.
Yeah, the pass wasn't great. I was looking at Pateas just behind Jude Bellingham there. I feel like if it went to Jude Bellingham's feet, he had the option of playing an extra pass to Pateas, who could have had a shot at goal.
In the team selection here from Gabdrit. Alfonso Davis in at left back. Florian Wirtz, I would say a semi-popular pick. He's not been in every team, but he still possesses everything that you need from a centre mid or a centre attacking midfielder. What you made of the last chance qualifier and the entrance into the play-ins over the last few days, Ryan? There's been surprises.
100%, and I also feel like, again, I've mentioned it before, the players coming in to today from the last chance qualifier, they just have the confidence and belief. That's a major, major thing at this stage. For those other players that are coming in from getting their playing spot months ago and haven't had played a competitive game in a LAN event environment, there's a big difference. And Abi Fauzi is a key testament to that with the way he's playing, the results he's getting as well.
You left it late, didn't you, Abi Fauzi? But solidified his place into the FC Pro World Championships as the near post strike just about cleared. And there could be an opportunity at the other end. Can Maldini get across Salma? Not quite. Salma's too strong. Finds the extra pass. This Florian Wirtz and a great block.
If he went near post, that would have been one of the best counter-attacks I've seen. He was very, very decisive up until that moment. He knew what he wanted to do, and he was going to get there ahead of Salma. The dribbling was lovely in the box there.
It was precise and accurate. I believe we do have other matches taking place at the moment as well that we can show you. Once those games are underway, which they are. Ilian up against Oberon. We'll get those name tags at the bottom switched over very shortly.
Didn't get to finish our predictions on who we thought would top the remainder of the groups.
Yeah, should we carry on? C?
I would have said Johnny.
I'm going to go Johnny, especially after the first result. He won 10-2.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Group D, I would actually go with Abu Fawzi.
Yeah, I think Abu Fawzi is a good shout. Brees with a good win against Nathan SR. That'll give him a lot of confidence. But yeah, you know what? I'll back you on that. I'll go Abu Fawzi as well. Group E. It's an interesting one because I would have said Open beforehand, but that draw doesn't stand him in good stead. So I'm going to go with Liam Boucher.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. Group F. See Mark 11 with that big win against Sharif.
I know where I'm going.
I'm going Mark 11.
I'm going Elias.
I knew you were going to say it. Yeah, I knew that.
Look, continue the journey. Amateur player comes in and potentially all the way. Group G, I think it's Lexa's group, that.
I do agree.
As for Group H, it's an interesting one. Diogo Mendes with a big victory in his opening game.
Yeah, he's been great. We've not got to see any of his gameplay, but I've seen that he's scoring a lot of goals anyway, so I'm going to go with Diogo.
Diogo to make the FC Pro World Championships, potentially be one game away. Group I, really tough. I am going to go RVP Legend.
It's fair. I'm going to go with Nick Sneb, as always. I feel like I always do. And the last one, Group J, with Gibados, Yaskau as well. Happy's in that group, Okan, but Gibados for me.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. As the ball's in the back of the net, Levy Finn leading 4-2 here against Nixon. You said he needed a win, Ryan.
Yep, he did. And obviously the name tags there is switched over, but this will be a very, very important victory for Levy Finn. Because this season, it hasn't been his best, especially coming off of the last 2 seasons. That's a big win. Counter-attack's on here.
So Nick's name come through the last chance qualifier. But not having his own way right now. We could be conceding a fifth with Luca Bacchio bearing down on goal. Lost the ball in a very, very frail position at the back. And Levy Finn don't win the Virtual Bundesliga in previous years. He's an E-Champions League runner-up. There is so much quality there. Even if he's not had the best of seasons, Ryan, still an incredible player.
Yeah, and we spoke to him on the couch in the Virtual Bundesliga this season a few times. Obviously holds himself. He's a very respectful person and a great player as well. He was, at that moment, relying on the play-in spot filtering down to him. So he was relying on other competitions where players had their play-in spot already, and it dropped down, and it in fact did for his sake. And he's making it count as it looks in this game.
Long ball over the top, trying to pick out Matt Poubel. It's going to fall very, very nicely for him. Is the ball going to end up in the back of the net? Not quite. Everything seems to be going Levy Finn's way at the minute, and Nick's name just get me into half-time and try and get this game reset potentially for him.
That would have been a brutal goal to concede if that managed to find its way in.
Let's see what else is happening. We did have that last game, I believe, that we can go to. Was it Ilian and Oberon? 3-1 Oberon leads.
The space. It's got him as well.
Bellingham, finesse around the goalkeeper. Simple as that. Oberon came into the last chance qualifier with one thing on his mind. It wasn't just getting through day one. It wasn't getting through phase 2. It wasn't making the play-ins. it was winning an FC Pro World Championship. And if you were to ask sort of the community who you think is most likely to go through these play-ins, I think he would be right at the very top of that list.
Big first half. Massive first half for Oberyn there. 4-1 up against Ilian, who won his first game. And Oberyn coming off of a draw as well. Similarly to Levy Finn. Not a must-win game, because it's too early to say in this. There's quite a few more group games to go, but it does go a long way in not only confidence, but just getting a healthy amount of points on the board.
Heard Nixon there for a second, didn't you? Would there have been, not necessarily think teammates, but I know Nick Sneb with Leeds on the Premier League, and then for a couple of months after that at the Champions League, I know he was working with, obviously the connection there through RB Leipzig and Red Bull. I'm not sure if they would have been directly alongside each other in the scrims or in the training room, but be a little bit of a, I think Nightwatch was certainly involved with Nick Sneb in preparation for that E-Champions League.
Yep, Nightwatch, has obviously done work with a lot of players at Leipzig. Everything would have been one of those. And I feel as if when working with Nick Sneb, he probably would have been using footage from somebody like Levy Finn on ways he can get more out of the game. Because obviously Nick Sneb going forward for years now.
You don't coach that.
Yeah, you don't need to touch anything there. It's just the game management, the mental approach to games as well is very, very important. And Levy Finn, in my opinion, has got it down to a T. It's just sometimes it's the opposite, whereas the attacking part has been letting him down.
You almost want to take both the players' so-called weaknesses and sharpen those tools for each other. Here is Nick Sneb building up on the edge of the box. Salma just runs into Stam. It's going to fall for Nick Sneb, but just bounces through to Iker Casillas.
But you see there, when watching, obviously we've only seen about 15 or so minutes of this game, it just looks really difficult to break down for Levy Finn. I say that when we watch him scoring this attack, but it just looks so congested on the edge of the box. I know team press is a major factor of side traps, but yeah, it just doesn't look like there's anywhere to go for Nick Sneb. And maybe that's down
has to be Nick Sneb's.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe that's down to the way Nick Sneb plays. He likes intricate skill moves, controlled sprint, technical dribbling, whatever you want to call it, edge of the box. He's just getting red every single time.
Put into perspective as well how hard it is to defend like this against someone as good going forward as Nick Sneb as well, because I think people, it's much easier to appreciate someone doing 3 skill moves and then whipping one top bins, but the overall sort of, is that a penalty? No, out for a corner. The defensive side of the game, I think, does go unnoticed, especially to people who aren't familiar with particularly what they're maybe watching at such a competitive level. How many things is he doing defensively, Levy Finn, to actually put a hold to this threat?
Tracking the runs that are being triggered by Nick Sneb. He's player switching really well with the right stick. Oh my god, that ball. That is a joke of a pass, man. Wow, what have we just jumped into? That is an incredible ball to Jude Bellingham.
We're getting flashbacks to, like, it was almost a German cross style.
That is crazy.
Sent the runner and then killed it around 3 different players to find the...
No one was recording that. I got to see that myself. Hold on a second. He's triggered Jude Bellingham.
I don't think this is it.
No, he's going back further.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll be able to see it in this.
Watching the entire game on the VOD review. You can hear the ambience from the arena. I think he's wanting, how's that pass there not gone through to Salon a bit?
Yeah.
How has he not got a goal out of it?
I feel like I'm
Well,
sat
we're
in
in this
Abba
pause.
Fowler's
Let's go to
headset.
another game. So I also cannot hear a thing.
Didn't hear what you said.
I said, let's go to another game while we're in this pause. Let's see something else. Whether it's Ilian Boucher or Oberon or back to Nick Sneb and Levy Finn. 5-3. Nick Sneb did get one back.
It was really well with a creative run there. I thought he was going to play a first-time pass to Maradona. Beautiful. Good bit of composure there for Nick Sneb. Pause comes in there from, I believe it would have been Levy Finn. We're jumping over to Oberon. He's put the pass through to Salmon. Looked offside, and it is.
And again, we'll mention it, Ryan. It's a big, big result this for Oberon after drawing his opening game to BXC 1921. Ilian Boucher beat Georgie Wynn 10-3. Ilian will come forward, and I tell you what, Ilian Boucher with those player looks, so dangerous. You've got to be so locked on.
I remember when they first got added to the game and playing against Ilian. Horror.
Was that one of the moments where you're like, you know what?
Yeah, call it there, man.
It might be time for me to hang it up.
Yeah, put me alongside Brandon and Richard. I've seen enough.
Dip me in the 36-degree office.
Absolute nightmare. It's genuinely. If you look at his gameplay, it's obviously changed now from before. But before it was every single pass was Baylor.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, he Hassan managed to get a goal there. The play was fantastic from Ilian, though.
Really unfortunate there, wasn't it? Post coming in from Ilian. Oberon gives the ball away in his own third here. But just puts a body in the line. There's runners coming forward, but again, another pass intercepted in the middle of the pitch. And it feels like this game is just teetering on a knife edge right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing Oberon panic, which is very uncharacteristic. It seems as if he's just pressing past sometimes when he gets to those areas. And the press from Ilian is incredible. Can't get it through.
Is that a good run through the middle of the pitch there? Goes back to Jude Bellingham, pulls Saka back on side. 15 minutes left to play. Once again, that pause, he's cued. And I think maybe he's seen the nerves coming through from Oberon because he knows, I can't draw another game.
Yeah. And I think from the position he was in as well, it was 4-1 up and it's now 4-3. 15 minutes left. We jump into a pause. If you notice, Oberon, it feels like he's playing the tempo that Ilian wants him to play. Ilian's up the tempo because he needs to get goals. He has to go forward. Quick, snappy, first-time passes. Oberon's doing the exact same. If you notice, when he wins the ball, it's just boom, R1, X, R1, X. Just trying to play fast, driven passes. And it could be catching him out.
Absolutely. We're just having a look across Group D and Group E. We've got a couple of results coming in from round 2. I'll give you a little update once we have a slight lull in play here. Mark 11 won his first game 8-5 against Sharif, and he has won his second game 8-4 against Rashid. Mark 11, 6 points out of 6 to kickstart the play-ins.
Healthy. Putting his mark in on Group F. Oh, that's lovely play. Beautiful from Gabdi there to get that extra pass in to have a clear shot at goal. And Abu Fawzi, my favourite actually, to top this group here. Group D is trailing by a goal now.
Hex lost his first game, 6-5 to Katya. Second game against Danik from Kazakhstan, 10-2 victory.
You know when you took a while to reveal the result, I was thinking, I'm just looking at the camera and I'm just saying, no chance. No chance that and Texas dropped that game there. And yeah, clearly. Resounding victory for him to bounce back.
And you know what? This group's opened up a little bit because Kalen draw 4-4 against Fuma.
Massive result, Kalen. Massive result.
In Group B, Kesafoglu, 11-8 victory against Stingray. Montaxa 7-4 against Bero, and Thema 6, Honor 6.
Wow.
Group B, wide open.
Wide open. Kesafoglu, we saw the Champions League. I personally didn't get to see any of his gameplay. But obviously getting a result there against Stingray, round 2 in Group B, that is an incredible result. Hold on. Oh! What have I said? He loves that finesse shot.
Really
loves it. It could be Vitinha, it could be De Bruyne, it doesn't matter. Abu Fawzi right back into the game. This one, Levy Finn looks as if he's going to get his first 3 points on the board here.
I know Group C has got a lot of interest around it as well, with Mark Marley, Johnny, and JP Slater, to name a few. Unfortunately for JP Slater, he lost his opening game 9-4 against Adida, and it's not got any easier for him. He has lost 9-2 against Johnny in his second game. Mark Marley bounces back with a victory against Adida, 7-4, and Vanagasp and Kaketo, 7-7 draw. We'll bring you a full update of all the results after this round of fixtures has rounded out. Once we go to a very quick break, we'll come back with a full roundup of results from round 2 before we get kick-started what plans to be an action-packed round 3. And that will do Levy Finn nicely. 6-4 victory against Nick Sneb. He said before the game, Ryan, a must-win game for Levy Finn after a disappointing opening.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't get to see the game at all between RBP Legend and Levy Finn in that opening one. 9-8 though was very close. This one is important to get
Offside.
the 3 points on the board.
I'm just waiting for the final moments of this game. Ilian Bushi will be chasing. Nice pass there to Jude Bellingham. Saka on the outside, goes to the shot on the right boot and gets himself a corner. You hear a huge roar from the STC Contenders Hall. That's very risky from Oberon.
This is what I'm saying. It felt as if he was just panicking there, just pressing past. He's got away with one, and now he can push further up the pitch just to take some seconds out and secure this victory.
Why didn't he try and play that pass through then? It looked like you were in on goal, but does it like to go backwards?
Yeah, just I'll be honest, take your time. You don't need to go forward. This should be it.
He's done enough. How's Oberon? Will he get the 5th goal to seal the tie? Yes, he will. 5-3. Not pretty, but Oberon will not care.
Yeah, that's a tough one to concede at the end. Ultimately, it didn't mean anything for the result in this game, but for goal difference, who knows? That could be a deciding factor. But a big win for Oberon. After drawing his first game, he now sits on 4 points in Group E. Ilian on 3 points, of course, won his first round, but lost against Oberon.
Just the Venny there in the back of the shot, waiting to probably have a chat with his player, Oberon. We've got Katya as well in the venue. We are waiting for this final match here to round out with Abi Fouazi in action. He was leading when we last saw it, and it's now 5-4 with only 3.5 minutes left to play.
Right, the last chance qualifier, but had a lot of games where
Oh, he was terrible
scored,
in the last minute.
yeah, scored last minute, majority of the times.
He also
Gonna be
gave a
role
lot of ball
reversals.
away. Bruce was always going to come in. As Kika Nazareth sees, runs ahead of her. Missy Yala, can he get away? Not quite.
It's very good defending to switch to the car there with the right stick switching, because you know that is the end goal, to play that first time through ball, and he can take the space here. What a tackle. Wow.
Surprised he didn't go to the corner flag, maybe?
Most people go to the corner flag there. It's the most sensible thing to do. However, I'll be honest, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm not going to the corner flag.
You trying to score?
And that's why I lose. I'm 100% going to score there.
This looks a little bit
This is
nervous.
risky.
He's done well. He's done really well, and that will be it. For a second, probably heart in mouth for Abi Fouazi. Hence the reaction. But he gets the 3 points. A much needed 3 points for Abi Fouazi. And that will round us out on round 2. A couple of games there probably going late by the looks of it. Or maybe, you never know, right? Maybe they've started round 3. We'll have to wait and see. When we get back from a break, we will be bringing you all the results from round 2. But before we go to that break, just your thoughts, Ryan, on what we have seen in our featured tape.
It's big results all round there from Levy Finn against Nick Sneb, but Oberon against Ilian. He had to defend the last moment's onslaughts there from Ilian Bishu. He tried to get back into the game, but just left it a little bit too late. And for Abi Fouazi here, 6 points. He's sitting pretty unbeaten so far today.
Probably 6 points. We estimated maybe puts you through at least probably 4. But the way he's playing, why not go and get a full haul and book yourself 1 match away from qualifying into the FC Pro World Championships? Well, we are going to go for a break. When we get back from that break, round 3 of fixtures here from the play-ins, live from Paris, and we'll be bringing you all the match results from round 2. Don't go anywhere, because the play-ins roll on right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the play-ins part of the FC Pro World Championships. 10 tickets will be giving out to 10 of our 60 players. Picking up 2 rounds down, tables are starting to take shape, results are starting to be finalised, and it's my job now to run you through every single result that we just saw. We're going to start in Group A. We're going to go quite quick on this one, so make sure you've got your ears pricked up and you are ready to listen for the names that you want to hear. Tex beat Danik 10-2, Kachia beat Ulight 13-7, and Kalen and Fuma drew 4-all. That's in Group A. In Group B, Casefoglu beat Stingray 11-8, Montaxa beat Beryl 7-4, and Thama and Anu drew 6-6. In Group C, Johnny beat JP Slater 9-2, Kiketo and Vanagasp drew 7-7, and Matt Marley beat Adida 7-4. Down in Group D, Brees 6-3 victory. In round 2 this is. Guerick beat Nathan SR 6-5. In Group D, Brees was in action and he beat Adichada 8-7, and Abu Fawzi picked up a victory 5-4 in round 2. As for Young, he beat Georgie Win in Group E 8-4. BCX beat Eze Correa 6-5, and Ilian and Oberon, we just saw that result come through. Oberon victorious in the end 5-3. As for Group F, Mark 11, 8-4 victory over Rashid. Sharif beat Heya 9-5, and Neat beat Elias 6-5. As in Group G, Lex 10-3 victory over Rafa Montera. Lebrede 11-5 victory over the Wanos, and Kamal 9-2 win over Web Nasri. Group H, Damascus 8, Guga Faraz 8, another draw for Guga. You can't write it at this point. Yuval 6-4 against Loops Daniel, and Derpid and Diogo Mendes 6-6. As for Group I, don't worry, we're nearly there. Sharon Jot 4-3 victory against RVP Legend. Levy Finn 6-4 victory against Nick Seb. Harvey Waters 5-4 win against Virgil. And finally, Group J, Adam Hetake 8-4 against Happy. Guy Barros 10-5 victory against Yaskau, and Okan 7-4 win against Naylor. Right, so I'm going to take a second. You tell me how the standings are looking.
Yeah, the standings for Group A. Kachia top on 6 points. Fuma on 4 in second. Kalen on 4 as well. He sits third. Tex is 4th with 3 points. Danik and Ulight both 5th and 6th with 0 points. Group B, Casefolu top on 6 points. Honor with 4 points. Stingray and Montaxa both with 3 points in 3rd and 4th. Thamer on 1 point, and Beryl with 0 points. Group C, Johnny 6 points, Venega with 4 points, Adida with 3 points, Mark Marley with 3 points, Kiketo with 1 point, and JP sitting bottom of Group C right now with 0 points. Abu Fawzi has 6 points alongside Bryce as well, or Brees I should say, in 2nd place. Geddick has 3 points, Gabby has 3 points as well, Nathan SR on 0 points, and in 6th place Adi Chada on 0 points as well. Going over to Group E, Young with 6 points. Oberon has 4 points. BXC with 4 points as well. Ilian 3 points. Eze Correa 0 points. George A. Win on 0 points as well. Quickly, you can see on the screen there, Tex versus Kalen is one of our featured games. As we mentioned, Kalen in 3rd, Tex in 4th. So as Kalen wins that, get a bit of breathing space there.
Absolutely.
Be a massive result. I'm going to quickly go through Group F. Mark 11, 6 points. Neat, 6 points. Elias, 3 points. Sharif, 3 points. Rashid, 0. And Heya, 0. Lex, 6 points. Lebrady, 6 points as well. He's flown through that lower bracket, or the last chance qualifier into the play-ins. He's doing really, really well. Kamal, 3 points. Rafa Montero, 3 points. Web Nasri and the Wanos on 0 points. Diogo Mendes on 4 points. Damascus, 3 points. Yuval, 4 points. Guga Faraz, 2 points. Derped 1 point, and Daniel on 0 points. He had a strong last chance qualifier. He's struggling now. Group I, every single player is on 3 points, and it's in order of goal difference. Virgil, Levy Finn, RVP Legend, Harvey Waters, Nick Sneb, and then Charanja in 6th place. And last but not least, Group J, Adam Hatake, Gibados, Okan, Yaskau, Happy, and Naylor. In order of points there, 6 points for Adam Hatake and Gibados, 3 for Okan and Yaskau, and 0 for Happy and Naylor. You can hear the admin saying start the game. Sorry for that as well. We have to go through everything to keep people updated with all the questions. You can see the featured games there, Rich, on your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well done there, Ryan, as well. Getting through everything. Michael Evans and Neat played 3 times when I've looked back in the history books. Michael Evans, 3-0 against the Spaniard. Beat him twice in the playoffs at the global qualifier last year for the FC Pro Open. And in 2023, fighting for the FEWC Championship in the playoffs in London. Michael Evans beat him 6-3. Last game here, Adam Hatake taking on Guy Barros. Both players going head to head. Tex is behind that monitor. You can just see the outline of the RB Leipzig top, and he's taking on Kalen. They played once, these two. When I went back and had a quick look through the competitive matches, it was all the way back in 2020. And Tex won. I believe it was the Paris Foot Champions Cup. Stage 4, the one that Zizinho went on to win. Beating, I believe, Mr. Sari in the final. Kalen with a wide shot there.
It's lovely bit of dribbling in the box. Wasn't Scally at right back? Which is an interesting one. First time we've seen him being selected, the showdown item. Due as well. Starting with Soul midfield. Yeah, that is
Yaya Toure.
Is this yeah. It's quite strange based on what we've seen.
Did he forget to submit his team? Has he been given the default team?
Oh, what? That's a fantastic goal from Kalen.
Great goal from
Brilliant
Kalen.
goal. Yeah, the team is very interesting. I'm going to have to look up Scally at right back. I'm almost certain he's not lengthy as well. I know a lot of people have been selecting their fullbacks based on that to stop or try and stop Salma powering down the wing on one side or Henri, Lukabaki on the other side. And here is Scally for Tex going forward.
Hazard twisted and turning in the box.
Yet to see any of Kalen's gameplay this year. And we've seen his opening 10 minutes. Transition-wise, I know he just gave it away there. He looks very, very strong, turning defence to attack.
Yeah, Toure's a wild one to me. Doué, lovely finish down the near post, now down the byline. Sorry, from Tex. I'm not seeing Jude Bellingham. I'm not seeing McTominay. Any of those regular bases that you're used to seeing in these teams. Frenkie de Jong, Kevin De Bruyne, Florian Wirtz, you name it. Yaya Toure, Claudia Pina as well. No Kika Nazareth. No Vicky Lopez.
No Salma.
No Salma Parejo. Rivaldo with 5 playstyle pluses. Oh no, 4 playstyle pluses, sorry.
So I'm a bit a bit confused. I'm just trying to look around here and the whole team.
I don't even know if I've... Where is that Rivaldo item from?
Sorry, quickly to interrupt you there. That's not even the 96 Yaya Toure. That's 93. Not. It's 93 Yaya Toure.
And the Pina is a Pina with 3 playstyle pluses. Doué on the finesse finds the far corner. If there's anyone going to be scoring goals, it's going to be Desiree Doué.
I've been told. Tex has been playing with this team in practice. He doesn't like lengthy players other than his centre-backs and Yaya. And I was correct that both fullbacks are controlled. Right now it's working.
Sorry, the Pina shout, by the way, that's not the team of the season Pina. It's the Champions League winning item Pina. There's a team of the season Pina with 4 playstyle pluses that we have seen used. Luca Bacchio through on goal. Goes for the chip. That's a mistake.
Rushed it. But Coach Johnny has told me Tex likes controlled players for dribbling. So he's selected players for his personal play style. And again, hopefully for his sake, it does work out. He's currently sat, see, with 1 win, 1 loss. Lost to Akachi in the first game.
Eden Hazard into Yaya Toure on the edge of the box. Even just 4-star skill moves on a midfielder looks strange with how many great players there are. That's a really good goal, though. Linking up in the final third. Pina with the link up into Rivaldo, who did play that little extra pass around the corner. Tiki-taka plus activating and allowing Pina to slot it in.
Shows how brutal making a mistake can be, though, for Kalen. Should have made it 2-2. Now he's 3-1 down.
Tone into Luca Bacchio. If you're Kalen in this game, surely you look at that team and go, there's no reason why I shouldn't be hitting the wing here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the biggest exploit would be to try and take advantage of having lengthy players out wide. But then with the way Tex is attacking and see with the dribbling benefits there, it's punishing Kalen drastically. Could have and probably should have been 4-1.
He's playing very well offensively, you've got to say. But will those defensive frailties potentially, with the players selected,
What a save.
hurt him? Got away with that one through Iker Casillas. Dewey out wide.
It's got him.
Into Pina. Oh, it doesn't matter who he's using. He's playing well right now, Tex, and that's all that matters. He's forward up against Kalen.
So Kalen panicked with his player switching. Once he got into that area, Tex is just making sure he makes the right decision.
We do have other matches underway at the moment. If we can jump on over and see what's happening across the board. I know Mark 11 is in action and people are interested in that game. Up against Neat.
Big win there for Tex. He can go forward, try and get a 5th goal now.
Really nice build-up in around the box. Pina, extra pass. Rivaldo! Kalen can't get near him. Well, with the big scoreline here, if we can, let's head on over to another match. We can see what else is happening. Here is Michael Evan and Neat, and they are locking horns. 4-3. The Spaniard in Neat leads at the moment. Very tight game, though.
Yeah, 7 goals in the opening 37 minutes.
Onside. He is. Luca Bacchio. Extra pass. It's
Oh, dear.
Messi. I'm not talking line-up.
What is going on? Ah.
Lovely. Lovely goal.
That roulette is brilliant. Should have probably scored beforehand anyway, but the extra bit of skill. I know Mark's looking back at this scenario here. I think he's trying to shield and hold off Nazareth there, but then Araujo didn't do enough.
You know what Neat can do, don't you, though, going forward? I mean, we've said it for probably the last 6 years.
Both
One
of these
of
players.
the best offensive players in the game.
Way back into it. The double tap pass back across the face of goal and a nice volley into the top corner.
Bacchio into a dangerous area, down the byline, just runs out of play. Tell you what, some great games we've seen so far, though, aren't we?
This is one of them. Can we get a last attack? I was going to say for Mark there, but it's going to fall the way of Neat. It could have triggered a run at the bottom of your screen. He doesn't go for it. Tries to go inside.
Mark's going to get the attack, but it just runs out for him. Let's go to that third game that we were looking at. I believe it half-time there. I think we're half-time across the board, Ryan. So thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I think very good attacking, if you're talking about the other games as well, from Tex versus Kalen. You see 6-1. Tex is in a very, very healthy position here. So Kalen is in a world of trouble. Just looking at the group as well, Kalen before this game scored 7, conceded 4. So we did concede the lowest amount of goals in the group. But with the way this has gone, it now puts him in a position where goal difference isn't on his side, nor are the points in terms of trying to get in those first or second places in Group A.
Guy Barros there getting some intel from Coach Daniel. Adam Hatake sat opposite. We'll have a quick look around the rest of the games here, Ryan, because I can see a few people standing up. We might have a few full times coming in. That I can see so far. And what about this for a game at the moment, Ryan? Full 4. Extra pass. Salva Parejo just squeeze out.
Yeah, goals galore between the two highest scorers actually in Group J. Both players on 6 points before this game started. So a win here is massive if we want to get top of the group. Look at the run from Jude Bellingham. Great interception though.
On the line. Once that Neat and Mark 11 game is back underway, we will head to there. There's a lot of people at home very interested in that game, as they are. This one, good save from Casillas. Probably should have been a goal.
He's very good going forward.
Headed down. Salma just nudged out from Mark Pubil. Luca Bacchio, how's the first touch? Ooh, not
shocking.
Great. Oh, what has just happened? What just happened there? Who got that touch off?
That's a hard watch. It's a hard watch.
Did it come off around?
Under the centre, but yeah, I believe it was around. Yeah. Oof. That's a horrible goal to concede if you're Gibados. But on the other side of things, you've got to take the luck when it comes your way if you're Adam there, because wow.
It's going to stay in. So I said this to Brandon yesterday. I've realised something recently. Do you know the linesman at the top of the pitch?
Yeah.
If the linesman continues running, the ball's going to stay in.
Really?
If the linesman stops, the ball
that's when you know it's
out of play.
Ah.
So I saw the linesman running, so I knew
you're going
to get a touch. The ball trajectory will bounce, so you get a touch.
I'll have to keep a note on that one. Oh my God.
Oh, that's
got to be. Yeah, from behind. Got to be.
Straight down the middle. Rash challenge at the back. And Johan Cruyff.
Yeah, it's lucky it wasn't on the outside of the box there. It would have been a red card. Nice. Ooh, that's a penalty. Yeah, I was going to say, got to be. It's a pen as well. It's the mind games now. Does he go middle?
No,
doesn't.
Top right. I mean, look, it's 2 slide tackles in the box.
I think he knew he made a mistake. Well, not even let's say made a mistake, but just he knew that there was a clear opportunity for it to result in a free shot at goal for Adam, and then Gibados just slid in that time.
Dalma, extra pass to Keegan Nazareth. Gibaros right from the kickoff. Recycling through Jude Bellingham. There's the finesse. There's the goal. It makes it look easy, doesn't it, when you recycle it like that?
Ooh, that's a big mistake there to give possession away so easily.
Six, all level. Who is going to find that 7th goal? Will it be Gibaros? Will it be Adam Hataka? He loses the ball with quite a few blue shirts up here, and Gibaros, just look, he's flooding forward. Plays the pass. Can he get past Maldini? Not quite. He's in. Vicky Lopez into Luca Bacchio. Offside. Let's just very quickly head on over to that Mark 11 and Neat game. I think it was ahead of this one. It might be in the final moments. Unless they are in a pause.
It's beautiful. Oh, it's lovely play. Lovely play.
Adam Hataka 6, Gibaros 7. Let's head back to Mark 11 and Neat. I think the ball has just ended up in the back of the net. Neat leading 7-5.
About 20 minutes left in this game now, so there's still time for Mark to try and get a comeback.
To the byline. Comes across, no penalty.
It's a big game here because Neat wins this, he'll have got 9 points from a possible 9.
Neat's one of those, Ryan. A great qualifier. A really good qualifier. Always seems to be in the conversation.
And he's one of the players that I would say in years gone by had like the highest potential to be at the top.
A world champion.
He was so good, and still is obviously very, very good, and potentially could have made it 8-5 there. I know Gravison speaks very, very highly of Neat, and we've seen him throughout the season. He didn't have a great La Liga FC Pro season this year.
You see Mark potentially doing something here, though, Brian.
He'll get a clear opportunity to at least get one goal within the last 13 minutes. However, whether or not Neat scores another one before that point is the key question. But it looks as if Neat's trying to slow the game down, which is very, very smart, a smart thing to do. Ooh, that's a big, big mistake. He's got it back there.
We're in a pause, so let's head to another match. Let's very quickly, just check in with Tex. 10-3. This result is
Finito.
dominant.
Done.
Yeah. So with this, let's go to... Oh. That's 10-4, but it's just a consolation. Let's go to Guy Barros and Adam Hatake. So I know that game was very close. Which it is. Free kick for Adam. What is it? It's a tough free kick to take in that scenario there. You have to go short, but then it just doesn't really leave you many options, does it?
Yeah. To try and recycle and go for an attack in a different way. But it's going to be Guy Barros on the attack now.
Kika Nazareth to kill the game. He's dragged it wide.
Wow.
Not long to go.
Yep, he'll know he doesn't have to score another goal. Just keep the ball. And he will be in a very, very strong position. I know what you're going to say. It's not his
forte, though. Yeah, it's not his best attribute. And the team presses in. Come back to the goalkeeper.
Really, really well.
We're going to have 2 minutes, though.
No. Oh, he's got it back, fortunately, for his sake.
Again, going back to the goalkeeper, just a fraction too early for me. You do invite pressure. If you can play out of it, the space is there.
It's really smart. Really, really smart. Goes back to the goalkeeper. Yep.
And that will do him. Guy Barros. 8-7 against Adam Hatake.
Massive, massive victory for Guy Barros there. 9 points from a possible 9. He's close. He's a step away. A couple results away, I would say, from maybe even one result, a result going in his favour.
And his aspirations will be very simple. Top of the table, 1 win away from the World Championships. He was a semi-finalist last year.
And his game is up against Naylor in the next round, round 4. Who Naylor obviously hasn't had the best start. It's obviously rock bottom of Group J, so he should, you should expect to win that game if you're Guy Barros, and that for me would put him locked in as a minimum top 2.
Every time we've seen this game in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, Ryan, it's just been neat, just passing the ball around.
Yeah, Mark chasing shadows. It's frustrating, especially when you know that every pass, every time Neat twists and turns, every time the ball goes out for a throw or a goal kick, it's just seconds and minutes being taken off, and you know it's more or less done.
And every time the ball goes out, Ryan, and Salah Parejo wraps up the game, it's that internal game sort of reset as well with the possession. So every time that ball goes out to play, you're more than happy to see it.
100%. And Neat will be top of Group F. 9 points from a possible 9. Sitting very, very pretty there. For Neat, he'll be very happy with that. And his next game against Haya, again, who is bottom of the group, you win that, you're on 12. Top 2's guaranteed at the worst.
Talk to me about Mark 11 now after this game.
It's a tough loss to take. Obviously, Mark 11, we know how good he is and can be. Dominant domestically. He's a runner-up at the World Championship. His next game, though, against Elias that's tough. That one is second versus third, so we'll be hoping to get a result that time.
And that will do us for round 3 here. I believe Brandon Smith will be joining us very shortly. To give Ryan Pessoa a little break.
So actually had a quick refresh just to see what the scores were in this group, just to have a quick pick. I'm not going to say too much because obviously we do give an update after the break. So I'll leave that to you and Brandon, but there is a bit of a shake-up in this group with the results.
And there you have it. Full-time result. Neat with the victory. See what it means to him. Big, big relief there. You're seeing the back of the shot there, Fuma waiting. He might be taking his seat on the main stage very shortly, but as for right now, that will do us. These are the best moments from round 3.
Yeah, that's one of Texas' 10 goals there. It was a big 10-5 victory over Kalen. Started as he meant to go on, and this game was end-to-end for the vast majority, and it was Gibalos who defeated Adam Hatake. Massive victory for Gibalos to keep his aspirations of finishing top in the group standings. They're neat as well. See the relief from both Neat and his coach there. That goal against Mark 11 sealed, in my opinion, an almost already sealed game.
Well, there you have it. Full-time results from our feature table here at the last chance qualifier, part of the play-ins. It has been 4 days of action, and we are starting to take shape here with only 60 players remaining. 10 spots at the FC Pro World Championships. When we get back after this break, we'll be bringing you round 4 of action. Only 6 points left to play for. Every point is premium at this point. See if you can make it up the table and solidify yourself guaranteed in the top 4, but all of our top players aiming for the top spots, which guarantees only 1 game away from the FC Pro World Championship. Who's the golden ticket going to be going to? We'll find out very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll catch you after this break. Welcome back to the FC Pro 26 play-ins. We made a tactical substitution in the commentary booth. Brandon Smith is in, right? So we're taking a short break during round 4 of action. Brandon, I know you've been keeping an eye on proceedings this morning/afternoon. Couple of surprises coming in.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think we've seen some players underperform. There's been the likes of, I think we've got a certain Turkish individual who was superb in the Champions League. He's 3-0 right now. We're going to give you a quick update as best as we can of what's been going on. Just to give you the lowdown, there are 5 rounds of group play in these play-ins. Remember, there's only going to be 10 of these 60 players that will make it to the World Championships. Only 40 of them, though, will make it through the group stages. I mean, do we go results first, Rich, or do you want some league standings?
Let's do the results first and then how that's impacted the standings of the group. So we're going to kick off very quickly with Group A. Tex won his game 10-5 against Kalen. We saw that on the main stage. Fuma lost 8-12 against Katya, and Danik lost 8-10 against Uli. As for Group B, Stingray with a victory 6-5 against Thama Era. Montaxa and Honor 4-4. Kesafoglu, the man you mentioned, 12-7 win against Beryl. Group C, Johnny 3, Adida 4, Mark Marley beating Kaketo 8-6, and JP Slater, unfortunate, with another heavy defeat, 10-2 against Vanny Gasp. In Group D, Guerek 10, Bryce 7, Abu Fouazi 7, Nathan SR 4, and Gabdri 9, Adija 4. As in Group E, we move on. Ilian Bushi with a 10-8 victory over Young, Oberon with a 9-3 victory over Eze Correa, and Georgie Wynn with a 7-6 win over BXC 1921. And Neat in Group F picked up another victory. That's 9 points from 9 for him. He beat Mark 11-8-5. Ex-Sharif, 10-3 win over Elias, and Heya, 11-2 win over Rashid. Group G, not long to go. 7-0 win for Lex, 11-3 win for Jonos against Kamal, and Librady 6, Rafa Montera 5. Group H, Guga Ferez with an 8-4 win over Derpede. Diogo Mendes with a 4-3 victory over Yuval, and Damasus and Luke Daniel share the points 4-4. Group I, Virgil with a 5-4 win over RVP Legend, Levy Fing with a 6-4 victory over Harvey Waters, and Nixney with an 8-3 win over Sharon Jott. And finally, in Group J, Happy 10-3 win over Naylor, Okan 11-4 victory over Yaskow, and Guy Barros, as we saw on stream, 8-7 win over Adam Hetake. A lot of information there to take in. Brandon, how does that impact the tables?
I was going to say, fair play. You've just done well there. You've just taken us through 30 games. There are 30 games per round. Everyone in the chat's been saying, show me this game, show me that game. We can only show you so many matches. As you can see, Tex vs Fuma is coming up very shortly. And speaking of those two players, the group standings look as this. This is Group A first and foremost. Katcha, 3 wins from 3. He's top of that group. Tex in second, Fuma in third, Kalen in fourth. Remember, it's the top 4 players from each group that will go through to the knockouts. As you mentioned, the Turkish star, who's the highest goal scorer so far, Kesafoglu, is 3 wins from 3. Stingray in second, Honor in third, and Montaxa in fourth in Group B. Top of Group C as it stands is Van Gas from Colombia. Johnny's in second, Adida FIFA in third, and Mark Marley in fourth. Keep in mind, there's never been a player that's come through the last chance qualifier that's gone through to the World Championships. We didn't see that last year. And, of course, Johnny taking on Mark Marley. Both S8UL Esports players are in action this round. They'll be very happy to hear that, because there's a lot of those fans from India in the chat wanting to see those players. We'll continue on the league standings. So we're only in Group D, by the way, right now. Abu Farzi's top of his group. Obrun is top of his group over in Group E. Ilian Bushi in second in that one as well. Neat is cruising over in Group F. He is 3 wins from 3. Charif is in second in that group as well. Group G, Lex is top. Good to see him playing. Lee Brady, 3 wins from 3. He came through the last chance qualifier across the last few days. Diogo Mendes, top of Group H, with Guga Faraz, the draw king, who's already drawn 2 of his 3 games, by the way, in that Group H. And the final 2 groups, Nick Seb is top. Joint on points with Levy, Finn and Virgil. They're 2 wins and a loss each. And last but not least, Gibaros, 3 wins from 3, and Adam Hatake in second in that group. There is still so much to unfold here. We've still got, 2 more rounds of round robins to conclude, Rich. There's a lot of FC still to be played.
There certainly is. You can see the matches that will be taking place on our featured table here. Young taking on Oberon. We have got Mark Marley from Fnatic taking on Johnny from S8. And Tex once again in action, taking on E-League and 4-time champion Fuma.
It's not a bad table we got. It's not a bad table we've got in front of us here that we can see at this moment in time. I mean, the level of players there. Oberon against Young, Mark Marley against Johnny. I mean, an E-Champions League winner. Then we've got the main man, Tex, on the left-hand side against Fuma. An E-Premier League champion taking on a multiple-time French E-League 1 champion. Tex is standing up at the moment. He's waiting maybe for a game code or something to get started. But just go back on that stat, Rich. No last chance qualifier player last year had the opportunity to go through to the World Championships. That's because there was only 4 spots last year. There's 10 this time round. We said it yesterday on commentary. You think that someone from that last chance qualifier will go through. And from what we're seeing at the moment in terms of the form of the like of an Oberon, I mean, it definitely looks like that could be the case.
Yeah, I just think the level of coming through the last chance qualifier of some of the players here is so strong. And I also don't recall the last chance qualifying especially last year and now this year, having as much quality. He didn't have as much quality as he has had this year. You look at the rankings, Barros is 10th in the world. He had to go for the last chance qualifier. Oberon, a former FC Pro Open grand finalist, a top 4 out of World Championships before, he had to go through the last chance qualifier. The level, Fuma, incredible player in his own right, had to go through the last chance qualifier. So I do really think that the level of the last chance qualifier this year has stepped up drastically.
Absolutely. I think, looking back as well in the history, whenever the play-ins have been a thing since FC24, there was 8 players that year that got an auto-invite ticket through to Berlin at the World Championships. Last year, there was only 4 spots. This year is the most spots there's ever been. As we were saying before we went live, 36 players this time round are playing in an FC Pro World Championship. That is unheard of, but it kind of explains why we are live for 5 days when we get to Paris. We run from the 22nd to the 26th of July in Paris at the Esports World Cup. $1 million on the line. The former world champions already in there, Manny Bashore, Anders Vergang, just to name a few. As the headsets go on here in Paris, we're ready, near enough, to jump into round 4 of our round robin format. Remember, 20 players are eliminated. You just need to get in the top 4. And if you top the table, Rich, you're potentially 1 win, 1 game away from qualifying for the World Championships.
Absolutely. I want to give a special shout out to Abu Fouazi. 3 wins from 3 for the man from Saudi Arabia. He came through the last chance qualifier. He's got 20 goals so far. He has been very, very good in his matches. And look, 9 points already solidified. I think he's going to be cruising through into that bracket play.
Well, here we go then. People have been asking for him. Here he is now in round 4. Tex against Fuma. And Tex is already under the weight. With an hour, not even a minute 30 played on the clock. It's electric start from Tex against Fuma. Of course, Tex getting his place through here into the play-ins. Fuma had to fight fears yesterday into the late afternoon session in Paris.
Yeah, we just saw Tex on the stream against Kalen. We saw parts of it. The reason we didn't see the entire game is because he was 10-3 up. I don't think he's going to have it all his own way this time around, because Fuma has been playing some exquisite FC over the last 3 days.
You blink and Fuma goes and scores straight down the other end. There was a lot of love for the Saudi representatives that are competing in the play-ins here.
There is Eden Hazard, one of those more eccentric picks from Tex.
What has been your game of the play-in so far, Rich, across the first 3 rounds that you've seen?
Great question. I really enjoyed the game we just saw there with Adam Hatake and Guy Barros, 8-7 in the end. I also really enjoyed watching Neat strut his stuff on the main stage against Mark 11. That was a really, really high-quality game of FC to watch. And these are only technically, Brandon, the groups. Just wait until we get into those single elimination win or go home matches.
Some people might.
Go ahead.
Because some people might not know as well, Rich, on top of that, you've got already 4 former world champions in the FC Pro World Championships waiting to get going. It's a lovely cutback inside. It should be a second for Fuma, which it is. He does well just to delay that and find the ongoing runner of Granit Xhaka, of all players. But yeah, I mean, people forget MS Dasari is waiting in the wings to come and compete in Paris whilst managing all of the duties of Team Falcons to try and win the Esports World Cup Club Championship for a 3rd time in a row. You've got former Esports World Cup champion Jafonza there, Umit, Mane Bashore, Anders Vergang, the pool of talent at the World Championship. So it should be, is already stat. We hope that we can add 10 more superior names into this roster. As that finesse comes in, Tex ties us up before the 13th minute.
And just to further sort of go on how strong these play-ins are, who did Manu Bachore beat last year? Greece, he is in the play-ins. Who did Anders Vergang beat the year before when he won the championship? Yuval, he's in the play-ins. Guy Barros, a semi-finalist, in the play-ins. It's truly, it's such a stacked collection of talent and collection of players that only 10 can go through. Yeah, Torre not going to win that header with the aerial prowess of Matt Pubel. That's way too adventurous over the top. We do have other games underway. Let's see how those matches are starting to take shape.
Someone in the chat, Rich, has been asking about Texas' team. Is he rage baiting with his team? There's a few interesting selections in there, isn't there? Eden Hazard being one of them. Yeah,
we got it in the last game, actually. It was explained to us. He doesn't really like lengthy players, so he prefers players who are controlled. And he's just basically picked players that he feels most comfortable with. Rivaldo, Eden Hazard, that particular version of Claudia Pina, Scalia, right back, to name a few.
I'm sure if all goes well for Tex as well, he will be making some kind of YouTube vlog or video from qualifying for the FC Pro World Championships and all that follows there. Back to this one, she said, though. First time we're seeing former Champions League winner and virtual Bundesliga champion Johnny up against Mark Marley. One of the players who, of course, found his way through the last chance qualifying. Remember, this is the 4th day we've been live here in Paris. Brilliant chance to try and break through. Now, Mark Marley with that Bukayo Saka item, who he's just been deadly with across the last few days.
A lovely goal, it really is. The patience, the player locks, continuing to set traps for Johnny, and then finally that player lock coming through, opens up the space with Saka, and a really, really good finish into the far post.
And we've got Mark Marley, Johnny here. Of course, there was Oberon against Young we saw on the sort of area of the STC contenders stage of players. If we can jump around to another game, we will do that for you. What else have we got for you here then? Young against Oberon. I mean, Oberon was putting away quite a few goals yesterday, Rich, when we saw him in a couple of his games. He's not messing around here at all.
Oh, absolutely not.
The reintroduction of coaches as well, Rich. As you said, last chance qualifier, coaches weren't allowed, and now for the play-ins they have been restored back in as we used to see them. Here's a chance now for Oberon.
Such a good goal.
And speaking of goals, there is another one for the Italians collection. It doesn't feel right having a world championship without that man's name being in there. If he can continue this form, there is a chance he will be there amongst the best 36.
Yeah, that is such a good goal. I mean, just everything about it, the speed in which he was passing, and the quick tempo change to slow down, a little bit of technical dribbling, and open up that space for him.
You have to say, Rich, this is the round that for some players it's probably tournament done and dusted.
And if you're top of the table and you're getting 4 wins out of 4, you're probably going through first.
We'll speak more about it as we get to the closing stages of the round-robin format. But basically, if you top the table, you'll be 1 game, 1 win away from the FC Pro World Championships. If you, of course, come second, that would be 2 games away. And if you finish 3rd and 4th, it is a slightly longer road to try and get yourself to the biggest tournament of the calendar year.
A fall to Young. Pass just a little bit too easy to read, though. Young, who we saw at the E-Premier League alongside Paulo Neto at Sunderland. A little bit disappointed with his own personal performance during that tournament. He'll want to make amends for that here.
Nicely done. Into corner. And it's got a rich history, Young, with the Esports World Cup as well. You can only cast your mind back to when we saw the first ever Esports World Cup alongside the FC Pro. He was on the stage doing the Cristiano Ronaldo Sue celebration against Anders Vergang. And then Anders did not forget about that when they matched the year after in an E-Champions League. Speaking of Oberon, here he comes now. Looks to delay that ever so slightly as Bellingham tries to bring a few more players in. However, that also gives Young the chance to restock the back line. The idea was to try and flick it down to Kika Nazareth, but Bellingham unable to get the touch.
He did lose in the final, didn't he, if I'm not mistaken, Young?
Yeah, he won some serious prize money, didn't he?
Yeah. 150k? Interesting corner. Works for him, though. Goes all the way out. Nearly the halfway line. Passing to Pina. Finesse top corner. But Kika Nazareth, not Pina.
People in the chat asking for RVP Legend updates. We haven't been able to show his games on the stream, but he is currently 4th in his group standings. He's in Group I at the moment. He's 1 win and 2 defeats. He's also up against some very, very strong players. His next game in this round 4 is actually against Harvey Waters, who's just below him in the group standings. So a win there should solidify him near enough into the top 4 and with a chance to still play for the World Championships as Oberon fires that into the left top corner. Jude Bellingham once again on the score sheet.
How many goals is he going to score over the course of this play-ins campaign? I mean, when he's going to get another upgrade as well to 98 rated because England's performance in the quarter-finals, meaning that Jude is going to be even better. And even if that's where it stops, by the time the FC Pro World Championships roll around, I think he'll still be definitely involved in those teams.
Do you think if England or whoever was to win the World Cup, will they get a full team of
Not sure.
ex-promos?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
let's have a look what we're going to see here then from this effort. Ooh. Oberon, last chance of the half maybe, goes for a cutback and runs into Hegem there. But we'll stay with this one until half-time, then we'll do a little bit of a quick roundup for you. We will go back to Tex's game. I know a few of you are asking for it in the chat. I know he's doing his own watch-along as well, which hopefully will give you the lowdown on his game there. Luca Bacchio cuts it back. That's the finesse that probably should be going in.
yeah, I just aimed it wide. It's a lovely little move, though. It was a lateral heel-to-heel that he's pulled out there.
Well, Tex against Fuma has just hit half-time. I mean, the timing of that couldn't have been any worse for us, unfortunately. But Tex, as you can see, is leading 4-3. We have not been shy of goals in this one. 7 goals between the two of them as we are in the pause now. We might as well leave it and go elsewhere just for the second. But we are hearing that everyone's at half-time, Rich. That would be the case.
Yep. So, not much we can do here other than look into the face cams there. Fuma. Head over. Heading hands.
I mean, the selection of coaches you got there, by the way. Zach Moore on the left. Yesser on the right, who, of course, was legendary coach alongside Redlat this year in the EMLS, where he became champion over there. Mark Marley and Jalen Groden in past years in the E-Premier League.
You got Venny. I'm not sure if he's sat directly behind Oberon, but they've been working together for a prolonged period of time now.
We had a bit of an awkward one, Venny. I was just messaging him the other day. He was doing obviously a watch-along stream of the Last Chance qualifiers. You know, he wasn't allowed to go out there, so I'm not sure if he's travelled out for the...
He has. We saw him earlier. Saw him in the back of the shot. I think he's with Katya and Oberon.
Speaking of Katya, he is steamrolling in Group A as it stands, and as he currently looks, he is in a game against Dank. With Danny K, I remember we saw him at the Champions League from Kazakhstan. There's the extra pass. Unfortunately, there's not the finish.
Deep corner. It's a big win this for Mark Marley. If you can see it out, by the way, Brandon, when you talk through that table. I think this group in particular really, really close.
Well, I think for Mark Marley, this would be a really important win, more so because it's against Johnny, who's already on 6 points and above him on goal difference as it stands. That will swap the two players around, and depending on the results elsewhere from Adidas FIFA or Vane Gasp, potentially there's a world that Mark Marley could maybe go top of the table with a result here. If the goal difference is also sweet, that could really carry him through into round 5. Well, shall we go back to Tex's game? Everyone wants to see it. Tex against Fuma. Tex was leading 4-3 at half-time. This is the situation now. Tex has scored again. 5-3 leads.
Tex kickstart in the second half with a goal to just give a little bit of separation between these two.
Cannot forget probably the biggest game of the season that we saw, Anders Vergang v Tex, not for once, twice, but for a third time this season. But no doubt the third time was the best time we saw it between them in an E-Champions League, which broke the internet. Tex is to somehow get his way through this group and into a World Championships. Who knows, we might even get to see two of the best going head-to-head again in Paris in just 10 days' time. That's when we are back for the Esports World Cup, 10 days from now. Here's Desiree Doué on the overlap. Tex looking for goal number 6 here against Fuma. Pina. And eventually Fuma gets himself back under possession.
Yeah, you just heard Tex when he lost the possession there. I think he just was like, oh man, because he knew that he lost it in a pretty dangerous area high up the pitch. Midfield was out of position. It was a straight race. Can you outpace the centre-backs? And Jude Bellingham had the run on Maxence Lacroix all day long.
That is how cruel FC can be. I mean, he was... in such a good position that potentially could have been 6-3 up. Speaking of which, he could be 6-4 up now if he can get this right again. Peanut able to get around Maldini, who comes clutch of his playstyle plus. But you just see alert above his head there on that interception. It's Bukayo Saka for Fuma. I'm stuck in two minds there with the short time because Casillas didn't really give the nicest angle.
And the defender was just charging down that angle to mark him as well. That's probably going to be a goal if he gets a nice touch, though, into a selection of bodies, and a pause comes in, gives an opportunity to go elsewhere. Let's see what else is happening in our featured games. Oberon leading 4-3. Could be 5. Perfect timing. He's gone for a power shot.
Still just about in front is Oberon here, 4-3. These are the three main matches we're showing you, and everyone's got their individual preference of who they want to watch. Again, we have had a random selection of games, but nevertheless, we've tried to give you the biggest names on paper. Oberon now looking for goal number 5. Salmo with the finesse. And Casillas with 2 hands on it. Young just taking a moment just to... What looks to be just to dry his hands for a second to get a better grip on the controller. He is feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, I'm sure all the players in that STC Contenders Hall, Brandon, unless you're probably, Katya right now, who's he's flying high at the top of the table. Unless you are on 9 points out of 9, you'll start to be feeling this element of nerves starting to creep in. So a number of our tables, I know you looked at it before we started this round, a couple of bad results. If you get 0 points from these last 2 rounds, there's a world in which you might fall out.
I'm just looking around the table now, Rich, in terms of someone who you'd say is a shock performance that's maybe finds himself 5th or 6th as Oberon will win himself a corner there. I'm surprised he didn't get himself a 5th goal. I mean, you got Yaskal who finds himself in 5th at the moment in his group, but aside of that, I mean, as it stands, I mean, Nathan SR's had probably not the best start at all. You'd probably say Nathan SR's probably been one of the bigger shocks of the tournament today. 0-3. We know we saw him out in a Liga FC Pro this season where he was very much close to having some good late runs in there alongside fellow Brazilian PhD who did do enough to get himself that E-Champions League spot and then went on to play in the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores where he got the World Championship ticket alongside Paulo Neto. I mean, shock-wise, anyone else really in your mind, Rich? Because looking across the board, with 4 players going through the limit, the opportunity to have a bad tournament, I mean, it can be a little less unforgiving.
Yeah, maybe RVP Legend, he's on 3 points. I think I probably had him performing better than he is. But he's in a really tough group, in Group I. Great finish, in off the crossbar, cannons in, once again Oberon solidifying that 2-goal cushion.
And a win for Oberon here, by the way, will put him on 10 points. He has been near enough perfect, and so is Katya, his fellow Italian teammate. Of course, both representing Exceed still. And this isn't done yet. Young, his shot blocked. Well, let's jump back if we can. Tex Fuma, what is the latest over there? And what minute is that game in between the two of them? Is Tex still leading in it? I'm seeing 7, and I think I could be seeing 4. I believe Tex has just scored again with 50 minutes left on the clock. It needs to be updated, but Tex has got a 3-goal cushion, Rich. 50 minutes away from, again, probably saying knocking on the door for the knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's in Group A with Katya on 9 points so far. He's got 31 goals as Katya. Tex, Fuma, in and around the 2nd and 3rd place spots, sniffing around.
Well, I think Katya plays Danny K at the moment, who, I'll be honest, from what we've seen so far, he's 0-3. I expect Katya to go and win that game. He should be on 12 points and potentially top of the table and unreachable.
Katya's already beat Fuma and Tex.
And Tex will be on 9 points here. That'll be a 5-point gap, at least via Fuma, but Kylan plays you like who knows what's going to happen over in that game.
Yeah.
Remember, it's top 4 that go through to the knockouts. If you top the table, you will be 1 win away from the FC Pro World Championships, which, looking at a number of these tables right now, a lot of players could potentially get themselves into that situation before a ball is even kicked in round 5.
I know we're not doing a lot of results, but this one's quite a big one. In Group B, Honor 8, Stingray 7. That makes the table really, really tight. Kostopoglu has won 4 out of 4. He's on 12 points. Tournament. And then you've got Honor on 8, Stingray on 6, Tamer on 4, Moltaxa on 4. Ten
10 minutes in this one. Should we check back in with Mark Marley? Mark Marley against Johnny. If you are an SAUL Esports fan, you've been treated very much this round because your two players have been live on stream. Texie's got a 3-goal lead. He's 8 minutes away from seeing this one out. I'm confident to say he should be doing that. Potentially going to get himself an 8th goal in the game. Mark Marley against Johnny. Let's go back there if we can to give you an update there. A few of you in the chat asking for an update of the Scottish pro representing Fnatic. He came through the last chance qualifier. Can he qualify for a World Championship? It would require some big results today, but the first step of the puzzle is getting into the knockout stages. Last time we left him, he was leading against Johnny, so let's see how he's getting on.
Yeah, Johnny versus Mark Marley. We'll head there now.
Adidas FIFA fans will be happy to know as well. He has just won a game. Again, he is currently top of the table, and that is also because Van Gasp just lost his first game. I believe the two actually matched in that last round. 9-8, by the way, between those two over in Group C. Adidas FIFA top of the table as it stands. As soon as we have an update for you on Johnny Mark Marley, we'll go there. Salma, finesse. That goes in. Could be a different ending, but Tex does well against the finesse. 2 minutes left plus additional time. What that does for Tex in this group is at least piles the pressure on Catcher, but more so will keep him in a strong second place position.
Yeah, still waiting for that full-time result in Group C. Kaketo did beat JP Slater. We're just waiting for Johnny and Marley to wrap up as Maradona drives through. What a great finish there.
Added time of just 1 minute to round out a very strong performance from Tex. He'll win himself a penalty.
That's rash.
Depending how Kalen gets on here, Rich, Fuma could be in 4th place.
Yeah, goal difference might be important.
Well, that's a +4 goal difference for Tex, and another 3 points next to his name. Full-time result there, Tex. Looks like he's heading into the knockout stages. He might not be top of the table as it stands, but he's looking to at least solidify that 2nd place in his Group A.
Well, we're just waiting for full-time results from our 3 featured matches. I think we're nearly there. Yeah, this is a in-game replay, but you can see the full-time screen behind it. So this is wrapped up, I would imagine. Just waiting, actually. Yeah, 4-4.
4-4. There's not many draws you see often, but there's one for you there.
Looks like Young and Oberon are done as well. So we're wrapped up, Brandon.
The chance is really high. Should I check which bracket it would be now?
We'll just come away from this camera. I think there's obviously there's a lot of conversation happening there that players wondering about where they're going to be going through and what's going to be happening. But what we can tell you, only one game remains here in the group stages of the FC Pro 26 play-ins. 20 players will be eliminated, 40 will go into bracket play with only 10 tickets available for the FC Pro World Championships. And this is the best moments from Tex and Fuma.
It is indeed. This was the game that ended with a win for Tex. Johnny against Mark Marley. It was a battle between the two, but it ended with a 4-4 draw. Mark Marley wins that. He could have leapt ahead of Johnny, and his top 4 status could have looked ever so slightly different than it does now. And then Oberon against Young. It was the Italian that was steamrolling forward, as he has done since he arrived in Paris a few days ago. That is round robin Group 4 concluded, Rich, as the admins, as great as they've been, continue to set us up for our next round of action. And I mean, look, there is just one round left to be played before all eyes are on the knockout stages here ahead of the FC Pro World Championship spots.
Yeah, let's we see the table here as well from the group standings. I think that's just one round behind now. So take those points into consideration. I'm Catchy here picking up a win. Tex picked up a win, so he will go to 9, etc. Here is Group B, and this is up to date with Kasfoglu, 12 points from 12.
This is the group of the Turkish pros, Rich. I mean, two of them, Onur and Kasfoglu, have been absolutely superb. Stingray in third in that one. Montaxa just outside the top 4 as it stands. We'll keep going through the groups as best as we can. Of course, Adida cruising in that one. Van Gaast just lost 9-8 to Adida. Hence why there is a gap between the two of them on the table. Mark Marley drawing that game as well. Abu Fwazi, again, this is not fully updated. This is after round 3. We've just concluded round 4, so do keep that in mind. But Abu Fwazi loves the last chance qualifier. He might love the play-ins this time round. Oberon top and still will be top off the end of that result against Young. We'll see how the other results move to see who is in danger of missing out on the top 4.
Yeah, as we move into Group F, the top of the table. Sharif, Mark 11, Heya, all in with a shot, as are Rashid and Elias. Pretty tight outside of Neat in that table. Let's move on to Group G, and it's Lex. 4 wins out of 4 with Labrady and the One-O's chasing. That looks to be Lex's group, and he will be booking his place into the 3rd round of knockouts. This is a really tight group with that top 4.
No, absolutely. I mean, Diogo Mendes still leading the line, the man who loves a draw in Guga Faraz in that group as well. Yuval Jusevic, a former world champion finalist back in 2024, losing to the hand of Anders Vergang, still in with a chance of making it through to the knockouts there. Nick Steb, Levy Finn, Virgil, RVP Legend in that group. We know that RVP Legend played Harvey Waters in that last round. Again, more updates to come on the group stages and standings to see exactly how they do look. And I think there's just a couple of groups left.
Last but not least, yeah. This, for me, is the group of the LCQ, Brandon. Guy Barros and Ocon, both coming through the last chance qualifier, and both, as it stands right now, in the top 4. And there you have it. They are the group standings as they stand right now. When we get back after this break, we'll be wrapping up the group phase of play. One more round to pick up points. And also, my break, and that will be me done for the last chance qualifier and the play-ins.
We'll see you in 10 days, Rich, by the sounds of it. I mean, before you leave us, give us 1 or 2 or 3 names who are going to qualify for the FC Pro World Championship. Remember, there's only 10 spots available.
Okay, I'm going to go Guy Barros, Oberon, Adam Hatake.
He's giving us more. He's giving us more.
And I'll go Tex. I'll give you 4. Okay. I'll give you 4 out of 10. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure covering this over the weekend alongside yourself and Mr. Ryan Pessoa. Gravison as well on Thursday, helping us out massively. And I'll be back on the 22nd of July to kickstart the FC Pro World Championships.
Amazing, Rich. It's been absolute class. Of course, after this break, we will pick back up with Ryan Pessoa and myself to guide you through the last round of the round robin before all eyes are on the knockout stage. Only 40 players will progress through, and only 10 of those will qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. The action continues in Paris after this short break. Rich, we'll catch you in Paris in 10 days' time, and we'll be back very shortly after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, welcome back to Paris for the last chance qualifier. Myself, Brandon Smith and Ryan Purcell are taking you through our final round of the round robin stages here. There are 60 players currently in the play-ins. Only 10 of them can qualify for the FC Pro World Championships, which takes place in 10 days' time in Paris as part of the Esports World Cup. Ryan, we are one round away from eliminating 20 players. And I mean, look, a lot unfolded in that last round. A lot of games did.
Yeah, a lot of big results as well. Tex, to name a few there against Fuma, was a massive result in his favour. And obviously we'll go through the standings in due course before we get underway with round 5, and obviously the results from everyone in that previous round. But yeah, the tables or the group standings, they're starting to take shape, and you can see players that are eliminated, players that are in a very fortuitous position based on their results. Goal difference is a massive factor here, Brandon.
I'm not sure if we can just pop up a random group table, production. Can we just pop up one random group table? Doesn't matter if it's updated or not. Just pop it up for us for a bit of an explanation for those at home. Basically, just for a bit of context on this, if you finish number 1 in the group, again, this is updated. Gibaros is in a great position here. Goal difference very much on his side. He will be 1 game away from the World Championships. He'll go into the knockout bracket and he will be 1 win away. If you finish 2nd in the table, you'll be 2 wins away from the World Championship. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you'll be 3 wins away. You'll be playing against different players that have been 3rd and 4th in different group standings. If you can come top, Ryan, you're in touching distance of not just bagging some serious cash, but also bagging your ticket to the biggest tournament of the season. Yeah,
it's an unreal position for a few of those players in that group. Okan versus Adam Hatake is a last round fixture as well. So 2nd place is still up for grabs. Obviously 1st place is if results go in whoever's favour there based on goal difference. But you can see the group standings as well from Group I. Levy, Finn, Virgil, RVP Legend, Nixner there. They're all in the top 4 spots. But again, going into the final round, Brandon, it really could mix up quite a bit.
If we've got Group A available to us, I know we're going through all of these. Guga Faraz, by the way, from I think 3rd or 4th in the table, now to top of the table as it stands. Yeah. He loves a draw, that man. Again, we will give you some more updates here. But the only table that I can say is kind of near enough done is this one. Katja is 4 wins from 4. He's got a plus 12 goal difference over Tex. I mean, you can say, I think, well done to him on this group, Ryan. He's going through by the looks of it, and he's going to be 1 win away from a World Championship spot.
Yeah, he's not through yet, right? But the odds are stacked in his favour. He should be making it through. Even if he loses, he has to rely on Tex beating you like by quite some margin. And we'll go over to Group G. We'll go in reverse order again. So Lex, of course, similar to Akacha, 4 wins from a possible 4. It's Mixie at the bottom there. You can see Web Nasri. He's up against the Wanos. So Web Nasri, and also goal difference is really against him though, Brandon.
Going to say also, Ryan, as well, Lex plays Lebrady in this final game of the round as well. So they could swap places depending on how results go. I mean, look, Neat started well. Mark 11 is chasing him down, though. And then you've got Sharif, who's still trying to get that 2nd place in the group. But keep an eye, that 4th spot is still very much open. You get 1 good result here, Ryan. Suddenly you're in the knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see Elias versus Rashid. That's actually the last fixture in that group. So if one of those were to win and bank on Haya losing his game against Mark 11, it's very feasible for that to happen. It's very plausible. So they'll not only be watching their own performances, but keeping an eye on the other groups. Because again, it's a nervy position to be in as a player when you're relying on other results going in your favour. It's a horrible position to be in, but a lot of these players are in that position, and ultimately they just have to do what they can, try and win their game in front of them, and then keep a keen eye out, because you need to see if you need to score more goals as well, Brandon.
I don't know if we can see Group B at all as well. There was 2 Turkish players in that group alongside Stingray, Montaxa, Tamer Era, Bero, just to name a few of the players there. That's another group that's basically done and dusted already as well, in terms of we know who's going to top the group. Kosofoglu of Turkey, 4 wins from 4. He is cruising. He's got a 4-goal gap. That is probably the only player we actually can say mathematically, Ryan, is there. He is 1 win away. I mean, this is a player that I want to say was amazing at the Champions League. Whatever he's brought into Paris, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he's been incredible. As you said, the 2 Turkish representatives, that's 1st and 2nd. Kesefolu mathematically is already in. Ono's in a position where he needs to get a result actually against Kesefolu. That would put him in 2nd place, because you'd expect Stingray to probably win his game against Bero, who Bero obviously already eliminated. He's on 0 points. Stingray needs to win, and he needs for Ono to drop points there, or not get the maximum of 3 points to give himself any chance.
That's how some of the tables are currently looking at the moment. Up next, Web Nasri against the Wanos will be one of our featured matches here. Web Nasri, I know he's had a bit of a rough start. He was 0-3 right after the first 3 rounds. Suddenly, he's got a chance, and with I guess how kind the players can be. I said this with Richard on commentary. They're kind of unforgiving. You can have a really bad start, but because 4 of the 6 players go through to the knockouts, if you could just turn it on in the last 2 rounds and just squeeze through into 4th place, it's possible.
Exactly, and obviously Web Nasri, as it stands, is rock bottom. Goal difference -17. He's on 3 points. The good thing for him is that Kamal is up against Rafa Montero, so that's 4th versus 5th. They're all on the same points. Goal difference is the same for Kamal and Rafa Montero at -10. So for Web Nasri, he obviously needs to win his game and then hope that Kamal and Rafa Montero draw. That is the most realistic situation that Web Nasri can hope for him to advance.
How about that for a bit of a virtual Bundesliga game as well? Virgil against Levi Finn is a game you can see in front of your eyes. Their RVP legend Nick Sneb. People have been saying, where's RVP legend? When are we going to see him on stream? Well, there you go. He's here for round 5 of the Swiss rounds. Also, chat, let us know. YouTube and Twitch, we can see your comments coming through. Who do you want updates on? Which player are you looking to watch? Which player do you want updates on? We will do our best to let you know where they are in the group, who they're playing against. We can only show 3 or 4 games live at one point during the broadcast. There are 30 matches per round. There's a lot of games, Ryan, to try and keep our eyes on. 30 matches at a time.
Yeah, we'll do our best, and that matchup you would have seen on your screen as the players preparing. I'm a massive fan of both Nick Sneb and RVP Legend, with the way they attack, the way they score goals. It's a tricky position again. Group I is so close. These 2 players are also in Group I, as you mentioned, the virtual Bundesliga matchup with RB Leipzig gaming up against Borussia Dortmund. Levi Finn's top, 9 points. The goal difference is the same with both Levi Finn and Virgil. The only thing that separates them is the goals scored. Levi Finn has scored 30 goals, whereas Virgil has scored 24. So Virgil needs to win this game if he wants to finish first in this group. Levi Finn, if he avoids defeat, so if he gets a draw at the minimum, he will be first in the group. And if you look at it for RVP Legend and Nick Sneb, they're both on 6 points. Goal difference with +1 for RVP Legend, -1 for Nick Sneb. So it's a 2-goal swing. Yeah, this group is very, very close.
A lot of people asking for Happy. We can't show you his game, but we can let you know how he's getting on. He's currently 4th as it stands. 1 win and 3 defeats. I mean, he lost his first game to Yaskal 9-4. He lost his second game to Adam Hatake. Then he won his 3rd game 10-3 against Naylor. He's just lost 10-8 to Okan, I should say. And in round 5, he'll play Gibaros, who is top of that group as it stands. I'll be honest, with the form that Gibaros is in and the fact he's not lost a game yet, Happy needs to really bring out one hell of a performance if he wants to go through. Remember, it's the top 4 that will be going through. As soon as we know updates, we will give you them as we can. Right, we're on the way, Ryan, for this final round. This is a big round. 20 players will be eliminated in about 30 minutes' time. That'll be the end of their FC26 Pro season.
This is a nervy one for Levi Finn. He knows that all he has to do, like it's easy, just not lose this game. And he advances to round 3 of that knockout bracket, and that will put him 1 win away, Brandon, from making it to the World Championships again. Especially when you consider the season he's had, he will be delighted with that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a bit of a big gap as Virgil looks to come through and finesse. 4.5 minutes in. But as I was saying, it's been a bit of a long gap, hasn't it, since we saw Virgil in Hamburg in the virtual Bundesliga all the way back in sort of March, April time, to now coming back for 1 day. We have to remember that. The players that have played in the last chance qualifier, Ryan, have had about 2 or 3 days of FC in Paris at the STC contender stage to get ready for this. For those in the play-ins, they're flying in, and it's 1 day. You've got to be your best, and if you're not, you're out.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a scary thing, especially when you would have seen some players that have made it through the last chance qualifier, the likes of Oberon, who is high-flying. He's had several days behind him now of not only practicing at the venue, but playing important tournament games where you can't replicate that from at home. It's impossible.
Big last round here in Paris. Who will be going through to the knockout? So much advantage. If you top the table, you are 1 game away from qualifying for the World Championships. What an opportunity to come back in 10 days' time. Hopefully we can see a bit of a better Levy fit as well, Ryan, because he wasn't at his best when we saw him at the virtual Bundesliga.
Yeah, and he was very honest with his own performances after that tournament as well. We had the pleasure of speaking to him right afterwards, and he said he'll put the work in and hope that he gets the playing spot because it wasn't guaranteed at that time. He had to wait for other results to go in his favour. And he's done really, really well. Again, to be sitting top of this group, which I labelled as a group of death because I couldn't pick who would come out on top. It was really hard to call.
Maradona, lovely pass. Luca Bacchio off the posts. I mean, unfortunate one that's not gone in, but two, the rebound has not fallen to the feet of an RB Leipzig player. Of all the times that moment happens, there's normally an on-rushing player there. On that occasion, there just was no one there.
Yeah, I saw Musiala hovering. I thought it's destined to just drop to his feet once it hits that post there and falls into the box. But yeah, unlucky for Levy Finn.
There we go. Didn't take him long to get the equaliser that he deserved. And just like that, it is 1-1. And we are all square. Let's see where else we can have a little look if possible. There are multiple games taking place at the same time this round. Where else shall we jump to next if possible? Where is this one going to take us? Right, the one-off against Web Nasri. This is a bit of a different game, right? Because it's between two players that are kind of fighting to finish third or fourth in the table.
As you said, the one-off is in a slightly better position than Web Nasri here, who still sits bottom. But again, it's technically still in his hands. He's able to score a lot of goals, but he's going to have to defend this attack.
Big last game for Web Nasri.
It's also a very realistic opportunity for the one-offs to overtake Lebrady in second if he wins this game. There's a 7-goal swing for the goal difference between the one-offs and Lebrady. But Lebrady's up against Lex, who is unbeaten right now, high-flying. He's cruising and basically through, unless he concedes 20 goals, which is not going to happen. As in, when I mean through, as in through in top spot of Group G. See if the one-offs can break the deadlock. Edge of the box is very congested. Apologies for the language you can hear from the players in the background.
Still goalless in this one as it stands. Right, shall we jump elsewhere? If we can, for another update of what is going on in this final round. Nixneb against RVP Legends.
What is going on?
Is 3-3 after 22 in-game minutes.
I said I'm a big fan of both players with the way they attack, but I didn't expect 6 goals in around 20 minutes in game time. Look at Henry there. He's going to try and get the ball down the line. Jude Bellingham can't find anyone in the box, and Nixneb can start an attack of his own.
think that's where maybe we heard the slight reaction or frustration, we should say, between these two. People in the chat want to see the one-offs. I mean, respectfully, there's so many games we want to be keeping a close eye on. Some of the chat asking for an update on Adida. We haven't got his game in front of us, but we do know that he's in a very important last round game, round 5. Where's that one ended up? Nixneb 4, RVP Legend 3, and by the looks of it, he's just lobbed the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I was worried when he went in on goal and took the decision to go for the chip shot early. Put enough power in it though, and as you saw there, it led to the ball being lofted over Casillas. Nixneb leading now in this game. And what it does to the group, it puts Nixneb in 3rd. So ultimately, it doesn't. The only way he's able to hope he can get 2nd is if Levy Finn defeats Virgil, vice versa actually, by a large enough margin that Nixneb can catch up on goal difference. Because a win at 3 points is not enough to put him into 2nd place.
Chance, RVP Legend 4-4, what a game. What a game between these two.
It's nice play from Nixon, getting the ball into the centre of the pitch there. Can't get enough power behind that finesse shot from Maradona. Oh, he could be in trouble.
One thing you know about RVP Legend, though, Ryan, you're always going to be in one hell of a game against him.
Can't count him out. You could be 3 goals up, and you just know that unless it's around the 85th minute onwards, the game's not done. And that's the petrifying thing against playing somebody that is that efficient in front of goal and creates chances at will, is that you can't rest.
For those asking in the chat, we don't know any other live results, unfortunately, other than these 3 matches we've got live for you. My best bet would be go and check out Rami Lueso on various social media channels. He'll probably give you an update before we can on the biggest games that are taking place this round.
Yeah, the only ones we're able to follow are the one-offs versus Web Nasri. That's in Group G. And both games in Group I, well, 2 out of 3, I should say. Nixneb versus RVP Legend and Levy Finn up against Virgil. They're the only 3 games we have coverage on.
Catcher's taken on Kaylan in this last round, but Catcher's top of the table as it stands. He is heading towards the knockouts. Remember, if you finish first, you'll be 1 game, 1 win away from the FC Pro World Championships, where only 10 players can get to. There's a finesse, there's another save from Iker Casillas out for a corner, and that's 3 minutes left before we head to half-time. We have not been short of goals in this one. 4-4 between these two.
He's got another finesse shot angle. It's a huge block. Going to be last attack for RVP Legend. He's going to try his best to conjure up a proper attack here. See the runs being triggered forward. It's good defending from Nixneb. He's actually got an opportunity here to get the final attack of the first half. At the bottom of your screen, plays it. Saka's in. There's not too many options in support.
Not to be the case. Any time of 1 minute, that will do us for the half-time in this one. Knowing like all the games will be in half-time around the STC contender stage, but let's see if we've got anything else that we can quickly go to. 4-4 here between these two, and we're already kicked off in the second half. Is that 5-3?
Yep, for Virgil.
Virgil is leading against the former Virtual Bundesliga champion, Levy Finn.
So that puts Virgil top of Group I. Levy Finn, as it stands, is still in second place. If RVP Legend was to defeat Nixneb, again, as it stands, if the scoreline stayed the exact same and the deficit in this game remained as the same for the remainder of the game, it would mean that 6 goals would be needed in the swing between RVP Legend and Nixneb.
What has happened there? Has that not gone in?
Or 5 goals, actually, because he'd have more goals for. So it's a tough ask for Nixneb or RVP Legend to try and get second in this group. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Oh, that's a lovely goal.
And as you said, even if Levy Finn was to lose this game, and even by a couple of goals, that +6 goal difference that he did pick up throughout this tournament.
He's got it back up to 7. And he's also 1 goal away from getting back that top spot.
Well, the only game that he lost was the first one against RVP Legend, where, although he only lost 9-8. There were 17 goals in that between the two of them. Just here in the background, this is a big round for reactions, a big round for these player seasons. After this, we go into a 40-player elimination bracket. Levy Finn.
Oh, it's lovely again.
5-5. That 2-goal advantage that Virgil had just wiped away in a matter of moments. And as expected, this is a very tightly contested last round. We had 4 for another game. Virgil, Saka. 6-5 over here. A few of you wanting updates on Lebrady again. We don't know the score of that game, but I'll tell you what, he's in a seriously difficult game. He's currently playing against the top of the table there. Lex against Lebrady. Lex is currently on 12 points, Lebrady on 9. He'd need to beat Lex and score quite a few goals to swap places with him and top the table.
Yeah, I think first for me is gone there. But to retain second would be incredible, considering he came all the way through the last chance qualifier. So that would be an incredible accomplishment to get. Well, if he finishes second, it'll be 2 wins away from the World Championship.
How do you think it would have benefited those players, Ryan, that have been here in Paris already for a few days in the last chance qualifier? Because last season, there was 4 people that went through in the play-ins. There was 0 from the last chance qualifier that made it through the play-ins into the World Championships. But you feel like this time round, with 10 spots available, and those players, the 14 of them that came through the play-ins, the last chance qualifier, sorry, there just seems like there's a bit more of a, I don't know, maybe a level of quality, maybe some bigger names like the likes of Obrun and Gibaros that had to come through. Yeah,
they tend to do well as well, even though last year there was limited spots. Hold that thought for a second. It's going to be Levy Finn, surely. Puts it wide. Wow, was it a save or a block there, in fact? I take it back. Wow.
Surprising, though. He didn't find a way through. But as you were saying, I mean, it just feels like this year there is I don't know, maybe a different level of player, or maybe the way that the playing spots were handed out via various online qualifiers maybe didn't bring us on paper the highest ranked world ranking players that we maybe would have seen elsewhere.
Yeah, naturally, because you've got the likes of Fuma here, Tex, you mentioned Obrun, Stingray, Johnny, to name a few, Gibados, Reese, who was a runner-up last year. They're all incredible players that came through to the play-ins and the last chance qualifier. But last year there were players that done well in the last chance qualifier to get into play-ins, but they just couldn't get across the line. This year, I believe that because there are more spots, you are going to get quite a few players that have pushed through the last chance qualifier. What a ball.
It's a great ball forward if he's got the legs to get around Alphonso Davies. The 2 fullbacks there in a running race on the pitch. Bellingham back to Davies again, who's doing shuttle runs at this point down that left-hand side of the pitch. Does well just to cut back inside, and Virgil will look to build upon this now. Nazareth. Davies. Is the shot going to fall back to Scott McTominay, and instead he have to recycle it back around, which Virgil does. He's taking more minutes and seconds out the game as well.
Yeah, slowing it down is the intelligent thing to do, but he also needs to make sure that he makes the most of these opportunities. He's got to finish it across goal. Casillas saves it.
And into the pause we go. Let's jump back, if we can, the One-Os against Web Nasri.
I'm interested to see the current score in that game because it's a lot riding on it. Go over to this game first. So Nixneb up against RVP Legend. Nixneb leading by 1 goal. This currently puts him in 3rd instead of 4th, so he leapfrogs RVP Legend. The dangerous thing is, for RVP Legend as well, is that if RB Waters wins by a couple goals against Challenger, who's bottom of the group but has worse goal difference, there is a chance that RVP Legend drops out. In this game, the One-Os leading 3-2 against Web Nasri. But Web Nasri is on the attack and he couldn't find the corner.
Interesting group, this one. The One-Os, as it stands, is on 6 points. Wins this, he's on 9. Depending on how Lex and Lebrady goes, he could actually potentially leapfrog his fellow Saudi Arabian.
Yeah, he will need a heavy goal swing. It's a 7-goal swing between Lebrady and the One-Os if Lebrady did lose the game against Lex. So the One-Os, not only does he have to win, he wants to get a few goals, and that is a perfect way to do it. Into that top corner. As Kika, we know how good she is, whether it's in attack or the wide side of the pitch there, she's so good.
Questions on Tex. Again, we do not know the current live score. All we can tell you is that Tex is currently in a game up against Ulite 42. Tex is... Go on.
If I had to give a prediction, I would say Tex will be finishing 2nd in Group A.
Yeah, I don't see that changing at all. He's currently on 9 points. He's only lost 1 game. Catcher looks to be running away with the group. A few people asking about Tom Lees. He didn't make it through to the plains, unfortunately. He did well on the first day of the last chance qualifier. Did make it into the last 128, but unfortunately fell in the first round. That was, of course, just yesterday. Extra pass around the corner. Web Nasri, you'd think, should be scoring that. I don't know how he hasn't.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Going near post as well, maybe didn't work in his favour. I don't know if there was a slight little bit of goalkeeping movement. It's a tiny step.
Any other players in the chat that you want an update on, please do let us know. Your best bet is typing in the chat, ! bracket. Click the link, go to the Esports World Cup website, and then follow the standings and all that is to be seen there of how this last chance qualifier and the play-ins work. Remember, there are 30 games taking place as we speak right now. Myself and Ryan are doing the best we can to update you on just 3 of our key featured matches. Scott McTominay, finesse off the bar. That one could have been game, set, and match there and then. If that's a different player, does it go in, or is it just very unlucky?
It's unlucky. He put a lot of power in it. I think that's the biggest mistake. I really like the way he cut in and opted for the finesse shot, but just a little bit too much power.
Tekers Davis said, when's Ryan getting back on the sticks? I thought maybe back on the stream would be the better question.
Get them to arrange a casters matchup where Obran's not allowed to play. Same with Tex. They're still players, and then you'll see me there. Oh, that's a...
Are you going to come back out the woodwork for maybe like a bit of footies or like the 99 rated items? Or are you having the summer off? Is it a long summer for Ryan for summer off?
I'm a person that prefers the start of the year, like the game cycle then for me.
I'll speak to you probably about October. You'll be like, this is brilliant. I'm streaming, I'm playing 3 weekend leagues.
That's me.
I'll come back to him in January. I'm burnt out. Yeah, I can't do it anymore. Can't back. The One-Os! He's 20 minutes away from potentially securing himself a 2nd place spot on the table, depending on how Lebrady's result goes against Lex.
He could get 2nd, Brandon, if
he could.
Lex defeats Lebrady by... Obviously, it depends on the goals scored in the game.
I think they're both on... Are they the goals...
The goal difference right now for the One-Os is 4. The goal difference for Lebrady before this round kicked off was 8. So if he loses the game, they're currently on the same... They'll be on the same amount of points. If the One-Os goes on and wins this game, which he should do from this position. It's just about how many goals Lex scores against Lebrady if he was to win that game. That's when it gets a bit dangerous.
As well, it's 4 players from each group that goes through. If you finish first, you are 1 game away from the World Championship. You come 2nd, you're 2 games away from the World Championships. You finish 3rd or 4th, your run could be a little bit more difficult because if you finish 4th, you'll play someone who's 3rd in a different group. You finish 3rd, of course, you will play someone who is 4th in a different group as well, which is still 3 wins you need to get yourself into the World Championships. All still to play for here in Paris. Stay with us because we've still got 3 more big rounds to come after this anyway to work out who is going to be there. What's the other game in this round that we haven't really seen at all? We've seen, is it Nixneb? We need to go back and check maybe. Nixneb against RVP Legend. We know that was about, I think, 11 or 12 goals scored in that game with not much to separate the two.
Yeah, last time we saw it, Nixneb was leading by 1 goal. I think it was 6-5 he was winning. So hopefully we can jump over to that and take a quick peek. See how this attack pans out. Very good play. Should be scoring that as well. We do have an update. And it is in Group I. Virgil, Brandon, defeated Levy Finn 6-5. So that means Virgil will be topping Group I. He will be advancing into round three of the knockouts there. It's a devastating loss there for Levy Finn, especially knowing that he just had to avoid defeat.
I've got even bigger news for you as well. And one that the chat will be very happy with. Adida has just won again. He is top of the table. Adida is going through to the knockouts. He tops the group that has the likes of Johnny in it and Mark Marley and so forth.
Wow.
He is top, 4 wins, 1 loss. He is 1 win away from playing in an FC Pro World Championship. That is incredible for him.
Unbelievable accomplishment there. Looking over there, Nixneb tried to play that ball over the top. Could he be in a lot of danger here? Just about defends it. All Nixneb has to do is keep the ball.
More updates as well. Tex won his last game, but so did Catcher. So Catcher is top of that group. Catcher won 5 games from 5. That is the best performance we have seen from any player that is played in the play-ins, because over in Group B, the Turkish representative Kosofoglu lost his last round game. He'll still top the table with 12 points, but yeah, Catcher in first, Tex in second. Kalen, as it looks, is in third and Fuma's in fourth over in Group A. There's a bit of penalty here by the looks of it for Webb Nasri. There's only about 8 minutes left in the game anyway, so I don't think it's going to have too much of a difference there. I'll be surprised if he throws it away. It's a 3-goal lead with that much time left on the clock. There's not a great deal of it. My question mark is Bryce, who just squeezes through, Ryan. 9 points, and that's because, in the nicest way, Charanjot and Nathan SR have not played well.
Yeah, and Fabrice, especially coming off of a season like he did last year, finishing runner-up at the World Championships, he'd have had high hopes that he wouldn't even need to be in this position. See Webb Nasri going in again. This is going to lower the goal difference quite a bit for the One-Os.
I should say Adi Chadha, sorry, not Charanjot. Charanjot finds himself in a different group, and unfortunately for him, he is not going through to the World Championships either. He's currently bottom over in Group I. Anyone you're looking for updates from, by the way, chat, do get us involved in the conversation. Me and Ryan will do our best to give you all of the updates where we can of who's gone through. Remember, it's the top 4 from each group that have gone through. The big update that you will all want to know, though, is Happy. Well, guess what? There's been some serious changes in that group as that chance comes in. Gibaros loses to Happy. So Gibaros is in second.
No way.
Adam Hateke is top of the table. Happy's in fourth. Okan in third. Yaskow and Naylor miss out on the World Championship and the chance to go through to the knockouts. Some big results in this last round, I've got to say.
Yeah, I'm looking at as well. Mark 11 defeating Sharif, and Elias winning his last game in Group F, 11-8. For the standing, oh sorry, excuse me, that was a previous result. It was Haya defeating Mark 11, 8-7. Neat defeating Sharif 4-3. Elias winning 17-4, which goal difference-wise adjusts the standings quite drastically, because it means that even though Elias and Sharif have the same 6 points, the same goal difference, Brandon, it's the 40 goals scored by Elias which puts him through, and Sharif is eliminated.
Ridiculous. Wow. Update as well that Brady drew against Lex. So as it stands, the One-Os, even with a win here, will not be going into second place. Lex will top the group in his group. Brady in second, the One-Os in third, and Kamau just in fourth. Rafa Monteiro is out. For those that are asking, Web Nasri is out with this result as it stands. Also, there was another one that caught my eye, and that was Guga Ferraz. He's topped the group, Brian. He's going to be one game away from a World Championship in what's been a breakout season for him. Especially because he started off relatively slow today with those 2 draws. The one else, he's through. He has a few extra rounds to play, though. But just to confirm, Sharif eliminated, Ryan, is what you're saying? Yeah, Sharif eliminated. Wow. And is it Haya is in? And Elias, who came through the last chance qualifier, is also in. So Sharif is out on goal difference. Goals scored even, which makes it even more painful. Goals scored. He's got 6 goals less than Elias. These are some of the highlights from that round there. RVP legend Nick Sneb, end-to-end action, but obviously you saw that it was Nick Sneb who came out on top. And for this one, it was the winning moment there for Virgil to defeat Levi Finn. And we just saw the Wanos winning out comfortably in the end against Web Nasri, but he couldn't do enough. Well, not even do enough. It wasn't in his hands if he wanted to finish in second place. Mark 11, second place in his group. He will be in the knockouts. Neat tops that group. He'll be 1 win away. Again, I've said it many times, so sorry if I keep repeating myself, but it's very simple. 4 players are through to the knockouts from each group. 20 players are eliminated now. They are gone from the play-ins. They will not be in the World Championships. If you top your table, Ryan, it's in your hands. You are 1 win away. You win your game, you go to the FC Pro World Championships. Only 10 of these 40 players will get there now. I mean, these players are on the brink of some serious prize money, and more so getting themselves to the World Championship. Exactly, and just looking quickly at Group J with Adam finishing top there, obviously representative from Morocco. Massive victory. Level on points, has 1 higher goal difference than Givados, who lost his game against Happy, which put Happy through as well, which is, yeah, incredible. That group ended up becoming very tight in 4th, 5th and 6th, and then at the 1st and 2nd spots in that group. I think the tightest group that we haven't really spoken about is probably Group D. We've got Gueric, who's topped the table on goals scored, I believe. Gabdi 2RI is in 2nd place in that group. Abu Fazi is in 3rd. Brees is in 4th. Again, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 9 points. A very tight group there over in Group D. Again, we'll give it a little bit of time. We're going to go to a quick break in just a second. We'll update all the tables for you, all the standings. And myself and Ryan need a minute or two to understand who plays who now in the knockout bracket. Because it's a little bit confusing now of who will play who. There's been a lot of twists and turns to this format, Ryan. I'm still trying to work out myself how it's going to work out and play out for these next few hours. Yeah, the only thing we do know is that if you finish 1st or 2nd in your group, you are not playing the next round. It'll be 3rd and 4th up against each other, and depending on the respective groups, how it matches up, we will find out after a very short break. So yeah, don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Well, here we go. This is the big part of the play-ins live from Paris. Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa will be taking you through 3 hours of the biggest FC you will see until we come back in 10 days' time to the FC Pro World Championships. There are 40 players in this pool battling it out for 10 World Championship spots. And I mean, Ryan, we're looking at the games already. I'll kick off of what's to come. There are some huge matches. I mean, Stingray will be playing against Van Gasp. Mark Marley against Brees, a runner-up last year at the World Championships. Abu Fwazi against George Dewin. Young against Elias. And, of course, we've got Heya against Kamal, the Japanese representative against the German. But the games continue to go on from there, don't they?
Yep, exactly. You've got the Wanos against Damascus. That is a big game there. Winner of that ends up playing Tex. So no reward, really, for advancing. Diogo versus RVP Legend. That is one of the games we'll keep a close eye on. Along with Nick Sneb up against Happy, Okan up against Fuma, and Kalen up against Montaxa. Of course, those players that finished second in the group stage, they're in the next stage. And along with the players that finished first, they're in an even further stage in round 3. So they only need to win 1 game. The players in this round have to win 3 games without losing in order to make it to the World Championships.
I mean, chat, you tell us, who do you want to see in this round? There are some huge games taking place. As we said, if you are the likes of Obrun or Catcher or Adida, Gueric, Neat, if you top the group, your reward is that you sit back for 2 hours, which for some players is good and bad, Ryan, because there's no second chance. If you lose your game, you don't drop down to a loser bracket or a lower bracket. If you lose the game, you are out. You've got to wait for 2 hours now to really get back on the sticks again. Yeah, that's the downside as well. For the only downside, I would say, for the players that finish first, is that you have to wait for 2 hours before you play another game. Whereas the player you're going to be playing before that will be having at least played 1 game. Let's take a look at the format, though, if you're just joining us, to refresh your minds. It started off today with 60 players, Brandon. Of course, 46 players were through the season, and the 14th from the last chance qualifier over the last few days. 10 groups of 6 players. We've now seen the top 4 advance into this survival stage, Brandon. Absolutely. This is the tournament format. Again, it's been a grueling couple of days of action. There was 512 players that arrived in Paris on Thursday. Only 14 of them would qualify for the play-ins and join the rest of the 46 invited players today. If you don't know how those players were invited, through various FC Pro partnered leagues, there was multiple routes and ways that you could qualify into this part of the competition. And now we've just said goodbye to 40 players. Now there are 10 World Championship spots that remain. Yes, the eyes are on that qualifies to the main event, but even if you get close enough, if you just win 1 game, you win 2 games, the prize money just starts to go up. But for these players, Ryan, yeah, $8,000 would be amazing. But to play in the World Championships, where you could even win $250,000, I think that sounds a lot better. Yeah, that's the key there. I'll be honest, as a player, you're not really looking towards that, right? Yes, it does help a little bit, especially if you're somebody that loses when you're 1 win away. $8,000, it softens the blow a little bit, but not really, to be honest. The main aim for every single player in this position right now is to qualify for the World Championships. That is the only thing on their mind. It is all to play for here. Who do you think is going to qualify for the FC Pro World Championship? Chat, let us know as we tee ourselves up for this first round of Knockout FC here in Paris. I mean, I wonder where we're going to end up, because we have got lots of matches to play. This is a quick recap of how it all ended. This is Group A first and foremost. Catcher topped the table, Tex in second, Kalen in third, and Fuma in fourth. That was how Group B ended after 5 grueling rounds of round robin play. We'll continue to go through these groups as we can into Group B now. It was the Turkish player who was 4-0 coming into the last round before losing his last game, Kosofoglu, who we saw at the Champions League, and Una, his fellow Turkish representative, made it through. Stingray and Montaxa just doing enough in that last important round. As we move forward into Group C, Adida, I've got to say, probably one of the strongest performances and one of the biggest names that we've seen sort of, I guess, cause a bit of an upset in that group. We know Adidas has got quality. We actually saw him in the E-Champions League, I think, playing in a PlayStation tournament. Exactly. Where he got to go to the Champions League final. He's done well to come out of that group top. But I think for me, this one, look how tight that group is, Ryan. Gueric top, but on goals scored, I believe. Yeah, you see there, it's very, very tight. 3 players on 10 points, Brees on 9 points. Nathan Essar is the big shock for me.
This group was, of course, very, very difficult to call, but just the fact that Nathan SR isn't even close. He's 5 points away, plus, of course, the goal difference and goals scored from even advancing through. So it's a tough day for him. Let's take a look at Group E to see how that unfolded. Of course, it was Oberon with an unbeaten run, 13 points. Ilian finishing second, Young in third, and Giorgio in fourth, 6 points there. He's got a game against Abu Fawzi, Giorgio in there, so that's going to be a very tough game to see if he can progress on and get the World Championship spot there.
I mean, we've got to speak about it though, Ryan. Oberon through the last chance qualifier is flying, to say the least, in this part of the tournament. Neat, good to see him looking good at LAN. It's always been a question mark. He was so good in Spain for a while. We saw him pop up at E-Champions League and various online competitions in latter year. Now, could this be his chance to get to a World Championship via the play-ins? Lex may have drawn his last game against Lebrady, but still does top the group. The one-offs comes through there as well. Yeah, shout out Lebrady as well. Again, for the last chance qualifier. I don't know too much about him. I've actually not been able to see any of his gameplay, but he's obviously very, very good, and he's going to be someone to keep a close eye on, is because I'm looking at his bracket as well. He's going to be playing the winner out of Mark Marley or Brees in that gauntlet round 2. Quickly though, Group H, Guga Faraz unbeaten, 3 wins, 2 draws, 11 points. You can see how close it was between Yuval and Diogo, just goal difference or goal scored separating them. Damascus on 5 points. Daniel, who had a strong last chance qualifier, he finishes on 4 points, and Derpa their bottom of the group with 1 point. Yeah, I mean, Guga Faraz, we know we love to draw. I know it's a bit of a joke, but still an unbeaten run that he's had. Incredible from the young Brazilian in what has been a breakout year for him, all the way back from Atlanta when he qualified for the FC Pro Open, to seeing him in the FC Pro Open, seeing him in La Liga Portugal, the E-Champions League. Could this be his chance to make it to a World Championship? That would be incredible for him to do so. Virgil did top that group in the end. Adam Hatake of Morocco, another Moroccan there. I feel like this has been the year for Moroccans, Ryan, in terms of players that have come through. There's a handful of them already there. Karim is back, and Nasada, of course, Marwan, all there at the World Championships already. Are we on to potentially see another name? Exactly, and he's had a very, very strong run in this play-ins section, of course, finishing first of Group J. Yaskow's a big shock for me, especially seeing him at the start of the season, FC Pro Open tournament. I thought he was very, very good there. I thought he could even progress further on and even get a potential spot for the World Championship through the FC Pro Open. It didn't work out that way, and he's had an unfortunate end to the season for him. Happy, however, with a big win in that last round to push him into 4th spot. Absolutely. But the groups did not stop there. They kept on rolling forward. As we can see, are we about to see Happy on broadcast for the first time? A lot of you are asking for him, for the Mexican. Well, guess what? You might get to see him alongside Mark Marley against Brees, RVP legend. I was going to say, I thought I was reading that wrong. I thought Nicksteb was playing RVP Legend again for a second then. They were in the same group. That's not the case. It's Nicksteb against Happy. Yep. It will be RVP Legend taking on Diogo Mendes. And Happy, as we know, just did enough to win his last game to get himself through. Mark Marley against Brees. Hopefully we'll be moments away from kicking off. Remember, lose and you are out. Diogo Mendes, RVP Legend, they are getting comfortable, getting ready to play.
We are starting right now. Okay guys, start the game.
There we go, you heard it.
Start the game. Predictions, Ryan, on the spot. Those 3 matches there. Ooh. Who wins each one? Oh gosh. I'm going to say You go first. I'll join you after.
Diogo to beat RVP Legend. Nick Sneb to beat Happy just about. Gosh. I don't know the Mark Marley Breeze. I think Breeze wins, but it's really hard to call. I'll be honest, Brandon, really, really hard to call.
Is that a World Joxan?
It is, right behind Happy there.
That's a throwback and a half. If you've been a fan of FC Esports for a long time, you remember Joxan. What a player he was. Sits behind Happy, his fellow Mexican, to try and get him through. Thanks to Matt M as well for the raid, by the way. I saw him come through on our main broadcast here for the FC Pro World Championship play-ins. Right, Nick Sneb Happy kicks off first. Nick Sneb from left to right, Happy from right to left. You tell us in the chat. Who do you want updates on? Who do you want to see qualify for the World Championships? We are only playing the first knockout round here. There are 10 matches taking place this round. 20 players in action. 10 will be eliminated from this round.
It's key to let people know as well, we only have coverage over these 3 matches, so we actually do not know what's going on in some of the other games that aren't being shown. For example, Okan versus Fuma, we won't be able to tell you the live standings for that.
The chat won't be happy to hear this, but I'm going to say Nick Sneb to win this one. I think Mark Marley wins his game. And I think, Diogo Mendes. But I don't know if Diogo wins that one. RVP Legend, I just see going through to the next stage. What's more interesting is who's waiting next for these players, Ryan.
Yep,
Nick
exactly.
Sneb Happy. The winner plays Johnny, and the winner after that will play Guga Faraz for a spot in the World Championships, as that shot just gets tipped around the post.
Interesting routine there with the corner, just flicking it behind the player there. Look at the run from Salma, but it's a good step from Stam. The winner of Diogo against RVP Legend plays against Ono, who's waiting in that round 2, and Lex in round 3. See, Lex we've seen this season was incredible at the E-Champions League, the league phase.
This is the gauntlet part of the play-ins here. Nazareth into Maradona, who will get this started for Nick Sneb.
Patience personified there, Brandon. I was expecting Nick Sneb to play the through ball to Salma on the left side of the pitch there. Waited and waited and waited. Opted for the snappy pass. And then another one right after that into Maradona. So for those at home that aren't aware, it's single elimination, best of 1 here in this gauntlet phase. Good defending.
I think a few people will be thinking, well, what's the advantage you've had of topping the group? Do you get a second chance at the World Championships? The advantage is you just don't have to play an extra 2 games.
This increases the odds of you going through, to be honest. Just less games.
I would say you're getting a better opponent, but you're not, because you're still looking at the best players that might have had, not the best bracket run. They've come second or third, maybe a Brees, for example.
Yeah, the thing is that you can look at it that way, and you could also look at it thinking that you're guaranteed to not play someone that topped their group. That's the other benefit. But with some groups, Brandon, when it was so close, it's, really, really narrow margins.
Who is Tex playing? Tex has not got a fixture right now. He's waiting in gauntlet round 2. So Stingray versus Van Gasp. The winner of that plays Mark 11. The winner of Bryce against Marley will play LeBrady. Abu Fazi and George Dewin. The winner of that plays Yuval, the 2024 FC Pro World Championship runner-up, as that one is finessed around the post. Happy probably should be 1-1 in this game. I'm not too sure how he's not scored that. Carrying on the bracket, the winner of Young versus Elias will play Levi Finn. The winner of Kamal against Haya will play Gibaros. And then the one you've been asking them for, it'll be the Wanos or Damascus that will play against Tex. The winner of that game plays against Neat for an FC Pro World Championship ticket. Next step, knocking on the door for a second. He might be able to get the shot away there, but well played from the defender.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, keeper's going to get there, I was about to say.
That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, good player switch again from next step to switch over to Hegem to get that interception. Otherwise, he would have been in a world of trouble.
The winner against Kaylan and Montaxa plays Ilian Bushi.
This is a nice play.
His next step now. Can't get past the rushing Dutch defender in Jaap Stam, and a chance to break away now for Happy on the counter-attack, which he has looked to try and pull off a couple of times. Luca Bacchio finds Maradona, the only goal scorer of this game so far, into Salma, whose shot that will pass, if you'd call it that, is blocked.
Yeah, it just got stuck under her feet. I think the defending was good in parts from the extent, but the attacking was very good as well from Happy, who's probably a little bit unlucky he couldn't get a clear shot.
Bellingham. You can already feel how tightly contested this one is going to be.
Yeah, another great step. Stop putting in 30 minutes. Next step's been defending really, really well. Lovely cancel there. Goes for the finesse. Big save from Casillas. See what he's going to work up from this corner. It's going to go short.
A question for you, Ryan. Out of the 10 players that are waiting in Gauntlet Round 3, the likes of Lex and Virgil and Neat, how many of those players that top their groups do you think will go through to the World Championships out of 10?
Let me look for it now quickly. I'm going to say 6 out of the 10. It's hard to say, depends on who they're going to be up against. If it's going to be someone from this round or in the round number 2, which we'll find out. I wonder if we're able to take a look at Diogo up against RVP Legend. This game's been very tightly contested. We're jumping over to see it's 2-2, so more goals in less time over here.
How many did you say out of 10, sorry?
6. How about you?
Again, click this up if you want to. All right. Catcher. Oh, God, he could have Mark, he could have Stingray, he could have Van Gasp. I'm going to go 5. Chance.
Great
goal.
Great goal.
Diogo Mendes, 3. RVP Legend, 2. I'm going to go 5, half the pack. You say 6. Who will Adida be playing for the World Cup spot? Someone in the chat has just asked. It could be Yuval or whoever wins the game between Abu Fwazi and George Dewan. Again, we don't know who that could be yet. We are currently in the Gauntlet Round 1. There is 3 more rounds to be played today, including this one. So 2 more rounds after this. RVP Legend building on the counter-attack. Salma is through. Can she find the finesse? Yes, she can. And just like that, we're all square again at 3-3.
Said it plenty of times throughout the seasons. RVP Legend. Defensively, there's a lot of frailty there, be honest. But going forward, he's very, very efficient. And in those areas, some people will panic. He's at home. We
heard an update. Mark Marley against Brees. What a tournament he had last year at the FC Pro World Championship, Brees. But every time we speak about Mark Marley, we feel like he deserves to be at a World Championship. Well, how about this for a game, Ryan? 40 minutes in, and it's 3-3, maybe 4-3 to Brees.
Got those full League F forwards. They're able to turn very, very fluid there. You can get the ball edge of the box. They're all capable of finesse shots as well. So it's a dangerous front four.
Seven goals, and we're not even half time in this one. Any more questions you have of who is where and what each game means in this play-ins? Do get it in the chat. Myself and Ryan will do our best to give you all we can in terms of updates. We can only see 3 matches from this first round. There are 10 games taking place live in Paris right now at the STC contender stage as Mark Marley looks to try and unlock the door here of Brees' defence. A lovely finesse. And that will do us for half-time. Let's jump elsewhere if we can, but there's a lot more to come in that game, Ryan, something tells me.
Yeah, I didn't like the way Brees played out that last 2 or so minutes there. I felt as if he gave Mark Marley a chance that he didn't need to. We missed a goal from Happy. He's now drawing 1-1 and he's on the attack as well. You can find some space around the box. For the runner.
50 minutes played. There are only 2 goals in the game so far. Is this a chance to break through now? There's the player lock. There's tease there from Nick Sneb as he tries to lay Happy into one of his traps, one of his multiple traps that he's setting out across the pitch. Bellingham shoots and just tipped around the left-hand post from Casillas again. Bellingham. Finesse that time! He gets it right, doesn't he?
The big goal from Nick there. He was patiently probing down the edge of the box. It's that upgraded Jude Bellingham there.
It was bound to come off at one point, wasn't it?
Been incredibly patient from what we've seen on the edge of the box, and he's got another chance here. It's lovely. Oh, it's beautiful. Top corner, finesse shots galore in favour for Nick Sneb. He's up 3-1 against Happy. And as we jump into the pause here, let's take a look if we're able to see another game, if another game isn't in a pause as well. We'll jump across to see Diogo on the attack. He equalises 4-4, 54th minute. What a time, Brandon, to jump into this game.
Still nothing to separate these two, is it? 4-4 between them. Unbelievable so far here. I mean, chat will ask you, there's been a few RVP and Diogo Mendes fans in here. Who do you think's going to win this one? There's the cutback, and that is the match swayed back to the side of RVP legend. How do you reckon this game ends score-wise? 8-7, I'm going to say.
I was going to say 7-5.
Oh my, is it the post? Diogo Mendes could have had 5-5. Chance still alive though. Pushed off the ball, goes for a goal kick.
Good pressing from Diogo to win it high up the pitch here. See if he can get a shot. Saka went offside, but he's back on side. Finesse shot off the bar again.
Do you think we're just going to be, when we get to the World Championships, Ryan, it's going to just be a bit of a finesse simulator?
I've been telling you, bro, finesse shot is vital, not only on your attackers, but having it on centre mids. I promise you, you can score so many goals from it.
On the edge of the box as well, it's a case of it's just expected at this point, isn't it?
Because of the way goalkeeper movement is, yes, you can take a tiny step either side. It's not major as it was before and in previous years, but finesse shot is such a clutch way to get a goal from outside the box, inside the box. Like there, he's going for it. There you go, into that top corner.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Only way to really stop it is being extremely aggressive on the edge of the box, but then that opens up space for somebody to play one of those through balls in behind or an extra pass somewhere if they can find the space.
Well, this is 5-5 here. Let's check in somewhere else if we can. Remember, there is 2 other games that we are showing you live at this exact moment. This is the first round of the gauntlet as RVP Legend looks to come forward and find a 6 in that one. We'll come back to it when we can. Brees is 5-3 up here as there's a bit of headers and volleys in the box. As it stands, Mark Marley would be eliminated from the competition. Still a good 25 minutes left of this one. That's still a good chunk of time, Ryan.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time if Mark can put together a string of attacks without conceding another goal, because if he does, go 6-3 down against Brees, who is very comfortable keeping possession.
Can we have a look at Nick Sneb as well, if possible? Let's check in with Nick Sneb now, who is 3-1 up against Happy.
Luka Bacchio on this side of the pitch. He's blistering pace with Lengthy as well.
Chance for Happy now.
Oh,
finesse.
Wayward. Heard a roar. I don't know if that was on the same stage. We can jump over to another game again, but just because we're in a pause now. Smican all over Salma there. We could have run out into the box. Doesn't play it.
And on comes the pressure. Bree scores again. You've probably got to say the gap might be too big. Didn't go for a cutback there. And for those that are asking for certain player updates, sorry, we can only show you 3 games at the same time here. There are 10 matches taking place. Sharif is eliminated, for those that are asking. He got eliminated in the group stages in the last round. These are our 3 matches. As it stands, Nick Sneb is going through and beating Happy. As it stands, Brees is going through. And the only game that's been hard to call is the one that features RVP Legend and Diogo Mendes. It was 5-5 last time we saw it. Remember, this is to get through to the next round of the gauntlet bracket, where you've got the likes of Tex waiting, Gibaros, Levy Finn, Mark 11, Yaval, LeBrady, Johnny, Ilian Bushi, just to name a few.
These are tense moments in these games here. On the attack, if Nick Sneb can get another one here, beautiful bit of skill move, but great defending from Happy. He needs to not allow Nick Sneb to take minutes off here just by standing in these areas, taking seconds off. It's a tough one.
Players playing to keep their FC seasons alive. So late on to the season now, where the biggest ticket in town is just awaiting around the corner. Penalty. This is a golden chance for Nick Sneb.
Scores
to
this and
find
he's
the
through.
4th. Bukayo Saka to step up for Nick Sneb. Scores. Is that job done, Ryan?
For me, I'm going to say yes. I think it will take a lot for Happy to score 3 goals without response in these final 10 minutes or so. Nick Sneb securing that penalty was a big moment. 8-7. What was it last time? Was it 5-4 or 6-5? I can't even remember. Is this just been end to end in this game?
I think I said 8-7.
I know I didn't say this.
Hang on, we're not done yet. RVP Legends 9-7. Well, I'll be honest, defending's gone out the window between these two, so Diogo Mendes still might just get back into this one.
Yeah, this was a little bit different for the Nick Sneb game. You can see the way Nick Sneb's playing. It felt as if he's trying to slow the game down. Between these two, slowing the game down doesn't really exist. It's a rarity. So for Diogo's sake, I hope he can get an attack, or a good attack flowing. He doesn't. RVP Legend wins possession back, and now he can, for his sake again now, he resorts to game management. This is key. That is smartly played, but I think it's offside, and it is.
So 7 minutes left to play here. Diogo Mendes tees up the finesse. Maybe became a little bit too obvious there as...
I was about to say that, yeah.
Maldini was able to do enough to stop the shot. If RVP Legend scores this and he's onside, which he looks to do, he's on double digits. And he's on his way through to the next round. Let's leave this game and go somewhere else if we can. Fortunately, the end of the road for Diogo Mendes. Over here as well, could be the end of the road for Mark Marley. There are 7 in-game minutes left and a 3-goal gap needed if he wants to try and find a way past Brice, who had such a good tournament last year. As Rich was saying earlier, there's not a French player as it stands that's qualified for the Esports World Cup FC Pro World Championship finals. We know the link to Vitality, we know the club championship points on the line, Ryan. If they get one French player there, there's going to be a lot of Vitality fans.
Absolutely, and it will mean the world to everyone there to have someone to support Fabrice. As I said, he's somebody, we saw it last year. You don't want to be losing against him. It's painful. It's painful. It's going to be a probably, it's in fact, incredible challenge. I was going to say a goal back for Mark Marley, but fortunately it didn't fall that way.
So from what we can see here, Nick Sneb is on his way through. Brice is most definitely on his way through. And RVP Legend is on his way through as well. There are 7 more matches that we will give you updates on as soon as we've got them. We cannot see any live scores.
We have no idea.
Unfortunately, me and Ryan are in the UK still. We're not in Paris on the ground, where all the games and all the LCQ and play-ins action is happening. We will be in Paris for the 22nd to the 26th of July during the FC Pro World Championship finals. But we have got an update. Nick Sneb, full-time, 5-1 result. He goes through. He is one step closer, Ryan, to the FC Pro World Championships.
Massive result for Nick Sneb. Huge game against Happy to progress on. His next round, though, is against Johnny. So that is going to be a very difficult game. And it'll be Brice advancing. Unfortunately, Mark Marley is eliminated. Commiserations to Mark. Obviously, it's a difficult moment. Same with Diogo as well. But Brice will be playing against Lebrady in that next round.
2 games away, Mark Marley, from the FC Pro World Championship. So often he's been so close, and it's as hard as it is to say now, it is coming for him at one point. It has to come for him at one point. He is always knocking on the door for the FC Pro World Championship, so it must be so hard to take at this stage of the competition. You can see what it means. Diogo Mendes eliminated. Handshake between him and Nick Sneb. RVP Legend does go through, but these were a few of the key moments from the game. That was the nail in the coffin for Happy, who was eliminated to Nick Sneb. This was the 9th goal for RVP Legend before he found a 10th. And this was Brice getting the job done, Ryan.
As he seems to always do, especially in these last 2 years. Those tight games. He's come out on top this time. And he'll be hoping he can continue that run with his next game against Lebrady. And of course, RVP Legend will be up against Honor. And that will happen very shortly, Brandon.
Well, we don't have any results, unfortunately, as it stands. So what we'll do is we will go to a break if that is possible. When we get back from the break, then we'll give you all the updates, all the lowdown, all the gossip of what's been happening in Paris. As we said, 10 players are eliminated from this round. The next round, 10 more players eliminated. And then all eyes are on the final round with it all to play for. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, we'll let you know who's going through to the gauntlet round number 2 and who could be waiting in the wings for that all-important FC Pro World Championship qualification game. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
welcome back to this last chance qualifier FC Pro World Championship. Now play-ins. What have we just seen in this last round? In our first round of the gauntlet bracket. I mean, it's called a gauntlet bracket for a reason, Ryan Pessoa. We have lost 10 huge names that won't be playing in the FC Pro World Championships. We saw 3 of them live on stream, Ryan, but we've missed out on 7 people that are through and 7 people that are out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the results for the rounds here. We'll get into that very, very shortly. Some huge, and I mean huge surprises, and advancing into round 2 there as well. We also have a penalty shootout victory from a fan favourite. So yeah, it's all been kicking off in that opening round.
Where do we start? Where on earth do we start? I mean, with what's just happened, we'll try and give you the lowdown on any graphics or brackets we have. If not, we'll just talk you through what we have seen already. I remember our feature games on stream was Marley against Bryce, where we saw Breeze win 7-3 and knock out Marley. Of course, we were also keeping a close eye on RVP legend Diogo Mendes, RVP legend 11, Diogo Mendes 8, and then Nick Sneb beating Happy 5-1. But the shocks didn't stop there, because Montaxa has been eliminated. Kalen is through. He'll now play Ilian Bushi. Fuma beats Okan, he's through as well. 9-3 win. The Wanos, 9-3 win as well against Damasas. I mean, that's Tex against the Wanos now. Aside of that, there was a few more surprises, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think the Tex vs Wanos is a rematch from a few years ago in the FC Pro Open, if I'm not mistaken. I'll try and dig deep in the archives and get I hope it's accurate information out there. You mentioned Haya defeating Kamal 7-3. He's up against Gibados now. Elias defeating Young 9-3. So he's 2 wins away from a dream of going all the way through the last chance qualifier or into the World Championships. He has to defeat Levy Finn if he wants to keep that alive. I spoke about the penalty shootout victory. 5-5 regulation time between Abu Fauzi and Georgia Win. It was a 10-9 penalty shootout win in favour of Abu Fauzi. He advances to play Yuval, who is a runner-up from a few years ago at the World Championships. Brees, obviously, we saw defeat Mark Marley. But that Venega victory, Venegas defeating Stingray 10-4. He's up against Mark 11.
Yeah, some big games. They did play against each other in the FC Pro Open 2024 group stages, Ryan.
Great memory for me.
And Tex...
He lost, didn't he?
I think Tex...
Did he lose at least one game, or maybe drew?
I think he drew and he won 9-0 on the second meeting.
I remember the draw. I think the one was, it was like 3-3, wasn't it? Or 4-4? Am I correct? Do you have that level of information, or is it just showing that?
We'll get it for you.
I want to see if my memory is correct there. Venegas, though.
What do you reckon it was?
It was either 3-3 or 4-4.
It was 4-4.
Great from me, I'll be honest. That's great.
That's unbelievable. It's from the 18th
me.
of December 2023.
That's great from me.
He's pulled it out. Venagas is up here. Apologies if we've been pronouncing his name wrong throughout the broadcast.
It's been flying under the radar a little bit. That 10-4 victory against Stingray, sorry to cut you off there, Brandon, is massive. And he's up against Mark 11, who is normally used to being in the World Championships already. He looks relatively calm, though.
We can hear Johnny in the background. I think he's in conversation with Mark 11 at the moment. We've got the beauty of getting a little bit of audio from the players' webcams. Mark 11, big game for him now. He wins this. He goes into the qualification game against Katja for a spot at the World Championships. Remember, this man was once upon a time in a World Championship grand final. You will remember that penalty shootout against Mani Bashoure to determine the former World Championship trophy when Mani Bashoure won his first ever world title. There's Ilian Bushi, looking to continue the winning form as his teammate did of PSG and Vitality. There's Johnny against Nick Sneb. One of our other games that is live from this gauntlet bracket round 2. The winner of this is meted by Guga Faraz in the qualification game. If you've got any questions on the bracket, type in the chat !bracket. You can go to the Esports World Cup website where you can follow all of the matches and all of the updates of what has happened here. I mean,
so he's had a bit of a weird season. Obviously online in the European East region, he's done very, very well to get the play-in spot, but domestic league wasn't it didn't go to plan. Obviously, partnering up with Fuma, they fell short way earlier than expected. A lot of people would have had them to at least make the final.
On the other side, though, Frilly and Bushiroad, we saw him in tears. We lost to Anders Vergang, but the Esports World Cup, it'd be massive for him if he can find a way through and then win his next game for a chance at a World Championship. I think for the first ever time in his career. He'd have to beat the Moroccan, though, that stands in his way, and Adam.
I'll be honest with you. Out of that portion of the bracket where it was Kalen versus Montaxa, now Ilian versus Kalen, and then the winner of this plays Adam Hitake, I would say out of all of the potential matchups, this side is the one where it's really up for grabs. Maybe the other one as well with Elias in there, he's up against Levy Finn and the winner plays Garrick, but you're avoiding a lot of the big hitters there.
Is that Giulio, the Beast Bianchi, sitting behind Kalen? That is a serious throwback. If you know your FC, remember the goal that he scored in those online qualifiers all the way back a few years ago now.
There were promising signs from Kalen going forward against Tex in that opening 15 or so minutes. Defensively, though, I don't know if it was just because Tex had an obscure team where it was more dribblers than players running in behind, so it was harder for him to stop because he's not used to it. But defensively, it didn't look great. So I'm hoping for his sake that it's just an anomaly. Against somebody like Ilian, you need to be at the top of your game defensively, because those player locks and those cancels and everything, it's a tough opposition there.
There's always been question marks, of course, on how difficult it could be at times for Kalen to play in different online qualifiers and to get his opportunity at LAN. This is no bigger and better of an opportunity for him to show why he should be on the world stage, and what a test this could be for him. He's already had to play Tex in the previous group stages. He just beat Montaxa 9-5. Can he go and get past Ilian Bushi? Remember, this is another elimination round here as Kalen kicks himself off in the best way possible. 5.5 minutes gone. And there's the South African that leads by 1-0.
Yeah, brilliant start from Kalen. As you said, to showcase that he belongs at this stage. It's very difficult, again, for the players that are from regions where practice isn't as common as it is, or it doesn't come as frequent. Whereas if you're in Europe, you're in those training chats or whatever it may be on across different socials, you can get games at will. It's easy. See, in those regions, it's a lot harder, and obviously the connection is a bigger problem where it's further out. So it is harder to get practice. But Kalen, as I said, he looked very, very good. See if he can get Kika to make a good run with that player lock. Keep an eye on Saka. That pass was played quite early on to him. Gonna have to defend that. That should be... Ooh, and it goes down to ground as well. He's got away with one, Brandon.
No penalty shout there. I mean, I thought for a second that wasn't going in. He might have been able to win himself a penalty. Kalen again now. For a second, I thought he thought about maybe just ball rolling into a finesse.
That's what I thought was going to happen, or at least maybe take a bit more space with the dribbling. Especially when you've got those players with rapid plus, it helps with analog sprint. You can get into those areas really, really nicely.
Well, there's a few in the chat want to watch another game in particular. Mark 11 against the Nagas. Well, let's see if we can jump across. There's an attack coming in from Kalen first, which is going to be intercepted well by Ilian. We've got 3 games to show you at the exact same time here from the STC contenders stage during the play-ins. Our other game, of course, features Johnny, the former Champions League winner.
Come on.
We can hear some reactions, some celebrations. If we can, we will jump around to another game as soon as they are underway.
This is nice play from Ilian there.
Luca Bacchio, what can he do from this angle? Can he find the extra pass? There was a player lock. It wasn't used, but used more as a decoy. And for the double tap pass, just to try and loft it above the midfielder's foot.
It's wonderfully worked from Kalen. Defense to attack. He's not going to be able to get much out of it just because of the way Kika slowed down. But you see how difficult it can be against somebody that's player locking. You have to make sure you don't get tunnel visioned in, and it's a near post finish. What? It's a crazy finish.
You hear the reaction of the locals that are in France. Saying that though, I believe just before the E-Nations Cup was announced, he actually will be representing Algeria, Ilian Bouchib. But still, if he was to qualify, technically it wouldn't be a French player qualifying. I believe it would be an Algerian.
Yep, exactly.
Playing in his first ever FC Pro World Championship and the first ever Algerian to get to a world final stage. Well, shall we jump if we can? Can we go to another game if that is possible from our incredible production team to take us elsewhere? That finesse is into the hands of Iker Casillas. Where shall we go now then? Right, Johnny against Nixneb. How and where do we think this one's going to end up? It is 2-1 for Johnny as it stands.
Yeah,
He was kicking in this red strip from left to right. Could be on for a third if he gets this one right, Ryan, which he
so
does.
Smart. It's really smart there because the obvious thing to do when defending and even attacking, in fairness, is playing the pass into Salmo, who's making that run between the defenders. You can slow it down and opt for a finesse shot. If he doesn't, he does skip the replay there. And you've got a very, very realistic chance to find that top corner. All you have to do is aim it properly. They've got the play styles, put enough power in it, and you can catch your opponent off guard, which is exactly what he's done to Nixneb.
Is there any way you can stop the finesse, Ryan?
Sort of press early on.
You can just expect that you're going to probably concede about 2 or 3 of those per game.
You need to press and not allow that much space on the edge of the box. And also, keeper make just a tiny step and just hope that they make a bigger step than you anticipate. But Maradona posing a threat there. Good defending in the end from Nixneb.
Well, can we go to it? Mark 11 against Venagas. There's a few people in the chat asking for that game. It is our other featured matchup. Here it is. And what a game it's been at the moment, Ryan. We said, all on the reaction and the result that Venagas got against Stingray. Stingray not the World Championships because this man from Colombia knocked him out and scored 10 goals against him. And as it stands, he's up by 3-2 against Mark 11.
Unbelievable. Shout out Venegas as well. It's the only time I've been able to see his gameplay, but clearly he's very, very good. He's able to defeat the likes of Stingray, get to this stage anyway. And we'll try and stay on this game if we can, just to see more of what he's got.
Well, let's see what Venegas can do. This will be his first ever time at a World Championship. It feels like we're potentially rolling back the years to a Janos. I think that was the last person who remember qualifying for World Championships from Colombia.
Yep. It was in my World Cup group.
Maybe best to move on then, or...
Yeah, Janos was a nightmare to play against.
I don't know if you remember the previous times of the online cash cups of Gfinity.
Yeah.
And he absolutely loved them.
We played, I kid you, it felt as if I played him at every tournament. Every time. That sounded like
That's Johnny, who's just scored by the sounds of it. I saw Zach Moore just over the shoulder of Mark 11, who is still doing all he can to try and get himself back into this one. There is a long, long way left in the game. Now remember, if you lose this, you are out. This is Gauntlet round 2. I'd love an update on text if we can get one somehow. We do not have any idea on that game. What the score is, what's going on. We might have to check in with our very own Rami Loeso to give us a few updates, because there are 7 other matches that we can't see at this moment in time. Ilian Bouchib leads against Kalen now. 2-1.
Whoa, what a ball. Like, on his left foot as well. Keeper moves just about enough, almost a mishap as well. What is going on? See what can happen just before half time. For Ilian here.
The match just... Oh, we're back.
Great
For a second, I thought that was me that was losing connection or signal potentially.
Oh, wow.
3-1. I'm just trying to check in now if we can on Tex's score. Rami Lueso, I'm just going to see if we can check in with him on the ground in Paris. He should know all the results that are going on that we can't see. We've only got 3 feature matches. Update for you. 56 minutes in the game. Tex 5, the Wanos 1. As
Comfy.
Nick Snebber's got a goal back before half-time.
I actually looked away for a second, I'll be honest. I thought Johnny had the ball in defence. He probably made a mistake giving it back to Nick Sneb. I was trying to find some information, but 5-3 just before half-time. Game on.
Well, then half-time in this one. Shall we go elsewhere? Johnny 5-3 up at half-time. Ilian Bushi was leading against Kalen, 3-1. Now it's 4-1.
Wow. Rebound. Oh, it's a bit shaky there, just about getting it out.
Ilian Bushi really has put Kalen in a bit of a situation here. There is a long time left for him though to try and get back into this one. In case you didn't hear it, Tex was winning 5-1 last time we heard it. We'll try and give you an update for LeBrady.
Yeah,
I'm just curious to see how he's getting on in this round. More so, Gibaros, Levy Finn, Yuval against Abu Fouazi. You just want a penalty shootout to get to the next stage of the gauntlet bracket. Look at this from Kaylan. Taking matters into his own hands, Musiala.
Lovely bit of analog sprint there. Johnny again. It sounds like getting another goal. We don't know the exact score, but last time we left it was 5-3. Shot a little bit too early there, Brandon, again from Kalen. He had more time.
I'm more impressed how he nearly pulled off that wonder goal with Musiala. over here now. Johnny 6, Nick Sneb 3. As it currently stands, as soon as we get full-time results coming through, we will update you. There is one more round to come after this one, and it's the most important round up next. It is the qualification round for the FC Pro World Championship. 10 players will book a spot. And we just heard the admin over the top there, the legend Jesper Pill telling the players to get ready for the World Championship games. Lovely little ball roll scoop turn there, looking to try and find a finish. Wasn't to be that.
Unlucky, you saw the
Does
idea.
enough, Alphonso Davies.
Yeah, you can see what he wanted to get there. He wins it high up again. This is great play. And he's reacting very, very well off what Nick Sneb's doing defensively as well, just to get into those areas.
Big 30 minutes now for Johnny. If he wins this, he plays Guga Faraz in a qualification game. Nick Sneb, not out of this one just yet. You know he's going to create. We know how deadly he is in the final third. There's a chance now. Saka! There's one!
It's a risky offside trap. Didn't work in favour of Johnny that time.
Shall we check in with Mark 11?
Last time, I believe it was Venegas leading 3-2.
Let's have a look. Venegas, are you still leading this one? No. Mark 11 has flipped the game on his head. He was 3-2 down. Now he's 6-4 up.
Big goal. Massive goal from Mark. Mark 11, it's a big final 25 minutes. He's been in these positions before. Remember last year, there were 4 spots. He lost to corner 8-4 in the last round to make it. And he's in on goal. He tried to ball roll scoop.
He's also been to a final before.
Exactly.
In a World Championship.
Heaps of experience. He's going to have the tense few moments there. Venegas with a goal back with Kika to make it 6-5.
Still about 22 minutes left of this one. This no doubt is the most tightest game of them all. In chat, you tell us who do you want updates from, who do you want to see if they've gone through or not. That was brave from Mark. I'm surprised they... Was it an on-rushing attacker there that could have got on the end of that? Let's see this attack come in from Mark. Then let's go and check in with Kaylan. Kaylan, is he in a better position? No, he's not. He's 5-2 down to the hands of Ilian Bushit, who is, I think, in game management mode now. He knows what's on the line and what's in his hands. He is 12 minutes away. And he might be on his way to a matchup against Adam Hatake for a spot in the FC Pro World Championships. Such a cruel game to lose, Ryan. Even in the last round, you're 2 wins, you're 1 win, you're 3 wins away from the FC Pro World Championships. And you just fall short.
See, just on the edge there, that is Johnny celebrating. Which I think means he's got the decisive goal against Nick Steb.
Let's go and check into it if we can. Johnny's game. Johnny Nick Sneb. Nick Sneb got a goal back, but by the sounds of it, Johnny is in a pause, sorry. That might be, I'm going to guess, 7-4?
I think so.
Let's have a look. Is it 7-4? It is 7-4. 50 minutes left on the clock.
Nick Steb seems very, very dejected. Do you have a couple updates from the other rounds that I'll be able to bring you? Gaddi defeated Fuma 10-5. So Virgil up against Gaddi. I believe that's 2 Italians up against each other there. Oh no, lost 7-3 to RVP Legend. So it'll be Lex versus RVP Legend, winner qualifying for the World Championships. Tex did see out his victory. He was 5-1 up. He ended the game 9-6 against the One-Os. He will be up against Neat. Gibados defeated Haya. He had a fantastic run in the play-ins here. He'll be up against Oberon. So that is a massive, massive game there to see who makes it, Brandon.
That's going to be a battle of stars, isn't it? Neat against Tex. Winner goes to the FC Pro World Championships, as you said, Ryan. Virgil against Gab. That's going to be 2 Italians playing against each other for a spot at the FC Pro World Championships. Obron Gibaros. I mean, both should be there. Both definitely should be at the World Championships. Lex RVP Legend. So many big games coming up in this next round. Remember, this is the big round on our 38p eliminated for those that are asking. As that finesse comes in, and Johnny will conclude the game by the looks of it. Shall we jump back to Mark 11? I think that was probably the tightest game out of the 3 that we can see right now. Ilian Bushi's going through, Johnny's going through, and is Mark 11 going through? That's the question. He's only 1 goal in front.
He's giving the ball away for Venega. If he could put together an attack here and score from it, he doesn't. Banier's in that centre-back stepping in. Lucas Paqueta being brought off the bench as well.
10 minutes left of this one. As it stands, by the way, we have not got an update for you on Levy Finn's game. We haven't got an update on Uval's game, but we have got an update on Bryce. Brees, I should say, will eliminate LeBrady. Brees is through, LeBrady's out, and Mark 11 is 7-5 up.
Yeah, it's looking like Mark will be playing catcher for that spot. Brees against Kesafolu, who had a fantastic run, by the way, in the group stages. He was unbeaten until that final round. Mathematically through. I believe he was the first person to do so before that final round commenced.
Do we have an update on Abu Fwazi yet? No, we don't. We're waiting for that final result still to come through. He's taken on Uval as it stands. Levy Finn against Elias. No update on that one either. But we're nearly there, Ryan. From what has been one hell of a journey, we have got 20 players left in this final round. From 512 to then 60 in the play-ins. 20 players left. 10 will go to the FC Pro World Championships. Full-time result, Ilian Bushi is through. Kalen is out of the play-ins.
Commiserations to Kalen. He had a strong run. He just unfortunate to fall short. The full time between Johnny and Nick Sneb. It will be Nick Sneb eliminated as well. Again, went all the way through the last chance qualifier, made it very, very far in the play-ins. But it's Johnny who will be playing against Guga Faraz for that spot in the World Championships.
You're just awaiting two final results. Adida waits for Yuval or Abu Fwazi. And Gueric will wait for Elias or Levi Finn. We can confirm coming up next. Virgil against Gabdi. 2RI. Adam Hateke against Ilian Bushi. Guga Faraz against Johnny. Lex against RVP Legend. Neat against Tex. Obrun against Gibaros. Confirmed result. Levi Finn 11. Elias 7. Elias out. We are waiting on just Yuval Abu Fwazi, which by the sounds of it, Ryan, something tells me that might have gone them extra time again.
Yeah, there's always something with Abu Fwazi. It's a last-minute drama, or it's penalty shootouts, as you saw in that opening round. Commiserations to Venegas, though. He had an incredible run, defeating Stingray 10-4 in the previous round, just coming up short to Mark 11, who, as I said, lost the last round last year against Querner. So he'll be hoping that this time that doesn't happen against Katia. But it's going to be a very hard game, Brandon. Katia was one of my picks, actually, to make it through.
Johnny through, Mark 11 through. And Ilian Bushi through. All the players are actually sitting on that left side of the table in the stage. All won their games. Maybe that is the lucky seat that a handful of players need to sit in for this next round. Remember, the next round is the big one. The FC Pro World Championships is all to play for. These are some of the key highlights and replays we saw from that last round. And a lot of reaction and roars from Johnny. He goes through. Ilian Bushi does enough to get past Kaylan. So much bigger than just him qualifying for Team Vitality with the club championship points on the line with the Esports World Cup. They're going to feel even more pressure to ensure that they can get someone there in the final stages. And now all eyes are on the next one. The only game we're waiting to conclude, Ryan, is Yuval Abu Fwazi. We don't know where he's playing, somewhere in this building.
Got to be at least an extra time with the way and the length of time it's taken to get a result there. We do not have coverage of it, which is a shame, but we'll be able to find out what happens very, very soon.
We are waiting on that one. Abu Fwazi or Yuval, who has won that final game? I'm just seeing if I can get a quick reaction on the ground. Here we go. I can see the admins trying to update the score as we speak right now. I'm waiting for them to put it through. Still, we wait. Who has won the game? Who has gone through? We're going to have to find out after the break, I think, Ryan, by the looks of it.
Yep, I think so.
I think we will. There are 20 players left here in Paris in the FC Pro playing stages. We're going to go, if possible, to a quick break. When we are back, it is time to conclude the play-ins for this year. 10 tickets to the FC Pro World Championships for 10 days' time when it kicks off in Paris. The $1 million FC Pro World Finals. Only 10 players can get there, and they will get there after this next round. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to conclude the last closing stages here from the STC Contender stage in Paris. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back for the final time here for these play-ins ahead of the FC Pro World Championships. There are 20 players left in the competition. 10 of them will qualify for the FC Pro World Championship. It kicks off in 10 days' time back at the Esports World Cup in Paris, where all of our players are competing right now. Ryan, it's been a grueling 4 days of competition here in Paris, but we are down to the final moment now. For these players, it's going to be fantastic, or alternatively, the biggest heartbreak of the season. You are in touching distance of the World Championship.
Probably the biggest heartbreak you can get up until the World Championship if you were to lose the final, for example. But a lot of these players, especially the ones that have came through the last chance qualifier, it's every win, every stage that they get past, every player that they defeat and overcome, the dream gets more realistic and more achievable. But then you've got the likes of these players here in Tex, Johnny, Neat, and Guga Fraz. They were waiting. They already knew that they had their spot in the play-ins, so they were preparing for it. For Gibados and Oberon, the fact that they've come through the last chance qualifier and at least one player will have done that dream is... I don't think people understand it. From 512 down straight to... You've come through so many players. You've seen so many top names fall. To be in this stage is unbelievable.
More so for Oberon here as well. I mean, like for his story, Ryan, I mean, the season didn't go to plan. He's normally used to qualifying for the World Championships by the FC Pro Open.
Easy.
About we've done it before.
Yeah.
It's normally done in January, or at worst, it's done by a league. Both of those wasn't to be the case. He's gone the long way round now. Gibaros as well, a game or two away from qualifying for the World Championships, which could have been on the cards with a better performance at the Condebol Libertadores of the EMLS. Finds himself in this situation now. One of those two players is not going to the World Championships. Neat versus Tex. One of them goes, one doesn't. And then Guga Faraz, what a breakout season it's been for him. An incredible season. All the way back in Atlanta, where he really put an exclamation mark next to his name as a force to be reckoned with. Takes on Johnny. There's some huge games taking place. We can only show you 3 of the 10. But this is going to be a round you do not want to take your eyes off, because by the end of it, we're going to know our final 36 players that qualify for the World Champs.
Yep, exactly. You can see Neat up against Tex. 2 players, when they came on the scene, everyone said about potential. They had Tex, obviously, he's fulfilled it for the most part in a major events. But for Neat, I would say for me, I'm still... Obviously, domestically in Spain, he's done so much. Online, he's done so... I just want to see it more. I want to see him get to a World Championship from incredible performance throughout. And he's done so well to finish top of that group. And he's 1 win away. If he overcomes Tex, it'll be a fantastic victory for him. And the exact same for Tex. He wouldn't want to be playing against Neat. And you mentioned about Guga Faraz having an incredible season. I think for Johnny, it's been the opposite for his standards anyway. See, Champions League winner. It just didn't go to plan. Did not go to plan. And he would have been sort of putting pressure on himself. Because he knows what he's capable of. He's a champion in his domestic league as well, and years gone by. This year in France, they fell way short, him and Fuma, Brandon. It wasn't up to their standard.
No, but I mean, we saw them sort of combine this year, and we thought that's a really strong team. But at the same point, I mean, the level when Levi David turns up and Manny Bishoy, the 2-time world champion, it's not going to be as easy of a ride for those players. But here we go then, Guga Faraz or Johnny. I mean, I guess I would say let's start going down the list, Ryan. I'll say the players.
Fortunate. Hold on. Oh.
You tell me who is going to qualify for the World Championships as Guga Faraz finds the first. Right, Catcher on mark 11.
Don't do that to me, Brandon. I have to go with Catcher just because I said that from the beginning. So I have to stick with that. I have to stick with Catcher.
Chance, Johnny, equaliser potentially. No. Next up, Kasefoglu or Brees.
I'm going to go with Brees. Even though Kasefoglu was incredible in the group stage, I can't get out of my mind the E-Champions League performance. And I know that was months ago. But yeah, he just didn't perform well there. So I'm going to go with Brees for me.
Adida or Abu Fwazi? I mean, Abu Fwazi's had one hell of a last chance qualifier, but Adida's been great.
Abu Fwazi, again, another player I said I thought would make it. So I'm just going to have to stick with my prediction from before.
Gueric or Levi Finn?
I'm going to go Levi Finn. Hold on a second. Ooh.
Done well there, not to give away a free kick.
Exactly, and that probably would have been a red card.
Hardest one to call for me might be Oberon against Gibaros.
I'm not even calling that one. How about that? I'm not.
Neat against Tex. Oh, wow.
Don't know.
Lex against RVP Legend.
Lex for me.
Of course, Guga Faraz against Johnny is the game we're looking at right now in front of our eyes. Virgil against Gabdi.
Again, I've not been able to see any of Gabdi's games, and we've not had the capability to watch any of his games. So I actually don't know. I have no idea.
And Adam Hateki against Ilian Bushi.
I think Adam's been better. Clearly, obviously, he topped his group. But I think Ilian, there comes a time when you're knocking on that door every year and you're so close every time. Surely it's going to fall your favour once. So I'm going to go for Ilian here.
Well then, here we go. Huge last round of action coming your way. Well, after this attack comes in from Johnny, let's see if we can jump to another game, because there should be 3 games at the same point taking place as we speak now. Right, let's go somewhere else. Guga Faraz leading over here. Obram leading against Gibaros. We'll get the playing cams right. That's neat, of course, who's playing against Tex right now. But that's an important start for Obram. What I think for me, that's probably going to be one of the stories. All the way from the last chance qualifier. He did lose as well, remember, in the last chance qualifier. Went down to the lower bracket and has been on one hell of a run.
Been flying. And the start against Gibados will give him heaps of confidence for Obram.
Well, there he is. We just got him on camera now over on the left-hand side. Gibaros. Nicely done. Nazareth, the clever pass.
Wow.
Gibaros! That is Joga Benito.
Wow. Speak about patience there as well. A little double tap and then the extra pass. That's a beautiful goal from Gibados, I'll be honest. That's lovely.
That is absolutely unbelievable from Gibaros. Speak about bringing your best game, your A game now. McTominay does well. Nazareth, finesse. Obram back in front, 2-1 he leads.
Straight from the kickoff, Obram makes it count. Looks like a little bit of hesitancy from Gibados. He didn't know whether to press or just to back off there. And we've seen already, Brandon, you give space for that finesse shot angle. You're in big trouble.
Advantage ever so slightly back. The way of Obram, but only for so long now. Right, let's jump somewhere else if we can. Tex Knee. We haven't seen this game yet, but I'm very much excited to see how this one's going to play out. I'm sure there'll be a lot of eyes on Tex. Will he qualify for the World Championships or will he not?
It doesn't feel right that if you say Tex just isn't at a World Championship, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. I know he's not performed well in a lot of those years, but it just doesn't feel right.
1-1 as it stands. Neat versus Tex. I know RB Leipzig Gaming are doing a live stream right now as well, watching this, so they'll be happy that Tex is now eventually got himself on stream. He is one of our 3 featured matches, so we will be seeing a lot of him now. This is nice. Tex, extra pass. Well, maybe he's ready for another outing at the World Championships.
What a goal that is from Tex. Dribbling, brilliant, plays it across there to Hazard for the simple finish. See, he's opted for dribblers in his team. A lot of the players he has are controlled. Doesn't have many players that are lengthy at all in the team. Just a centre-backs and Yaya Toure.
You see lyrics over the shoulder as well, coaching and hopefully guiding him forward to a World Championship. But just back to your point, this is nothing against Knee, but when you look at the roster, the names, the Anders Verga, Emis Tassari's at this World Championship as well, by the way. Let's not forget that.
It'd feel ridiculous that.
Nicholas, Manu, Emre. So many big name players already at the World Championships. And potentially a sprinkle of a few more on there that could be the likes of Johnny or Obram.
You notice as well when Tex is attacking, it's the analog sprint. He's taking his time and trying to work out dribbling opportunities there. A skill move was straight into the defender.
Neat. This is neatly done around the box. It was so close to...
See the blueprint and the idea, it made sense. It's just that the defender was ahead of the attacker. It's like he preemptively knew he wanted to play that pass no matter what was going to happen.
Well, shall we check in elsewhere then? Let's do another little loop of the matches that we've got in this featured round. Guga against Johnny. Guga leads 2-1. I mean, let's speak about this guy for a second, Ryan. We know Manchester City signed him last year coming into this season. We saw him for the first time in Atlanta. We heard a lot about this guy. And he pulled through. He qualified for the FC Pro Open in his first proper competitive season. And since then, he's not looked back.
He's had a very strong season. Obviously, in Portugal as well. Finished runner-up to Lex, who is also in a qualifying game against RVP legend. My biggest questions for Guga Fries was those games where it felt like he could take the initiative and take control of those games. It felt as if it was always a 50-50, and that led to so many draws. So we didn't get to see the last 2 games, or 3 games of his group stage, 3 wins, which got him into this favourable position against Johnny, but he's close.
He certainly has had lots of learnings this season.
That's the key, actually. Obviously because it's the first technically major season there. There's a lot to learn. And
ball. Johnny. 2-2. You can just hear a group of S8UL fans behind him as well. Remember, there is more than just qualification to the World Championships on this. There are huge club championship points on the line, which is a big part of the Esports World Cup.
That's why a lot of these teams are investing in the players as well, because they want them to get those, not only the wins for themselves, but the club championship points. It really does mean a lot. Team Falcons dominating it.
Well, that is the first question, is it? What is the chance of Falcons winning it 3 years in a row? Chance, Bellingham! Johnny 3-2 up. This is such a big game for both of these two, by the way. I mean, the contracts on the line, the investment that's been made. Let's jump back over. We see Mateo Ribeiro in the chat. He's doing a watch-along as well for this. Shall we get Oberon back on broadcast? Let's have a little jump around and have a little look then. He's one of our free featured games. Let's check in with him if we can. Oberon, how are you getting on? He's forward up. Guevara scored a lovely goal to tie the game up earlier on, but looks like Oberon's kicked into another gear here, Ryan. He's 4-1 up. Yeah,
and you don't want to allow somebody like Oberon to start pulling away, because he's just going to pull you apart, I'll be honest. He's in control. There's a reason why we always associate him as one of the best players. Again, people forget, it's not too long ago he was having incredible performances, the FC Pro Open in years gone by, and in World Championships as well.
In terms of updates on the other games, we do not have the access or the ability to give you any other updates of the other 7 matches. In case you don't know what is going on live right now, there are 10 spots for the FC Pro World Championships being decided in the next 20 to 30 real-life minutes. Catch is playing Mark 11. One of those two is going through. Brees is playing the Turkish Pro of Kosofoglu. Adida from the USA up against Abu Fwazi. Gueric against Levi Finn. Of course, we have Oberon Gibaros live for you now. We've got Neat against Tex, one of our other backup games. Lex against RVP Legend. Virgil against Gabby as that shot goes widen. Adam Hateki against Ilian Bushi. All live as we speak right now. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. But apparently it's going to be a little presentation for the players who will get their keys as part of the Esports World Cup, where you get your key and it's crushed as you are eliminated from the tournament. Well, as this hits half-time, Ryan, I think we should go back and check in with Neat against Tex.
What a ball. Surely not. Yeah, there we go. Gets out for the end of the first half. Let's take a look at the other games as you wish to see if there are any changes.
Tex underway in the second half against Neat. 51 minutes gone. And Tex is leading.
Must be a weird thing to play against for a lot of the players. They're so used to playing against the same type of player selection. Tex has gone for pretty much the opposite. It's gone for who he's been practicing well with. Obviously, lyrics would have an impact on that as well, and an input.
Well, well, well. We have got one hell of a result. And a massive congratulations. Ilian Bushi has just qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. He has just beat Adam Hateki 8-1. That's Gibaros who's got a goal back, and that's also Neat that's got a goal back as well. But congratulations, Ilian Bushi. He's at the World Championships.
So happy for him. I'll be honest. He's come so close in years gone by. It just felt, like I said, it just felt like surely you're going to get the rub of the green one day. Commiserations to Adam Hateki. He had an incredible run as well. But a resounding 8-1 victory for Ilian to get himself that World Championship spot. Wow. That was actually an equaliser there for Guga Fraz. We just jumped in. Johnny's turned the game on its head. But has been pulled back to 4-4.
I am trying to push for any live scores that we can get on the ground. We're only looking at these 3 games. We know that one game is just finished. Ilian is there. That is all we know so far. 4-4 here. Guga Fraz, Johnny. Tex 2. Neat 2. It's a clever pass. Johnny back in front. Should we go back to Obron if we can? Obron, let's check in with him again. Last time we saw he was cruising in the nicest way possible against Gibaros. But we have heard some Brazilian roars and Portuguese roars. That's because Gibaros has got a goal back. And this is only the 52nd minute of this game. Oh, wow. It's got even better, by the way. If you are a Team Vitality fan, huge news. Because you've just got 2 players qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. Brees has just won his game. 7 goals to 3. He's come through the last chance qualifier. And there is going to be a French player competing at the FC Pro World Championships. Ilian Bushi is there. He'll be representing Algeria. But Brees will be there as the first French player confirmed at the FC Pro World Championships. Vitality, that is huge for them in terms of the club championship points.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Vitality and Brees there. Again, finishing runner-up last year, it just wouldn't have felt wrong with him not being there. Commiserations to Kesa Fulu again. He's had an incredible run today, especially after the E-Champions League where it was below standards for him. He's done so well. It's just, yeah, it's a difficult one to take. It's Obron. If he gets a goal here, this could probably seal it, you know. Big save, wow.
(5-2) here again. All the results coming in as we are seeing in front of our very eyes. Right, shall we check back in as this through ball comes through? Big chance, Gibaros. Good save from Casillas. Right, let's go Tex. Tex neat if possible. That was 2-2 last time we saw it. 3-2 to Tex. 20 minutes right away.
The goal here would be crucial in determining who will be the one advancing. If Tex can go 4-2 up, you know how horrible it is playing against Tex when he's standing on the ball in possession, you're chasing the game and he just picks you apart. And Neat looks like he's panicking a little bit as well. There is another update, Brandon. I don't know if you're aware. I'll let you do the honours.
I can see it. Big news. There could have been a second French player qualifying for the FC Pro World Championships. That is not to happen. The score is in. Lex 5, RVP Legend 6.
Wow.
RVP Legend qualifies for the FC Pro World Championships. Lex eliminated. And there's even more news as well in the all-Italian game. Virgil 5, Gabby 2. Virgil of Borussia Dortmund Esports will qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. Congratulations to him as well. And even more news. Levi Finn, after what was a terrible start in the virtual Bundesliga for him by his own standards and levels, he has qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. 7-4 win against Gueric.
Massive. Congratulations to all players there. Just touching in on the RVP Legend victory. He was goal difference away from being eliminated in the groups. He finished 4th. He had to beat Diogo Mendes to get through. 11-8, then Honor 7-3 and 6-5 against Lex, who Lex looked formidable, not only in this tournament, but in the Champions League for large portions of it. What a victory that is.
So just to confirm, Ilian Bushi in the World Championships, Virgil in the World Championships, RVP Legend is in the World Championships, Levi Finn in the FC Pro World Championships, Brees is there, and maybe a bit of a heartbreak as well if you're a Mark 11 fan. The score is in. Catcher 9, Mark 11 8. Catcher has just qualified for his first World Championship since 2022. Catcher is there of Exceed in Italy.
Bobby.
And Tex might be edging his way towards there as well. It could be another RB Leipzig player qualifying for the biggest stage of the season. It is all happening right in front of our very eyes. People are qualifying.
Massive for Catcher there. Feel devastated for Mark as well, especially after last year. But we're only waiting for a couple results. Guga Faraz against Johnny is another one. And we got, oh, what a tackle. I was about to say, we're about to jump in this game again where somebody scored. Guga Faraz. This game is just end to end. If he's able to get a goal here, get some breathing room. Look at the pass. He's got him in. But the defending just about stops that attack.
Well, I'll tell you what. This would be a story as well. He's only 17 years of age, Guga Faraz. He would be the youngest player, I believe, out of the 36 to qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. The only game we haven't got an update for you, unless that's changed yet, is Adida Abu Fwazi. Adida Abu Fwazi, still live right now. Obron Gibaros, still live. Neat against Tex, still live as we speak. And this game here, Guga against Johnny, as Guga tries to get himself an 8th. And he's spilt by, you can see, but he does get on it on the rebound.
Yeah, I was thinking that Johnny was going to slide. And I thought there's going to be a penalty here, but stayed on his feet and saw that Gibaros didn't aim it as far to the corner. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a save. That ball was crazy. It's turning into trouble. Texas giving it away. The pass across is on, and it's a goal back in the game for Neat. We've seen Tex throughout these seasons, Brandon. It feels like these ones where it's a 50-50 game, late on, there always seems to be some sort of drama against Tex. I think it will be big, especially remember the Anders game more recently. I think this would be a big mental boost if Tex is able just to overcome this game and a bit of adversity and and get into the World Championships.
Still looking for that update. Yeah, we haven't had it for Adida yet.
It's lovely dribbling. It's aggressive defending.
Over here now. Big 10 minutes for Guga Faraz to qualify for his first World Championships. Still no update on Adido Abu Fwazi.
For the runner.
Big chance for Guga. Thinks about the finesse. Tipped around the post. I'm just trying to work out here, Ryan, what minute are we in across the games here? In the 81st with this one.
Tex is around similar time.
Neat against Tex.
I think Oberon Gibados is a bit behind these games, if I'm not mistaken.
So Bronchi Barras in the 64th minute I'm hearing, but this game will be the first one to finish. Will Tex qualify for a World Championship? He is 4 in-game minutes away from doing so, but Neat will get the ball back.
Wow.
Where's this one going to end up, Neat? It's in your hands. Your chance to keep your World Championship dream alive, but you have to be perfect now. Big tackle.
Yeah, I felt like Neat was overdoing it a little bit. Maybe he second-guessed himself in those area. Right. This is the strength.
It's in his hands, Tex. Needs to defend this. One big tackle, one big moment. He's given away a corner. 89 minutes plus additional time to follow.
I think Neat's doing similar to what he done in La Liga FC Pro. Overplaying it a little bit in those areas. Great offside trapping from Tex just to squeeze him in and push the line forward.
Mateus. Chance
Wow.
for Neat!
Oh,
4-4! We might be on our way to extra time to decide the final spot, potentially, of the FC Pro World Championship.
I want everyone to take note of what Neat's just done. That pass into Vinicius Jr. there, holding a second actually. There could be a last chance before the ref
Surely
blows the
not.
whistle. Nah, not enough time.
Right, extra time there. We'll come back to that point in the second round. Let's quickly go back to this one here.
Wow.
As it stands, Guga Faraz at 17 years of age is about to qualify for the World Championships, Ryan.
Huge for Guga Faraz and Manchester City as well. What a victory this is over Johnny, and you can see how dejected Johnny and coach Zach Moore feel here. They know that the job's done. There's nothing they can do from this moment. Guga Faraz, fantastic to finish top of the group unbeaten. He makes it through play-ins and gets his World Championship ticket.
Guga Faraz qualifies for the biggest stage in the FC Pro calendar. He will be in the World Championships. I mean, let's go back and check in with Obram for a second. Obram, how are you getting on? Is that the 89th minute?
89th minute. It's looking steady for Oberon as well. He hasn't conceded a goal in a little while, and just looking at the player cams, I saw Coach Daniel behind. He looked dejected, so I assumed it wasn't promising for Gibados. Oberon will be getting that spot in the World Championship. Unbelievable run from the Italian.
Well, Vedi is there. He's been alongside the journey with it. Oberon will be there in the FC Pro World Championships. A huge hug in what's been a bit of a difficult season for him. Commiserations, Gibaros. This is no doubt the hardest, the harshest game of the season to lose. And all that's left, it just would be Tex, wouldn't it? All that is left to conclude is Tex against Neat. And when I do have it for you, I will give you the update on Adida Abu Fwazi. But if it's Abu Fwazi, as we know, Ryan, there's probably extra time in the game. He loves a bit of extra time, doesn't he?
Always very late on. Like the Abu Fawzi, he's always associated with those sort of games. I mentioned it around the 80, maybe 81st minute about Tex being involved in those games. That probably should have been a goal. It's a great save. Where it's like the dying embers of the game, and it feels like he's always going to concede. I can't explain it. It's weird. It's very, very weird. Unless he's ahead by quite a handsome margin, it feels like a lot of the time it's not going in his favour. Be honest, that attack from Neat, I didn't get to finish. I thought that was insane.
For those asking about Adida, we cannot show you his game, guys. He's not on main stage. He's not on any of our featured pods.
Surely offside, right? No, it's onside.
96 minutes on the clock. Neat trying to find the cut back there. It's going to bounce back to him, though, isn't it? Probably the wrong player.
Still, the left back's out of position, so he has to switch over to Maldini and cover the space. But there's options here.
Chance for Tex to lead an extra time. Eden Hazard. I mean, there's been question marks on Tex's team selection during this FC Pro play-ins, but if he qualifies, he will not care, and he'll be saying, look, the team worked for me.
Absolutely.
Adida Abu Fwazi, I've got still no idea on what the score is in this game. I'm waiting for it to be updated. Look at this.
He's in.
Look at this! Tex! With a gift of a goal. I mean, I'm not too sure what Neat's done there, but you can see by the reaction, he knows he's made a terrible error.
Again, I'll be honest, I looked away to see if there was an update in the Adida Abu Fawzi game. I just saw that Hazard was in on goal.
It's a 2-goal lead for Tex. 3 minutes of the first 15 here, plus another big second half.
Wow.
Chance! Don't count him out yet.
Do you know what? Whenever Neat attacks very, very quickly and snappy, he looks so dangerous. I feel like his downside is, in years gone by when Neat was obviously very, very good, you had shot cancels, which are insane. So you get into those areas, you shot cancel, you get past the defender, they get animated, so you can take your time a little bit more. And I feel like he's still got that trait around the box. He takes a little bit too long to... He tries to skill up the defender, basically, and get the perfect chance by taking his time. Sometimes you don't need to do that, especially in FC 26. Just get the ball into those areas, quick, snappy passing, catch your opponent off guard, and then you get those scenarios where you can score. It's nice.
Last chance of the half. Is that going to fall back? No, it's not. Yapstam is there, and that'll be a chance for us to have a breather.
I guess if he goes forward, oh yeah, I was going to say the whistle wouldn't blow, but then Bellingham chasing down to win the ball back.
Still no update from the other remaining game here. I'm trying to look on the back camera. Can we see it anywhere in the STC contender stage? I can't see. Where's that? A twisted mind stop there on that second camera. Quite a cool story of Nate. It's his brother that actually coaches him, believe it or not. He was out in the Liga FC Pro of him this season also. It's a family affair when it comes to FC. $50 minutes away from Tex qualifying for the World Championships. He was one game away in that E-Premier League final.
Oh, he's onside, you know.
It's a brilliant ball. Bukayo Saka to tie us up. It's brave goalkeeping.
Wow. That's the rush-out play style. Do you see how quick Casillas came off the line there? What? Wow.
Another day that goes in and we're all square at 6-all. This is nice from Tex. Where's the cutback?
Oh my gosh.
Went for the finesse on his own. Update. It's in. Spot 9 goes to the United States of America.
Hold on. How is
Gonna pull back.
Oh, wow.
6-6.
What is going on? I can't deal with this.
Edina qualifies for the FC Pro World Championships. Abu Fwazi is not there. He will not be. It's heartbreak again for him. He loses in the final game of qualification for the FC Pro World Championships. He will not be there. Edina will be. And of course, it has to come down to Tex, potentially, and Neat for the final spot. Spot number 10 could potentially be decided on a penalty shootout. Not more penalty drama with Tex. I mean, it was only before we saw Anders Vergang beat Tex on penalties in the E-Champions League.
I just, he's up by 2 and I just thought, I don't know. I just thought Tex was gonna cruise it a little bit, but more for me. I know how good Neat is going forward. I just thought the way Tex would have been able to play and slow the game now, and it could have been a very, very strong position to be in. There is still time for someone to win it in extra time before it gets to pens, though.
Eight minutes. Who has got that moment of magic that could send them into an FC Pro World Championship? Is it going to be Tex? No, not there. This is the final game.
Step. It's a good step. I can't lie. Getting nervous watching this for both players.
A goal that could change.
Gosh. Oh my goodness.
Everything.
I wonder if Neat's going to play for the last attack. Because it genuinely looks like when either player go forward, they're going to score.
This would be a heartbreak end for any player in this situation. Are we off to penalties to the side of the FC Pro World Championship spot? Or is Neat going to snatch it late on? Or is Tex going to win the ball back? Here comes Neat now. Saka. Neat in the box of Tex. Now, where's the cup? Ah, there it is! Is that the goal to send Neat to the World Championship? Speechless is Ryan Pessoa. Tex will get a kickoff though. He will get a chance. He will get one last roll of the dice now. Ryan Pessoa, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking at this moment?
I'll be honest, Brandon, I don't know. I actually don't know. It's not over. There is an opportunity for Tex to score from this kickoff, but what Neat has done to turn this game on its head in extra time, I don't think people understand the pressure. This is what World Championship spot. This isn't round one or the group stage or anything, but this is for the World Championship spot, and he's been that clutch. That is ridiculous.
Well, you heard from Coach Daniel, who just stands just behind him now. He said you'll get one more chance. Score, we go to penalties. This is Tex's last roll of a dice, or it will be goodbye to FC 26. And all eyes back for FC 27.
1 minute.
Here he comes now, Tex, Eden Hazard, Bellingham.
He's got him.
Down the chance! Tex! With the last kick of the game! 7-7! We're off to penalties to the side of spot of the World Championship!
I can't. What am I watching here? And I wonder, I think there was like maybe 20 seconds in. I'm trying to think, does Neat have a chance to even go forward from the kickoff? I don't know. After the replays, he has to go forward. Oh my gosh, no way. No, he doesn't.
Penalties to the side of spot. at the FC Pro World Championships. It's the final ticket to the biggest stage of the season. I cannot believe it. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 9 players are already there from the play-ins. It's Neat or Tex to take the final ticket. Here we go then. Neat steps up first with a strong penalty.
I can't watch.
Over to you, Eden Hazard. Hazard scores. So far, so good, Ryan.
It's going to be Neat to step up here with Kika to try and keep his 100% record. It's a lot of power. He goes top left corner. Can Tex respond? It's Lucas Paqueta, the man that got him to this position with that last minute equaliser. Is he going to score? He goes bottom right. The keeper goes the same way.
So far, so good. Perfect pens. Round 3 now. Alexia Pateas to step up for Neat. Scores. Top left corner. Tex to reply with Maradona. Bit of a grimace on the face of Tex coming up to step this penalty now. Maradona scores.
Still complete 100% records for both players. Neat. Tex has stayed middle a lot of the time. De Bruyne, a lot of power. And he goes bottom right corner. Starting to get tense now. Tex needs to score this penalty, or Neat will have the advantage. Jude Bellingham steps up. Goes bottom left. Keeper stays rooted
So
to the
much
spot.
talk about this man getting back to the World Championship, Tex, but Neat could snatch it away from him. Look at the power bar there on Vinicius Jr. Here's Neat now. Can he score? No! Tex scores! He's off to the FC Pro World Championships! It's Ahmad to step up!
What?
What a save! Sudden death is on the cards! Neat! With Scott McTominay down the middle, Tex has to score.
Nah.
Frankie de Jong steps up, and we go for another round of sudden death. It's Hegem, the Norwegian defender.
Oh,
Top
wow.
right corner, it's back to Tex again, who has to score. Robinson, of all players, continues it going. Round 7. Maldini, we're going to be on the defenders and goalkeepers soon. Scores.
Oh
right
my
corner.
gosh. He
You
put so
miss.
much power.
You're out. It's Hegem now for Tex. Can he score? No, he can't. And Neat takes the final ticket to the FC Pro World Championships. Tex eliminated.
Por fin, tío.
And Neat is there.
4 veces ya, tío. 3 veces que me queda puto partido del mundial. Me cago en la
The
puta
only
ya.
Spanish player to represent his nation. But absolute heartbreak. Don't know if you can see Ryan Pessoa right now, but he can't quite believe what we have just witnessed there. It is a cruel old game at the highest level, especially when that is on the line.
If that's anything to go by, the FC Pro World Championships in less than a week's time. Oh, sorry, just over a week's time, I should say. I'm lost for words. I'll be honest. Incredible from Neat in extra time to get back and then take the lead, and then Tex as well to
Right, Neat, congrats. You can go to the stage now, okay? Just leave your stuff, we'll take care of it, okay?
To end his FC 26 season. If you have just joined us, we have just concluded spot number 10 for the FC Pro World Championship. So we can confirm to you right now, this is your 10 players that will be back in 10 days' time. Katja of Italy, Brice of France, Adida of the United States of America, Levi Finn of Germany, Obrun of Italy, Neat of Spain, RVP legend of Romania, Guga Ferraz of Brazil, the 17-year-old. I think he'll be the youngest player competing at the World Championships this year. Virgil of Italy and Ilian Bushi in his first ever World Championship. That is your 10 players that have qualified for the FC Pro World Championships, which will kick off in 10 days' time.
I can't quite believe it. What a game that was. The players that didn't make it as well, obviously, I always say commiserations to them. They've come so close and it's a painful loss. I've been there, myself, twice, in fact, losing that important game to make it to the World Championships. It is a difficult one. Wow, that is heartbreaking.
Well, Ilian Bushi, just for people in the chat, saying Ilian Bushi from France. Well, Ilian Bushi, I should say, is from Algeria.
Algeria, yeah.
He's decided to represent them ahead of the Nations Cup this year. So he's just, of course, Brice, who will be representing France at this year's FC Pro World Championships. But they will both be representing Team Vitality.
Yep. Even though you saying that, just saying that there's only one French player, that just feels crazy to me. Because obviously the level that they have is so high. To only have one player though is just.
For how long though? I mean, I know Tex is not there, and of course there's going to be, loads of people that are so disappointed. But for NEAT and Spain, for a long time, Spain have been lacking a bit of representation in the big tournaments and late runs and big moments. I'm sure Jaime Alvarez, who we love dearly, will tell us more than most about that. Since that dominance they had years ago, he's at the World Championships now, NEAT, and who knows what can happen for him.
Exactly, and it's about time in a way, because we all know, everybody speaks about it, no more than Gravison. Gravison knows him very, very well. We know how good NEAT is. It's like one of those stories of, it's not even untapped potential, I don't think that's the correct phrase, but it's potential that we think is clearly good enough to win in Spain, clearly good enough to do online tournaments. We want to see it at the World Championships because the ability is there. People say from practice games, I've played against him many times, whether it's 1v1 or 2v2, it's like the best player. He's so good to play. He's so good and he's so difficult to play against. Now he's got the capability to showcase that to the entire world in, 10 days time.
Absolutely crazy end to the play-ins here. Before we conclude the stream today, we are going to award all of our finalists, our 10 finalists. They're key, I believe, from the play-ins. That means that they are going to the FC Pro World Championships. And look, I mean, we can start turning our attentions now to the 36 players that have qualified. It is going to be a very interesting group phase, to say the least. 36 players in the E-Champions League style of competition, which means that you play 6 games, which I'm assuming will be pre-selected. It won't be a Swiss format. And it's all going to be to play for. Shall we have a look now at our 10 players that have qualified? This is it here. They have qualified to the league stage, or I believe we're calling it the league stage of the FC Pro World Championships. Ryan, what's your thoughts on that list?
Yeah, Katia, Brice, Adida, Levy, Finn, Oberon, NEAT, RVP legend, Guga Ferraz, Virgil and Ilian Bushi. Fantastic accomplishment to get there. And for some of them to go through as well, from Oberon, for example, to go through that last chance qualifier, I believe is the only one. Yes, sorry, the only one to have gone through the last chance qualifier through the play-ins. And who knows? He's somebody, again, we see him as one of the best in the world. I'm surprised that he's even here. Normally he gets the spot locked and cemented earlier on in the season.
Unbelievable.
3 Italians there as well.
Katja, Brice, Adida, Levy, Finn, Oberon, NEAT, RVP legend, Guga Ferraz. What a story for him. Representing Brazil and only 17 years of age. Virgil and Ilian. Absolutely incredible for all those that have done enough. Ryan Pessoa, I ask you, which of those players has the best run in the FC Pro World Championship? I'll kick off. I reckon Oberon's going to have a really good run.
just because I don't want to select the same player as you, oh gosh, I'm going to say Katya. There's just something about, I play so many games against this guy, he's insane. He's so good.
You let us know at home as well in the chat. Who do you think is going to play the best in the competition? Right, it is time to congratulate our players that have made it through to the FC Pro World Championship. We are going to, I believe, get to see them come onto the main stage or potentially pick up a key. We are waiting to hear what's the latest on the ground. Here they are, making their way back into the STC contender stage. Here we go then. Time to collect the key. Catcher. First and foremost, congratulations to him. He had an unbelievable league phase and run. I believe they signed their ticket to the FC Pro World Championships. That is the key, which if you don't know the Esports World Cup, they will crush the key when eliminated. You normally crush your opponent's key and you're able to beat them in the competition. Perfect story for him as well, Ryan, because he came through the online cups to get his playing spot.
Yeah, and I feel like he's always been hunting for that opportunity because he knows how good he is. He backs his ability as well, and welcoming the second player, another Italian, to the stage there.
Well, it wasn't that long ago he was commentating on the Champions League of us, was it, Obra?
I was just about to say that.
And now he's at the World Championships.
And I asked him, I was like, what, you think you could, like, do you believe, obviously, you know how good you are? And he was so blasé, he was like, yeah, one word, done. And here he is.
We are just seeing each of the players come up now and grab them. Key. Their key to the FC Pro World Championships at the Esports World Cup. There's Levy Feared again. Some of the stories we're seeing around are players that have turned their season around. They've clearly gone away off the back of a bad performance in maybe the FC Pro Partnered League or not getting to the FC Pro Open, and they've put the graft in. You can see who's come back and who's on a different level now.
Exactly. See the work there, especially that man right there, what we saw, Levy Finn, was very open with his season.
RBP legend qualifies. Another Italian. There's quite a few Italians that have come from, I believe, the most of any nation that have come through this play-ins. There's Virgil.
He had a strong season as well. Club Championship. Done very, very well in Germany.
And this man, who, if you're a Tex fan, you might not want to see pick up his Esports World Cup key. In case you missed it, Neat qualifies for the World Championships. He beats Tex on a penalty shootout after a 7-7 thriller between the two of them. I actually think these players will be feeling right. They are there. 10 days' time. They've got even more time to prepare now.
Thrilled. And you can see the smile on each face. It's an incredible moment. and all the hard work throughout the season, a lot of these players would have had low points as well, whether it's maybe not qualifying for the FC Pro Championships or last minute losses that have seen them eliminated in other tournaments, whether it's online or in person.
Massive for Adidas, and more importantly the EMLS as well, that will be on the map. Ilian Bushi, what a moment for him. He was in tears a few years ago when he missed out on the Esports World Cup with a loss against Anders Vergang. Now he's there on the biggest stage. And Team Vitality with not one but two players qualifying.
It's been a long time coming for this man. I'm proud of him. I'm happy for him as well.
There's his teammate. They know each other only too well. They played in the E-League 1 this season. Maybe weren't at the level. They were just a game off, a game away from getting into the Champions League and maybe the FC Pro World Championships directly. But what a tournament he had last year at the FC Pro World Championships, Brees.
Just a runner-up to Manu. He's had to work hard this year to get it. He had to go the long route.
Guga Faraz, this story is probably one of my favourites of the whole play-ins. 17 years of age, Ryan. He was sort of called out as maybe the rookie of the season last year, and then coming into this is his first proper season. I mean, he's experienced the FC Pro Open. He loves a draw. That's been the joke of him throughout the season. But he's played in the Champions League. He's played in the Portuguese League. He's going to be playing in his first ever World Championship. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, proud of him as well. Incredible accomplishment. Unbeaten to the play. We say a draw. It worked in this case. 3 wins, 2 losses in the group stage. Of course, that victory. They were all 10 of the players that have solidified their spot at the FC Pro World Championships, all lining up together here.
I don't know how they were going to squeeze into the photo. I think that's the question and the issue the cameraman's got, because the STC contenders area is a little bit small in terms of the banner. Well, for these players now, Ryan, 10 days away, they come back to play in a league phase against 35 other players, 36 players in that. How do they prepare for the next 10 days?
First, enjoy the moment. I think that's key. It's a very, very important thing to do and not get too engulfed in the moment, because they know that there is a huge opportunity on the horizon. In 10 days' time, they can turn their dream for qualifying for the World Championship into a dream that was achieved there, but a dream to go maybe a step further and lifting that trophy. They're in and amongst the best players in the world, and they all belong to be there, so it's very, very possible that one of them could win it.
Absolutely. A massive congratulations to those players. They have just qualified for the play-ins, and that concludes the 4 days of FC Pro action live in Paris. Those are the 10 names that have qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. They will join the likes of Anders Vergang, MS Dasari, Nicholas, Emre Yilmaz, the defending champion, Manu Bashore, just to name a few, who will all be competing in 10 days' time. The 22nd to the 26th of July, the $1 million FC Pro World Championship will take centre stage at the Esports World Cup, and we will look to hopefully find potentially a new world champion, or maybe a repeat world champion for a third time or for a second time for the likes of Umit or MS Dasari or Anders Vergang. Ryan Pasaba, I cannot wait. 10 days, we're going to be back.
Yeah, I'm itching to get underway with that already, with what we just saw in that last round between Neat and Tex. Ridiculous drama. I'm still not over it. But yeah, unbelievable accomplishment. I've said it countless times already, and a huge congratulations to all of those 10 players.
Well, what a 4 days it has been at this Esports World Cup qualifier in Paris at the STC contender stage. A massive thank you to, of course, the legend that is Jaime Alvarez, Richard Buckley, yourself, Ryan Pessoa, and I've had the pleasure as well of guiding you through just a little bit of the action across the last 4 days. We've had 512 players that all travelled into Paris on Thursday. They were whittled down to the best 14 to join the play-ins alongside 46 pre-qualified players. Then we've had a whole day of action today, which was incredible. But only 10 players remain, and those 10 players will be back in 10 days' time to compete for the biggest ticket in town, the FC Pro World Championship Trophy. That is it from us here. A massive thank you to our great admins on the ground in Paris, our incredible production team working behind the scenes, and all of you for watching at home. Congratulations to our 10 finalists. We will see you live in Paris in 10 days' time for more FC Pro live action. Until then, it's au revoir, and we'll see you soon. All right, good night. Enjoy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.